Jansports is fine. Looks like we have 8 rounds of Swiss for the players today.
And I just noticed that I don't know why I was muted. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna wrap that whole thing, and I'm just gonna do it again. All right, welcome and welcome to the $500 GGtoor X MasteringRuneterra Cup number 6. God, why did I mute myself? Anyways, we have a stack bracket today. We have, as you just heard, 120 attendees who are fighting for the $500 prize pool. First gets 200, second gets 100, third and fourth get 50, and fifth to eighth place gets $25. But before you get to the top 8 cut, you have to go through a grueling Swiss phase. So endurance is asked of our players today. Now, with that finally done, I think we can hype you guys up for the first matchup of the day, which is going to be a banger between Saturn and Sorry. Now, I know Sorry because he's a good friend of mine, really good EU player, one of the best EU or EMEA players, rather, I would say. But I know very little of Saturn. I know that Saturn is really good. I know he's from the Americas chart. But since my co-caster today is also from the Americas shard, do you have anything to say about Sir Termund?
Sir Tormund, he's been a really consistent player. He's been around for a long time. He's probably most well known for his dedication to the Star Spring deck, Tom Raka, and I think it's his ability to understand and help shape the play patterns of these slightly off-kilter archetypes that gives him an advantage. He understands the game well and is able to take sort of sideways strategies in very clear directions.
That is going to be interesting for this matchup because he has brought a pretty interesting deck today, and a deck that we haven't seen in a long time, but it has been making very small waves on the ladder right now. At least I've seen it in EU a couple of times actually. I don't know how popular it is on the America chart, but Saturn brought AZI Relia, and that is a deck that it might be the best deck when it was unnerved we ever had in the game. Maybe, I don't know, because to be honest, Arikan was also really insane. But this was a deck that everyone feared, and it being back is really exciting because it got nerfed to high heavens. Asia caught 2 nerfs, Irelia caught a nerf. We had, we had the nerf on Blossoming Blade, we had a nerf on the Marshall. We had so many nerfs to this deck, but it appears that it's found its way back into being semi-playable, I guess.
Uh, it it certainly is. It still has strong matchups into a lot of control decks, which I think Sir Tormund might have been expecting some of with how popular things like Sundisk and Feel the Rush have been on ladder recently. But I'd like to talk about the 2 Shadow Apprentice he has in this list, a recently buffed card that has ephemeral synergy and is another elusive threat to go along with the Greenglade duo that I think gives the deck another angle that it can choose to approach some matchups. And I really like it. I'm a big fan.
Yeah. So about the Shadow Apprentice, what's really fun about it, it's like kind of another sparring student, but different. It's a really cool card, and I'd like to see what it can do. The Field Musicians here as a one-off is also interesting because recently when I've seen the deck, people were running like 2 Field Musicians. It is a very, very weird card to play because when it pops off, it really does pop off. But if you don't get the right Blade Dances and if you just play a curve out, Field Musicians can feel really bad in my opinion. So it as a one-off, I also really, really like. And as you said, this is a deck that is good versus control, and that is where Sori's lineup comes in, because we have to take a look at that. And the first deck is going to be Victor Karma, which I think is going to struggle a bit
It
against Aziralia.
its plan might be a little bit slow. I think there's certainly some Victor high rolls that could help
Mm-hmm.
get it through. You know, a tough lifesteal Victor doesn't mind blade dancing too much, but with just Urchin, Bot, Baboon, and only 2 Sump Dredgers, there's not a lot of healthy blockers to sort of stave off the Sand Soldier onslaught that might be coming from that Aziralia deck.
Yeah, I think so too. And if we take a look at the second deck, it's Viego, but it's not Viego Ionia. No, Viego Shirima has found its way back into the meta. I like this because I think this is the way better Viego deck of the two. And I'm excited to see what this can do. This is not Viego Nasus, which we have seen from Broken Ball early on, but rather this is Mono Viego. No Thresh, no Nasus, no nothing. That said, I think it's time we hop into the game. And it appears that the third deck from Sorry is going to be played because it wasn't banned. And that is going to be one of the strongest decks in the meta right now. What do we have here? Taliyah Ziggs.
Taliyah Ziggs, a very strong deck. It's become one of the pillars of the meta. So we're expecting solid performance here.
Oh yeah, that we do. Again, this deck is really, really strong, especially against also control decks, but also has a really good mid-range curve. And now, against Draven Scion, it might struggle a bit because Draven Scion just wants one thing: it wants to hit your Nexus, it wants to go all in. And if you can't keep up with their pace and a Scion drops on 7, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, this attack from Sir Termund is a little bit spooky. We're able to preserve health with the Pokey Stick here, which is important because Ziggs Taliyah is a deck that is lacking in healing. Um, so trying to keep the board busy so that your health is high enough that Scion isn't immediately a threat is really what Sari's looking to do here.
Oh! Snipe the Taliyah. This is a really interesting tech. So usually what you see, at least in EMEA, are very, very aggressive Scion lists. And you would never see an Aloof in there. But this seems to be a very cute tech card, to be honest.
Yeah, it it might possibly be playing towards more of a mid-range plan where thanks to cards like Lost Soul and the draw slash discard P and Z cards where you can try to maintain value and win board through attrition rather than explosively outwiding your opponent. And so I'm interested to see how Sir Termund is going to end up playing this out.
Definitely has to remove the Taliyah. Taliyah would be insanely strong next turn because we already see that Sorry has Herald of the Magus, which is usually a one-off nowadays. On Taliyah is really, really good already. And I think we had a huge swing next turn, especially because no fearsome blocker so far developed on the other side. So this could have been potentially an OTK there from Sorry's side, like Determined here trying to stave off the damage that Sorry could possibly do. Now can swing in himself, is, only going to push 7 this turn if he doesn't play a card, but plays out just the Fallen Rider, not the Risen Rider. Says, I need to push this damage. As you mentioned, Taliyah, Ziggs lacks in healing. Just gotta finish the game as early as possible.
Yeah, and we're possibly in for a bit of a role reversal with these double landmark fearsomes coming out against Sir Turman, since now he's he's being threatened with quite a good swing, and his hand has become pretty light on usable cards. Um,
Yeah. And we see here, you mentioned it before, that maybe this is more of a mid-range version where you are actually looking to leverage those value cards that you do have in the deck. But Lost Soul is not only there to outvalue opponent, it is also there to flip the goddamn Scion. Because we have a real problem on Saturman's side right now, where Scion is not flipped yet. And how far is he? How much attack does he have?
he's at 30 of 35 with 5 attack himself,
Oh.
so he's just
Okay.
barely making the flip this turn.
That is... It's quite lucky. Oh my god. It's really close. I think if we don't flip the sign this turn, we are just out of the game. But actually just barely getting there is absolutely perfect. That said, just gets immediately stunned. And next turn, we are looking potential lethal in the face here. Because the Overwhelm could potentially come through. We can turbo buff our 5-3 next turn.
Yeah, that's a possible 13 power, a fearsome attacker.
Yeah,
Next
and
turn from Sorry.
that is quite scary. And I think not only that, but we could potentially just stun the sign on open again, put the Overwhelm on the Herald of Magus, and swing for lethal. I think I'm looking for like an open attack science stun here. Can I have the Unleashed Energy? Oh! I mean, okay, yeah, Scion blocks, and then we stun him, and we get
And
lethal that
then,
way. Yeah, also like it.
yeah, waiting to commit the buffs until the blocks are declared so he knows where he can apply the Absolver for the most overwhelm value once he stuns this Scion. And it looks like that's just going to be game one.
That is an incredible play here from Sorry. Very, very well played. And as 1-0, starting today's Swiss phase with a W, but not the serious W. Alright, okay. I gotta say it. Taliyah's deck is completely broken. It is broken. This deck is so incredibly good. Shurima right now, it's, yeah. Shurima is living their best life. And Sorry is running the double quicksand, double Rite of Negation lineup, you know. There are people who in this lineup could also just play mono Shurima, and then they have a lineup with 3 decks that run quicksand, 3 decks that run Rite of Negation, and all those beautiful cards. So really, really strong right now. I think Shurima was in the shadows for quite a while, but with the recent buffs has really made a big comeback.
Yeah, Shurima's really come into its own as a region that is always a consideration. It's and here we have a nice mulligan. We have the Viego in hand. Always nice to see your champions when the deck is built around facilitating them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we have the deck with the Rite of Calling, yeah? We don't have the Ionia deck where you actually just kind of have to hope that Viego somehow gets into your hand. I mean, in that deck, I guess you can protect your Invasive Hydravines enough that they also become a win condition. By the way, Invasive Hydravine is a really interesting card. So in the Ionia version of the deck, it was always a 3-off because it was really important since you didn't always draw your Viego. In this Shurima deck, though, I remember that when we first played it, when Viego came out, it was like a 1-off Hydravine in this deck.
Yeah,
It was way more aggressive.
its 7 cost is a little hard to manage for a deck that I think with the Shurima cards like Treasure Seeker, Merciless Hunter. You're trying to play a bit more on curve, up tempo, and 7 mana units can clog your hand.
Yeah, completely true. But we shifted more into a mid-rangey or even control angle. We're now playing triple Vengeance, triple Rite of Negation, double Hourglass in the deck. We no longer play any units that we could sacrifice, and we are instead playing something like Inspiring Chronomancer to fix our curve, to get us to our champions, to our Hydrovines. And I guess I really like this. I think this is how Viego is supposed to be played.
Yeah, it looks like Sari has constructed a healthy board, and Serturmund chipping away at it with Draven. With multiple Boom Baboons in hand, looking like he might be setting up for a pretty strong attack next turn, using those challengers to try to get damage to the Nexus on Sari.
Right now, it just looks like Sari is gonna cruise through this game. I'm gonna be honest. Especially no Flock is gonna be really tough, and even with Flock, we have the Rite of Negation already in hand. All we need now is a Quicksand really on Sari's side. Once we find the Quicksand, not even Cyan is gonna be that big of a problem. So, this looks really rough for Serturmund.
This does. This.
Cameron Soldier also, yeah, this is such a
strong
card.
development punishment.
Yeah.
Now, 5 wide, even with the challengers, the Vile Feast could stop a Boom Baboon. It doesn't look like Serturmund is going to be able to get any real damage done to Sari's Nexus. And I think he's happy to trade his board now that Viego is here and
interesting
looking to level up.
Interesting pull on the Viego. I don't know if it's ever correct to try to kill the Viego, because you run into something like Rite of Negation, you run into cards that could potentially protect the Viego. But yeah, this means the Viego will potentially flip very, very soon. If we look at him, Viego is already 4 out of 20. So after this, 17 already? No, wait, 8. Yeah, 17 already. Oh my god. And our board is almost gone.
Actually, because something is dying this turn, another Encroaching Mist will spawn, and it looks like Viego will possibly be leveling at the end of this turn.
Ooh. Okay, I would have expected the Vile Feast on our own Camavorun in that case. So it actually dies. But it looks like Sari might not be too pressed to go for the flip here.
Oh, and Serturmund committing the axe to kill the Camavorun.
I think this is fine, because Viego is not going to flip this turn. I think for Viego to flip, Sari would have had to Vile Feast his own Camavorun here.
Yeah.
But it's fine. You don't need Viego to flip this turn. You can also just flip the next turn. And we see here a Hydrovine, a Camavorun Soldier. I think you could take the Hydrovine here. You can't play Hydrovine next turn, because even with 7 mana up, you would like to keep Vengeance or Rite of Negation up. And looking at this, do we find anything useful? Not really. I mean, Glorious Evolution is sweet. Very, very sweet. But it's not going to help us here, I think. Oh wait, we got the Hydrovine. It's all good. We actually just play it out. Alright, so this doesn't really protect our Viego from get excited double flock or something similar. I mean, we have to get excited. Actually, if we had a flock, this Viego would have been dead.
It could have. Unfortunately, the Ravenous Flock Tech was not drawn by Sir Termund. The Lost Souls a little bit late in the game. Um,
I hate traffic.
Very related to the game. But that is the second time that Losto basically finds itself in Sir Termund's hand when the game is already done almost. So, nothing new. Just looks like, again, we said it at the beginning of the game, Sorry is cruising through this.
yeah, the early board was just... It was too good to be able to get damage on the Nexus. Even a leveled Scion isn't really going to be able to threaten how large the Viego and Encroaching Mists have become. And we have the Shen Bow. A graceful exit from Sir Termund.
Yes. Very, very graceful exit. I mean, it's just quite unfortunate, right? This was also a matchup, I think, that is not quite as good for Cyan. That said, it appears that the ban then was Victor Karma, which is really interesting for me. But it makes sense if you expect your opponent to, for example, ban Azirelia. You probably don't want to play against Victor Karma. For example, with Cyan, because Victor Karma is also really good against Cyan, just with those two Will of Ionias, which absolutely destroy Cyan decks. Alright, let's take a look if there are any matchups that are still ongoing that we could potentially hop into. There are, I think, a few players still playing. I hope everyone here in this friends list is also currently playing in the tournament. It appears that currently Cami is playing, our favorite fake league, fake balance league community member, and we could hop into Cami's matchup. That said, we don't currently know the score, and we're just basically hopping in blind.
Yeah. Whom is Kemi's opponent? So
that is something I am researching right now. I hope Cami is even playing in this tournament, but I think so, because Cami added me right before this tournament started. So, you know, I hope this is the case. Alright. Flap is someone I saw in another MasteringRuneterra daily. So, you know, would make sense. Alright, what do we see here? This appears to be Aphelios Zoe Karma going up against Yuumi Pantheon. Now, I usually would say that this is quite Yuumi Pantheon favorite if we find the Pantheon. But it appears that either Cami was able to deal with Pantheon, or by turn 9 we still haven't found a Pantheon on the other side.
Yeah, it looks as if perhaps we haven't found the Zenith Blade or the Pantheon to make a real enough threat to Cami yet. We are unfortunately able to get the Phlebotomist POV at this time.
Look at Cami's hand. This is fantastic. We have all the stuns we need to protect ourselves. We now have a win condition in the Immortal Fire. Yes, something like Sharpsight can stop that for a couple rounds. But nothing on the opponent's side is big enough to stop this Immortal Fire for longer on one turn. And there's already a Sharpsight committed. God damn. This does not look great for Flap.
No, it's... Situation is getting a little bit dire. There's... You know, this Immortal Fire isn't quite big enough to be threatening the game just yet, but with that second star shaping,
yeah, the skirt.
Things have gotten a lot more dangerous for the Phlebotomist, reducing the number of turns he has to find his Pantheon dramatically.
Very dramatically. I would say it's reduced it to this very turn where we did not find him. That's it for this game. Now, the match is still ongoing. I don't know if that was game 3, if that was game 2, or if that was still game 1. Some people do start their rounds a bit late, but since we just saw 2 games from Sir Tournament and Sorry, might be that this game is already over, this match is already over, and Cami just took the whole thing, or this was just game 2 and we are hopping into another one. Now, it is really important to start off right, on the right foot, right? In the Swiss phase, you usually want to get some early wins, so that even if you lose 1 or 2 games later, you might still be able to make the top cut. We have 8 rounds of Swiss today, which is quite a lot. It can be grueling, so if you lose early, it can be a bit disheartening because you know that you won't play your best by round 8. Most people won't play their best by round 8. We've seen it again and again in these long tournaments. We've seen it also in seasonal Swiss rounds, that by the end of it, the quality of play goes down a bit, understandably, because if you've been playing for 8 hours, you're bound to make some mistakes.
It is certainly a marathon, not a sprint, and the effects of mental fatigue cannot be overstated. There's so many decisions that these high-level players make from game to game, turn to turn, that eventually you just run out of brain juice, and it's a rough one. It's
No, it totally is.
Yeah,
So the
everyone
question
has
is,
their own strategies for dealing with it, trying to keep themselves nice and hydrated, eating little bits in between rounds, stretching. It's being able to play a game that requires the critical thinking that Legends of Runeterra does for 9 solid hours is a feat in and of itself, just making it to the end. And then being the one with the best record at the end of those 9 records is an even bigger deal, and that's why we're paying them $200, care of our sponsors at GGtoor and MasteringRuneterra.
yeah, big shout out to GGtoor and MasteringRuneterra for putting this one up. Now, you said it, this is a marathon, not a race. What you mentioned a tactic, like, we usually try to eat little bits in between, because again, if you eat one big meal by round 5, for example, your round 6 is not gonna look so good, because your body and your mind is gonna be, it's gonna be in your stomach, it's gonna be busy digesting. But the same also goes for some caffeinated drinks, because unfortunately, those do make you, a bit too hyper. So you gotta find the balance. You gotta find the right balance. And then unfortunately, I think the right balance is different for everyone. So there is no concrete guide now on how to play 9 Swiss rounds or 8 Swiss rounds. Wait, for the seasonal, it's 9, right?
For seasonals, it is 9.
See,
Open rounds.
that is even harder. That is even harder. Well, that's how it goes, especially in the seasonal way. You play with like up to over 1k people, but here we already have a pretty big pool of players, and let's see if there are any more still playing, so we can hop into a matchup and stop talking about digestion during tournaments.
I have What Am I? Looks like he's still in game.
All right, who's he playing against?
He's playing against McCantor.
Okay, let's see if we can hop into that matchup, if we have both perspectives here. It appears that we have both, if Macanto allows spectate. I'm just going to ask him real quick, so you can already hop into the POV of What Am I, and we're going to hop into that matchup once Macanto, allows spectate. Do you know what Am I is playing?
It looks like he's playing Spider aggro.
Ooh. Okay.
I see a leveled Elise on his board.
I'm gonna be real with you. Not fully what I was expecting of What Am I. I was more like going into the Targon route, Some Targon control, some Targon Shadow Isles, But mixing it up, going in with the spiders, also really nice. Now, McIntyre is not enabling spectate right now, so I'm just going to jump into What Am I, and we're going to, unfortunately, have to cast this one with only one hand. But this might also be a short one, since there is spider aggro. And I've just seen on your screen, it's
quite short. It's already happened.
It's over before we could hop in. Okay, perfect. Who won?
What am I was able to win by pulling fearsome blockers out of the way with challenger spiders and getting the last bit of damage he needed with an ephemeral Stygian onlooker pulled off of stalking shadows.
Okay, see everyone? You don't need to watch the game. We can just tell you what happens. Actually, why don't we do like 50-minute breaks, and at the end of every round it's just us for 10 minutes just telling you how every game went. Just narrating you. Okay, so
It'll be like the it'll be like the old days with baseball on the radio. We'll
yes.
describe the plays and you can imagine them in your heads.
And they might be even cooler in your heads. Like, for example, when I tell you that Sorry just very, very, last second got the win versus Saturn with his Viego, flipped Viego, just the turn before he won the game, you would not think that the whole game was basically done at turn 5, you know? Might be even a bit better. But let's see if there are still matches going on that we can jump into. I see that Salty Simon is still playing according to Smash GG. But as it appears, that is only Smash GG saying this. Because Salty Simon appears to not be playing in-game. It might be that we don't have any more matchups that we can actually spectate left. But, I see 4LW is currently in a friend challenge. Now, is 4LW also playing this tournament? That's a different question. Because today, there are like a couple of tournaments going on. I'm telling you,
4LW is in this tournament.
All right. I think we're going to jump into that game then. 4W, I think one of my favorite Americas players, already has cemented himself in my heart with, the Vi Victor deck. Back when other people were playing Victor Lee Sin, which I was really against. I don't want to see Lee Sin ever. I do want to see Vi. So let's jump in. And right now is playing Sivir Akshan, but not with the Marcia. But okay, see, that's why I love 4LW. What the hell is this? Why are we playing Sivir Akshan? We got the Bandle City. What is happening? Oh no. I know this play. Wait, is this Kennen Ari with Noxus for the Overwhelm, so we don't play Shurima, we just play Might? Okay. This is an exciting match.
This is an exciting match, and it looks like, in addition to other possible Bandle City cards in this Sivir Auction, we have the Fated Librarian, a Fated unit, giving you good synergy with the Auction landmarks and the large number of buffs. And here we see 4LW's draw what the real spice is, using these attach units like Rainbow Fish and possibly Papercraft Dragon to share those powerful keywords, elusive and double strike, with the entirety of your board using leveled Sivir.
You know what this looks like? This looks a lot like the original Sivir Akshan list, which was not the Marcia, but Ionia. Obviously, that list got destroyed by the Demacia version. But now we again have a Sivir Akshan list where you are able to give Sivir elusive, where you give the Akshan elusive. Now we don't have like the cool double attack meme, where we go ghost double attack on Sivir and just completely overwhelm our opponent. But what we do have is just a bit more consistency, and that even if our Sivir somehow dies with a spell shield, we just get the flying fish back. Now, with Auction Flip as well, we do have a bit more value on our side. So, this is looking rough for Flicker, to be honest. We don't have Overwhelm quite yet, but I do imagine there's at least one copy of Absorber in 4W's deck. I haven't pulled up the deck list quite yet. I can do that just to make sure. But I would imagine it's there, and if we find it, this is going to be a big problem. Quicksand also insane, obviously, here. And this matchup, especially versus Ari, really, really good. Another Sivir is not something we need. Gleaming Lantern already is past its shelf life. It's not something we need at this stage in the game. We do pick another Sivir though. This is interesting.
Business as usual.
This might just be a little bit of insurance for LW looking at the board, thinking that he generally has the pieces he needs. He has his Sivir, he has his Akshan. He didn't like his other options, and just in case the unthinkable happens, the second Sivir is a little bit of insurance, because it looks like in Flicker's list, we actually have Scorched Earth,
Okay.
which is an unusual tech
Yes.
card, I would say.
I would expect the might if I see this combo. I would expect the might. Now, well, you took a look into Flicker's list. I took a look into 4W's list, and if I'm telling you he's playing a 3-off lineup, what card do you think of?
A 3-of lineup. Probably Quicksand would be my first inclination in this meta.
Okay, you would be very wrong. So Mr. 4LW is playing a triple Rainbow Fish lineup. So he's playing Fizz Aphelios with 3 main deck Rainbow Fish. He's playing this Akshan Sivir list with 3 main deck Rainbow Fish. And he's playing Udyr. Yeah, just Udyr. With 3 main deck Rainbow Fish. My dude is on the 3 Rainbow Fish lineup. I love it.
Told you to stay.
If it works, it works.
Elusive is a powerful keyword.
Wait, we did not hit the Nexus once, we just full cleared the board?
A
Alright.
very strong Ricochet.
That is an insane Ricochet. Okay, this game is so over. Quicksand can be used offensively, by the way, in this deck, because you can get rid of opponents' elusives, for example. Just take away their keywords.
Yeah, with the Rainbow Fish on Sivir, elusive is a keyword your opponent needs to be able to block. However, choosing to hold it in hand and just continue pressuring the board, probably at 18 health, feeling pretty okay to keep the game at a moderate pace and wait for this Akshan Horde to pop, giving him the options he needs, that very powerful 0 mana card to close out the game.
And there we go. Just get a bit more damage in this turn already. Draw another card. It just looks so
I'm a
doomed.
woman of principle. Mine is kill and get paid.
And there's the Sivir level up, meaning the entire board next turn is going to be
Elusive.
hard to block,
My search is over.
hard to target.
Now I hunt.
Yeah. I mean, besides the double attack,
Here I am.
the elusive part of, Sivir Ionia, Sivir Akshan Ionia, or Sivir Z Ionia, was already insane, right? You could just make your whole board elusive for 1 mana with a flipped Sivir, and now you have to spend a bit more mana, but again, you also get those stats. You get the Rainbow Fish that comes back into your hand when Sivir dies, so you have to invest more mana, but you have more value with the Rainbow Fish. And look at this! We also just casually generated.
A Tiana
Yeah.
Crown Guard.
Yeah, let's go rally, huh? Wait, this is so broken. Because we can also, again, take away the elusive from Ari with that quicksand. Yeah, so just rally of our randomly generated card with Telescope. Oh my god, is Bandle City back? Is this just the new Bandle City?
This is it. It seems like the Fae and Attach package has gotten a lot of attention recently between the Fizz Aphelios decks and now apparently a variation of Sivir Akshan looking to use those same tools.
Yeah, very, very cool. I mean, before, the Bandle City randomness came in and absolutely destroyed people, but it was used in decks that, in my opinion, were a bit more boring, maybe. So if you remember the Bandle trees, for example, they also could pull some really insane outs with Conch, for example. But here, just pulling like some crazy epics can also be used for decks that usually have a more strict game plan, right? So we actually have a win condition here that we want to push forward in a lot of Bandle tree decks, for example. Yes, the Bandle tree was a win condition, but when we searched for cards with Conch or with, for example, the now nerfed Telescope, we weren't really searching for any specific things, and here we do a bit more. Now, it is necessary to say that actually in this deck, this wasn't even a main decked Telescope, right? This was a discovered Telescope.
This was a discovered telescope.
So, Face Sprout, again, also really insane card, has proven itself to be really, really good. Was played early on, to be fair, but has lost a bit of its power, obviously, once the Tristana deck got nerfed and was not played anymore. But now it came back in these attached decks, which are also really strong. And it leads to some frustrating plays, I imagine, for anyone who plays against it. Because, again, we just see randomly generated into Tiana. That is absolutely insane.
Yes, that's 2 layers of RNG, and it's something a lot of competitive players have touched on. Is sometimes Telescope creates these frustrating moments, but I think for the general audience, the more casual players, the viewers, it also creates very exciting moments. And I think the exciting outweighs the frustrating by enough that after the 3 mana nerf to Loping Telescope, it's become a bit of an okay card.
Okay. It is an okay card. Yes, I do completely agree. I mean, if we compare to another card that could potentially give you one of these low-cost invokes, for example, if you compare it to the Fangs, it is kind of fair. The Fangs, okay, it costs 1 mana more, but you get a lifesteal alongside of it. That said, the ability to get those epics can be really insane. And yes, it's, I think, not really main deckable anymore, just because it's 3 mana now. But again, if you discover it through something like Face Sprout, or even through Maya, it is still really good. Now, unfortunately, Maya has also, gone down in playability since not only the Bandle Tree deck got nerfed, but also, again, the Tristana and the Lulu, Yordles and Arms decks all got hit almost in the same patch, over 2 patches, and now Maya unfortunately also does not see any more play. Or maybe fortunately, because I think Maya pissed a lot of
Maybe
people off as well.
fortunately. Maybe fortunately.
I mean, we never know. Maybe he finds his way back, just like Bandle City apparently found its way back into the attached lineup, the full attached lineup of 4LW. I'm excited to see more games of 4LW. I hope 4LW makes it into the top cut, because I desperately want to see what this Udyr attached deck is all about, and if it's good. Because Udyr also is a card that a lot of people have been saying is really, really strong after the buff, after the patch now. But I've never seen a deck quite like this. I think before we go into break, I just want to show this really, really quickly on stream. Look at this. This is just Mono Udyr, Vulpine Wanderer, so we don't even play Hero Ulcia or anything like that. We play Inner Beast, which is the new card that gives +1/+1, plus creates a stance. Also really, really cool card that brings a lot of value and is a new combat trick for a region like Freyot that hasn't gotten too many combat tricks lately after Troll Chan. Now, we have a ton of protection in here. Not only within the Beast, we also have one of Elixir of Iron, we have triple Troll Chant, we have Battle Fury, which can be used offensively as well as defensively. We have 1/3 Sisters. But outside of that, we have a lot of phase again. We can swarm the board. We have Yordle Square early on to also provide us with a bit of value, provide us with a few buffs. Also, that plays into the Assistant Librarian. We have a few more cards that can target that. Assistant Librarian, obviously great with stances as well. We have the Gleaming Lantern to go for some insane tempo swings. And then again, we have a triple Rainbow Fish and a triple Face Sprout, potentially to get even more Rainbow Fishes. Or Papercraft Dragon.
Yeah, and it looks like this lineup from 4LW really keyed in on the strength of the Fey package that we'd been seeing in the Aphelios Fey decks, the Gleaming Lantern, Grandfather Fey, Assistant Librarian, and the attach units, where you're able to play for not just good tempo, but thanks to things like Librarian, Conchologist, and the fact that attach units come back to your hand if you lose the unit that they're on, you're playing a pretty strong value game as well. And 4LW perhaps recognizing the flexibility of that package and pairing it in three different ways to enable win conditions, either through Absolver or through Overwhelm Stance from Udyr, and it's a very interesting take, and I'd like to see how he performs as the day goes on.
Took the words right off my mouth. Really excited to see more of this, but for now, we are going to go to a short break, and after we are back, we are here with round 2 of Swiss. Again, viewers, prepare for a long one. We have a long tournament with 8 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 8 cut. So quite a bunch of games still to be played. We see you after this break. All right, real quick, we are just hopping into apparently one game that was still going in round one. Yes, the 50-minute time limit is gonna be played out here. It appears by Gamers Blaze versus Samsons, and we see Fizzafilios versus Victor Ezreal. Bandersel the PNZ. This is an evolution of the Heimer Ezreal that we've seen, and it appears that we do have the health lead on Gamers Ablaze side, but looking at the board, there's a leveled Ezreal. There is about to be a leveled Victor pretty soon, and that Victor already has Impact, Elusive, and Challenger.
That is a fearsome Victor indeed.
Oh yeah, fearsome too.
Although the Hush in hand from Gamers Ablaze going to come in very strong. To try to stop some of that incoming keyword damage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Because we don't even have to swing with this Victor. Right now, looking at the hand, we can chill a bit. We have a lot of removal. We have a leveled Ezreal on the board. Do we roll? Faded is not the best keyword in this deck, to be honest. It's a bit better than other Victor decks, but you see here is that Victor flips now. Everything is going to become a bit cheaper. We try to remove this. Now, we could Guiding Touch here. I think saving Guiding Touch for the face is not a good option. I think we should definitely try to somehow get through and deal the last little bit of damage, because if we give Victor Ezreal more time, they are going to eventually just win.
Yeah, preserving the board here. Especially with the Grandfather Fae and that draw of Gleaming Lantern, giving Gamers Ablaze a chance to try to go wide enough to push through some damage. But this second Conchologist manifested removal spell from Sam Sands.
Now we know why this game went on so long. We have just two Bandersel value machines going up against each other. Two decks that just, throw resources at each other while creating new resources. All right, what do we get here? Oh no, not another conch. Please, spare me. No, it's a Mystic Shot. Okay. Do want to close up this game, but the Hush actually is going to take care of the Victor here. And I don't know if I agree with this. I don't think his spell sheet is good. That said, with the Mystic Shot that Ezreal now generates, the spell sheet might be just worth, 2 HP. Just so keeping the Gleaming Lantern alive definitely also a play. And again, now both hands are empty. 1 unit on the board for each player. And the Nexus health bleed is gone for Gamers Ablaze. Has to find something like Pokestick, for example, go in again. Maybe try and find Face Sprout? Aphelios?
Aphelios is possibly the best draw we could have seen.
When on the other side, okay, so we don't find anything that could remove the Aphelios. We could find like a big blocker. Double tap. Not really what we want to find here, right?
No.
Okay, we go for next turn. I agree with this. We get the Pogestay. But this is going to be a tough turn because we could potentially just give Aphelios Overwhelm. Try to swing in. Threaten lethal. Give him lifesteal.
And
Okay.
Find peace in the quiet, Fel. It's just us.
So if we would have given Aphelios Overwhelm, Samson could have just blocked with his 2-2. Take 3.
I am with you.
I like this play from the lifesteal. He knows there's one 6+ cost card in Samson's hand, and he's going to be taking the Ezreal and Mystic Shot damage. So trying to keep himself at a high enough health total to get another attack token before the leveled Ezreal Nexus damage can seal the game.
And this was potentially the best card you could have top decked here. The Pokey Stick to get another Fear Spell, but yeah, with leveled Ezreal, this game was about to end.
The sun will.
It's really tough, you know. Ezreal decks in a late game, especially Ezreal decks that have more value generation if they play Bandle City, are really hard to deal with, and we saw it here. Now, again, there was basically almost no way you could win this anymore. Especially, he didn't see it, or they didn't see it. But on the other side, we had like an insane draw, obviously, with the progress.
The progress day.
Yeah, all the resources in the world. It's just tough to deal with. And I really like this deck. I really like the Victor Ezreal deck. Because it is also a deck that not only can generate a lot of value, but can also have some really explosive turns. I think Victor actually enabled some of these more value-oriented decks to have a bit more explosivity. To be able to, you know, get a Victor on turn 4 on board, and now all of a sudden, you're already putting your opponent on the clock. Because if they don't remove this Victor, in a couple of turns, he might grow to a giant elusive threat, or might grow to a giant overrun threat, can actually get spell sheet by himself, and if you run Bandle City, you're gonna have enough created cards to buff the Victor's attack into high heavens.
Yeah, it's especially in Bandle City with the trinket trades, the conchologists, it only takes 2, maybe 3 turns of Victor getting keywords that you like to see for him to become something that the opponent just has to answer. And if they're investing their time and resources in answering your Victor, it's giving you the time you want to continue generating that value so you can play to your secondary win condition like a leveled Ezreal.
Yeah,
So it's kind of a two-pronged strategy. It's threatening on its own and also is facilitating later game strategies that you want to employ.
yeah, and usually when we see this deck, the later game strategy, for example, is the Shell Folk, right? This is, I think, a Glorious Evolution deck. Some people actually don't play Glorious Evolution, some do. And since you play Pharaoh's Financier anyways, you might just, you know, get the Glorious Evolution off of Financier. Financier is such a great card because all of a sudden you don't have to run or main deck big win conditions like Glorious Evolution. You're just, okay, you know what? I'm gonna manifest that anyways. Why would I main deck it?
Yeah, it might be Glorious Evolution, it might be Give It All, share those lovely keywords and stats that Victor has generated for you. Really, the sky's the limit with Pharaoh's Financier.
Yeah,
That's-
and while we were talking, I actually pulled up the deck, and we see here that is the Curious Shellfolk. We don't have a main deck, Glorious Evolution, but again, this deck has a lot of value, and it's really tough for like an Aphelios deck to contend with this. Yes, Aphelios by himself also has a lot of value, but Aphelios is also not that hard to remove for this deck because we see here we have the Sun Fumes, we have Mystic Shots, Pokey Sticks, Thermal Beam. We actually have a main deck Death Ray, which is really interesting, again, because it flips the Victor a bit faster. Really, really cool deck. And I think it is one of the most underrated decks on ladder right now. We've seen it already with the Ezreal Heimerdinger. This region combination with the new Ezreal is really insane. Just because, for example, if Ezreal's leveled and you put a bunch of Pokey Sticks and Mystic Shots on the stack, you're dealing insane amounts of damage already.
Yeah, the cast play change has been very kind to Ezreal. I think not just because now that there are situations where you can get burst lethal. I don't think that's as big a deal as some people make it out to be, but things like Vile Feast or Glimpse Beyond or your own removal can no longer deny Ezreal's level triggers. So after 6 targets, Ezreal will be leveled and he will be a threat. And that's the kind of inevitability that these value generating decks love to see.
Yeah, that is completely true. So before, denying Ezreal a couple of stacks was basically part of the course. This was something that was ingrained into players once they, had a bit of experience playing against Ezreal. And for example, denying like at least one Ezreal level up trigger from Static Shock or both was something we've seen regularly. We've seen, as you mentioned, Val feasting your own unit, using Glimpse Beyond, using single combat, anything that kills a unit before the Ezreal stack goes through. But now, for example, something like Static Shock, which is also a card that outside of Ezreal Caitlyn, we haven't really seen in a long time. Now, in Ezreal decks, is making a comeback because you just put it on the stack and it's 2 stacks for Ezreal, and your opponent can't do anything about it. And Ezreal levels up incredibly fast nowadays. Now, before Ezreal was nerfed, in the first iteration of Ezreal that we've seen, when we played the beta, for example, we have had that Ezreal had to have 8 targets for the level up. But back then, he also dealt 2 damage to the opponent's nexus, even if you didn't target the unit. If you played any spell, you dealt 2 damage to the opponent's nexus. Now you do need to do that. But I think it might be time to look at Ezreal again and see, hey, maybe just targeting opponent units 6 times if it can't be denied is a bit strong.
Yeah, maybe, since a lot of the times it was typical to be able to stop one of his triggers throughout a game. Maybe 7 is the correct number now that that's not possible. 8 might be a bit too much. It's been a while since we've seen Ezreal really do his thing, and I wouldn't want to be overreactionary to that. But I do feel with the number of decks that have come out looking to employ this newly empowered Ezreal, it's something to watch.
It is. But, you know what? Riot said they kind of made, some preparations. They said, hey, we actually looked at a lot of the champions before we did the patch. So I trust that they also looked at Ezreal and were like, yeah, it's probably fine. And he doesn't feel like too overpowered. But even in the future, this is becoming an insane problem. They already said, hey, we are ready to nerf cards. We are ready to go in and change things that, were affected by this patch or by this play cast change. Now, also, Victor, again, really important in this deck, just because he makes things that Curious Shellfolk gets once he's leveled even cheaper. And as I mentioned, is also another thing that puts your opponent on the clock and is really insane to push the pace of a game, where before this deck didn't really have something like that going for itself. It now has, and Victor has proven himself to be a really strong unit that even without the support of something like Ballistic Bot, which is a card that recently, I would say took a hit for Victor. Victor can also, work without Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, and especially we can see it from decks like this with the pranks from Otterpuss, Conchologist, Trinket Trade, the one of main decked Death Ray. Um, there's a lot of ways to facilitate Victor without necessarily having to play Ballistic Bot, and I think the choice to not play Ballistic Bot here uh, is smart, and I'm I'm hoping not too many people catch on to this because I am not personally a fan of playing too much Shellfolk on ladder.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple big Shellfolk fans, in the LOR community. I'm also not one of them. I also don't want to queue into Shellfolk, to be honest. It's always a matchup where, like, okay, I have to keep up enough mana to kill Shellfolk, because if they ever have Shellfolk living for more than one interaction, this game is probably out of my hand. But I think we stalled enough. Again, this was what we saw the last game of round 1 still, so we had to stall you guys till round 2 somehow, because we didn't want to go into another break. So I hope you all enjoyed this very, very long talk about Ezreal Victor. And now we're going to jump into something different. We're going to jump into Salty Simon's lineup, who we're going to spectating for round number 2. And he is playing against Karashi. So we actually have an EU matchup between 2 very good EU players, 2 seasonal players, and 2 players that, are bringing lineups that you should be on the lookout for your seasonal lineup. And we're going to start with Salty Simon, who again has brought what is by now the Simon Classic, Zillion Echo.
Yeah, you know it, you love it. It predicts many times.
Predicts,
It's
yes, many times. You would say, I would almost say it always knows what it draws next.
yeah, this deck was it's been around for a few seasons now, but hadn't been seeing too much success um, when it was first emerging. Um, but perhaps the meta has become more favorable for it, or people have become more experienced with the deck and understand its play patterns and the decisions that you have to make between each of your predicts and how to sequence everything properly. And it's been performing well for players like Simon, who have put in the work to really learn the deck in and out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is Simon actually bringing comfort at this point, because it is not really as strong as it was just last meta before the patch. I don't know for sure why, but I do think that it is still a good deck, and it can still bring you a couple wins if you are very experienced with the deck. I think it's a really good deck, and as you mentioned, I think it's gotten better now that people have some experience on the deck. And this is something that Simon, Broken Ball, and others said. This deck is really hard to play, and its win rate goes up immensely if you know how to play the deck. I feel like the win rate on Runeterra AR, just last patch, was way worse than the deck actually performed in the hands of someone like Simon and Broken Ball. So I'm always really excited to see Simon play this, because I think we all, like, we two, we casters, you viewers, we can all learn from Simon on how to play this deck and how to really get those W's with it. Well, let's look at the next deck. It's going to be Fizz Aphelios. This is a deck that we've already seen quite a bunch of times today, and we've only seen one round. And now we see it again. Now, this version plays main deck 2 Rainbow Fish, 2 Papercraft Dragons, so it's a bit different from For All W's list. But also plays, obviously, Triple Fae Sprout, has a Gleaming Lantern, the Grandfather Fae synergy, and this is a really strong deck. With those attached units, you can get some value that returns. Just like Aphelios, you have more and more value, but you also have some alternative win conditions other than just to outvalue your opponents with Aphelios.
Yeah, and something I've noticed in quite a few of the Bandle City lists that we've seen today is 1 or 2 copies of this Wallop card that I think players have chosen because Pantheon has been such a strong presence in the meta, and access to stopping one incredibly strong unit's attack has become very valuable.
Yeah, Wallop is a card that when it was released, everyone was saying, hey, that is such a good champion spell. Gnar is so insane. Not only does he have good stats, generates you Pokesticks, also Wallop is a really good champion spell. And then some people realized, hey, Wallop is just a good card. And we've seen it, I think, first in Darkness, where people main decked 1 or 2 Wallops instead of, for example, something like Minimorph, because they realized, hey, I don't need to spend 6 mana, I just need 1 more turn. Or I just need to stall out this 1 attack, and I probably win from here on out. All right, but let's take a look at the third deck. And what we have here is Ziggs Taliyah again. This is one of the strongest decks on ladder right now. Makes really good use of how good and hard to interact landmarks are currently. And also plays something like the buffed Quicksand. Now there's only a 2-of, but it's still insanely strong in this deck to either give you some finishing power or to stall out your opponent to get your last swing in, or to get your Ziggs triggers in and finish the game. This list has been playing one of Arsenal for a while, but we've also seen lists without Arsenal at all. Usually, when it was played, I think we've seen like 2 or 3 of Arsenals even in the past. But Arsenal, not really the card you need to finish the game. Now it's again big tool against other mid-range decks, big tool against control decks. But you can win most of those matchups without ever seeing the arsenal on your hand.
Yeah. And something that this deck does, I think, a bit better than some of the other decks running Quicksand is Quicksand has sort of, in its new form, become seen as this very strong defensive option, almost like a Shuriman Hush, where you're able to stop aggression from your opponent. But in this deck, with Endless Devout or Desert Naturalist making Rock Bears, you can use Quicksand to just win 2 combats on the board to preserve your units and just win that way.
Yeah.
It's very possible for this deck to just have good units that you haven't killed yet and continue to attack you.
Yeah, Quicksand is also an offensive tool, right? Takes away fearsome blockers, wins you combats, which then, enables you to win on the following attack token turn. Because again, this deck has obviously a few power plays where you can build a very, very strong board in a couple of turns. For example, again, Endless Devout. Once that dies, you have Desert Naturalist. All of a sudden, you have a 5-3, 5-4, and a 2-4. Really strong play. But also Endless Devout, right off Arcane, can make for some insane tempo swings. And Endless Devout is such a hard card to play around, because most of the time your opponent does not want to kill this. But sometimes they just have to. It's also a fearsome blocker, it deals 3 damage.
It's hard to block it, it's hard to attack into it. It's a real sticky situation.
Yes, it's a really, really tough situation. And it's really tough to play around this. Now, it's a bit easier, in my opinion, to play around this in this deck than to play around this, for example, in Mono Shurima. But, again, this is just one of the best decks that we currently have on ladder. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was banned. Now, we haven't seen Karashi's lineup, so we don't know for sure what is going to be banned here. This is also like a case where, do you ban just the strongest deck in Simon's lineup? Do you ban maybe even Zillion Echo because Simon is so insane on that deck? I wouldn't ban Physophilios most of the time. I'm going to be real with you here. The deck has been performing today, but I wouldn't say I'm a hater. I'm a doubter, okay?
You're a doubter.
I'm a doubter, okay? Whenever I see Physophilios, I'm like, is it really that good? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't believe it. Anyways, let's see if Karashi believes it, because either he banned that or Taliyah, because we see Salty Simon now on, his favorite deck currently. We see him on the Zillion Echo up against Mono Shurima. So we have a Shuriman matchup here in front of us. And there we go, Mono Shurima.
And
the one deck I also did not want to see today. But it's still good. Unfortunately, it's still good.
And unfortunately for Simon, not the hand you want to see drawing 2 drop borders. Usually you prefer them to come out when you predict them for 0 mana.
Oh, yeah. Usually, almost all the time. I think maybe there are like some cases where against Pirate Aggro, you're like, okay, you know what? If I have this on turn 1 and 1/3 blocker on turn 1 is pretty nice. But yeah, outside of that, it's really tough. And then we see the new tech already in Mono Shurima. We are now actually playing a few cards that help us tick down and get a bit faster to the Exodia turn. We just flip the Sun Disc, flip all our champions to level 3, and probably win the game either the turn after or 2 turns after. That is obviously because the Sun Disc got nerfed, where it now only gets 9 ticks of countdown once it sees an ascended champion level. Which still means that you can probably, even without clockwork, you can probably flip it on turn 8 or 7.5. But if you want to flip it on turn 6, you do have to play the Clockwork Curator now.
You do need that Clockwork Curator. And the double Fallen Feline already paying off for Simon as he's predicted into his first Hexite Crystal.
Very strong card, especially because outside of the Endless Devout, a lot of the followers that Karashi plays are actually 1 or 2 health. So we can pretty easily almost clear the entire board of like small blockers and then just swing in. And we kind of need to at this point because, again, this game is going to end in a couple of turns. I like that Simon just passes back here. No need to use the Exile Crystal already. Can wait till Karashi maybe just drops a few more small blockers on the board, get a bit more value out of it.
Yeah, and here we see Simon with a very wide board already. Echo, not quite leveled yet, but it's never far off.
Yeah, if we look at this Echo, he is 3 out of 4, and we have the Pharaoh Prescience in the deck. Pharaoh Prescience also a card that maybe was intended for Lurk, because we do see Exercise on here, maybe even Rek'Sai, I don't know for sure. Never really saw play in that deck. I think it was actually played as a 1-off or 2-off in the beginning, but quickly, you know, got phased out of Lurk. But now, in Echo, it does make some sense.
Yeah. And that Rite of the Arcane is going to force Simon to use that Prescience to shuffle the Chrono Breaks into his deck.
Unfortunately, he's not going to get this Echo back because we can't get the Chrono Break this turn. Which again is tough, but it's fine. If we find a Chrono Break, more importantly, if we find Voice of the Risen, this is a really, really threatening situation here. Now, I would still full swing here probably, even though we don't have a Voices right now, just to push the damage. But we really need to find it in the next couple of turns because it really makes this board so explosive, so big. And I think it's even more important than finding another Echo.
Unless something unusual happened, Simon did see the Voices of the Risen in the Predict, and I can't imagine he would have chosen anything else over it in this situation.
This or any situation. No. Okay, yeah, there are some situations where you might want to find an Echo really desperately, but yeah. Voice of the Risen here is going to come in clutch, it's going to buff up this board. On the other side, we don't really have anything we can do this turn outside of playing Xerath. Yeah, this is basically our only play here. And Xerath is unfortunately not going to kill anything. It's actually going to hit one of those 3/3s. Man, Xerath seems balanced if he's not flipped by turn 6.
From this point of view, it almost looks like Xerath is a balanced card. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you wouldn't think of him as a big 5/9 that obliterates your entire board.
And this quicksand from Karashi is going to keep them alive, but ever so slightly.
Ooh, this is a really interesting play. So the one thing about Xerath is that he will actually, even though he is still in the stasis statue, because then Max tick down from left to right, it's kind of like the tick down at the same time. So he will even use the countdown from the other landmark and shoot another unit. It will still only deal the 1 damage, so this kills basically only 1 unit still. But in other situations, it might have been something that mattered. Oh, Time Trick is insane here. This could find us a rally. Now, Karashi obviously knows that at this point, he's dead to rally. But he's dead to so many things. We can't even really play around the rally. I think if you keep mana up for this Rite of Negation, you just die to the open attack next turn.
Yeah, with very few options in hand. I mean, thanks to the Preservarium counting down, Xerath is going to pick off that second drop border at the start of the turn, and with 2 blockers and a quicksand.
Okay, we do survive. You're right. We do survive.
We might survive, although with pass here. Okay, just the burst pass from Roiling Sands. Karashi recognizing that as long as Simon doesn't play additional units. Oh,
Oh. Okay. Oh, wait, we are so dead to anything now. But the time bomb is a beautiful finish because this is
choosing
actually the one thing that Karashi could have not played around. Good guy Simon, you know, he's like, you didn't make a mistake. You could have played around this anyways.
choosing to end the game with the time bomb. That's number one. Interested to see which deck we'll be seeing next from Simon to get a clue into what Karashi's ban strategy was going into this.
I would imagine that you're fine playing against, that more fine playing against Fisaphilios than you are maybe against playing Ziggs Taliyah. But we will see. I'm also very interested. It appears I am incredibly mistaken, and Ziggs Taliyah is going to be playing against Mono Shurima here. All right, this is a really interesting matchup. Two heavy landmark-dependent decks, both, you know, playing Shurima here. Very, very, very similar hands most of the time. But in this case, we actually have a really good early game hand from Karashi, while Simon is a bit on the slower side right now.
Watch your head.
Yeah, Karashi taking the aggressive swing.
Yeah, and already both champions in hand. I mean,
Yeah,
the problem for the Ziggs Taliyah deck is this is potentially a really, really solid Sun Disc flip.
it is potentially, but without the Soothsayer in hand from Karashi, the Desert Naturalist in Simon's hand. And wow, the Soothsayer top deck from Karashi.
All right, we did, okay. To be fair, it's not only a Soothsayer. We also had the right of negation, right?
Yeah.
And right of negation is also actually pretty nice. Like, for example, yes, you trade 4 mana for 4 mana, but your opponent just played like a 4 mana 2 for trying to destroy something of yours, and you're just fine. Explosive Minefield here to stop the Ziggs from dying. He's gonna get pretty low though, so we have to be a bit careful. Now, would you still swing in here, 3-1, taking out the Ziggs? Or would you keep it as blockers? This is a really hard decision here.
This is... From Karashi's point of view, I'm not sure with that Ziggs and that Minefield I'm ever winning before I level the Sun Disc. So taking a more defensive approach, preserving his blockers. And now the leveled Taliyah on the Preservarium, generating good value for Simon.
Yeah, also this flips Ziggs next turn. Because once both of those Preservarians count down, Ziggs is going to be immediately flipped. Takes a really safe attack here. I imagine there was a turn where we could have attacked with Ziggs, and there was only 1 health blockers on the other side. I imagine we didn't take that attack on Simon's side because we were afraid of the right of negation. It's still something you have to be afraid of. But for example, this right of negation can stop like every Taliyah and Ziggs trigger and potentially lead to some good trades for the other side, where they are then able to kill your Ziggs or Taliyah on the following attack token turn of theirs. Now Simon has played this really, really patiently and is potentially gonna get rewarded for it.
Yeah. And an extra large Golden Ambassador buff Zerath comes down.
I always feel bad saying it, but I don't mean it. I don't mean it like I say, but like in Xerov's level 1 LOR art, he looks extra large.
He does look
This is a bit chunky.
very big. It's a
Very,
very,
very big.
very zoomed in picture.
Alright, this is a really tough turn to play for Karashi here. You can't really trade off the Ziggs. You can only trade off a 3-1 here, but that potentially enables Salty Simon to just redevelop next turn with another unit. I don't know if you even go for anything here, or if you just let this one go. It looks like we're going to let this one go, and we're just going to kill Ziggs with the right off the arcane. Yeah, I think attacking here is just not really achieving anything.
Yeah,
You can only
and
trade even or down.
Karashi, recognizing that that Rockhopper tapped Simon below the 2 mana he would have had to have Hourglass to protect the Ziggs there. And taking that opportunity, even at the cost of a mana gem to remove him from the board, helps keep you a little bit safe from the possible burn damage that would otherwise be coming. Now, he just has to worry about Taliyah and Rock Bears attacking.
Yeah, and in the future, we already see it, also the one-off Arsenal. And this might be a game where Simon actually needs it and finds it. And it could be a potential huge win condition if it gets spell shield, because we currently do not see any quicksand in hand. So if it gets something like elusive, overwhelm, scout, it could get
All
us
of
there.
those fun keywords.
All of them at once. How about one of each, you know? Let's go. Usually it gets lifesteal whenever I play against it and my opponent is on like 3 HP. I'm like, okay, and next attack token turn, I'm gonna win this game. They slam down the Arsenal and yeah. It always has lifesteal somehow.
And taking a fairly risky block with the Zerath on the Rock Bear, recognizing that perhaps because of their hand state, they don't have as many of the tools as they'd like to have, so trying to preserve as much life this turn as possible. Confident that they have the Hourglass if they have to save Zerath.
Now, this would play into an Absolver, but the thing here is, Simon has Absolver. Probably would commit to either go for lethal, or just not committed because he's too afraid of a quicksand. So I actually like this block.
Yeah, calculated risk, but a very measured response from Simon in respecting that 4 mana possibly being quicksand. Of course, he doesn't have the Absolver.
Here's the big question. Next turn, we can actually prepare the Sundisk flip. Is it going to be enough though? So if we play Asia and we play the Hourglass on either Asia or Xerath, once the turn goes over back to Simon, we're going to have a huge Sundisk flip.
Oh,
But by then, Simon also has a huge board with an arsenal, and I don't even know if a flipped Sundisk is going to be enough for the open attack that Simon is going to be able to mount up.
oh, and quicksand being the final card that Karashi is drawing from their actual deck before the Emperor's deck takes its place.
Alright.
That's gotta be reassuring to see.
Okay, do we get Spell Shield though? No! Oh, we don't get Spell Shield. Oh, Quicksand is gonna be massive next turn. Alright, also decides Screw it, I'm gonna flip the Sun this very turn. Gonna get myself a board alongside of it. And we can see the game slipping out of Simon's hands.
Witness glory eternal. Bear witness to the only true ascended.
Yeah, without the Absolver to be able to recommit keywords onto that arsenal.
It looks pretty doomed. So Xerath is gonna kill the 2/4, which is fine.
Forward, my army.
It still leaves us with not enough attackers to close out the game, though.
But the Roiling Sands and the Ziggs in hand means that with the right top deck, or possibly a find off of the Taliyah champion spell, Simon could be looking for a burn win condition here.
Stone Weaving is a really, really interesting card because it basically manifests from such a wide pool
It is time.
that you can actually, get a potential win out of it.
And Simon saying he wants as much of his board next turn as possible, since even one unblocked unit represents one less landmark he needs to find that burn lethal with the Ziggs in hand.
Is it time for the offensive quicksand? Probably not. Oh, okay, I like this. And we play Ziggs now. And this makes it really awkward for opponent to develop more blockers. Yes. Very good player from Simon.
Arnie, what you got for me, pal? Just got this one in. It's called the Bombardier.
Now, the one thing is that we obviously know that on the other side, there is at least one more right of the game. We actually have two on Karashi's side. But because you draw both remaining champions in the deck, Soldier Simon knows that potentially his 5/3 is going to die here, and he's still going to be left with 3 attacking units. But Ziggs is a bit more valuable than the 5/3 at this point. Alright, and there we see it. Just as I said, was sure to come down. Now, do we answer with our own Rider of the Arcane to ping down the 2/4, deal 2 more damage? And potentially have one extra attacker? Or one more attacker than our opponent has blockers? Apparently we don't go for that, we just swing in now. This is tough to play, but I would potentially consider killing this 2/4 here. Looking at the hand of Karashi, we do have a couple of answers. We have the Rite of Negation. We can redevelop, but redeveloping is a bit awkward because one Riding Sense will still be on the board here. Also, this would potentially give us more chances to get Spell Shield on our arsenal. I like this. Let's go. Obviously, Simon doesn't know what's in Karashi's hand, but I feel like at this point, you kind of okay, my opponent has to have a quicksand. At least one of them. So going for a really safe play here, trying to get the arsenal, the spell shield. Now on Karashi's side, I think it's time for a Rite of Negation. I don't think you can let this happen.
I don't think you can afford to either.
Alright, there goes the Rite of Negation, and that is negating Simon's hopes and dreams. Because, again, this would have given another keyword to the arsenal. This would have given 2 Nexus damage from the Ziggs, and we would have removed the blocker from the opponent's spot. So this would have been awesome. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen here. But what this means is that now Xerath is going to die for sure, because we can't get rid of the Taliyah stones that are going to fly in Xerath's face. And unfortunately, even though Xerath is a being made out of pure magic, it's going to die here. It turns out a rock to the face is a rock to the face. Doesn't matter if you're human or not.
Yeah. And Simon perhaps choosing not to attack with the Ziggs, recognizing the threat of quicksand and wanting to keep him for the possibility of that burn lethal for exactly this situation.
Yeah, I think we kind of knew that Simon had the read on quicksand when Simon chose against open attacking, or when Simon chose to play the Rite of Arcane to potentially get the spell shield. So we kind of knew that Simon was playing around it, but he played around it very, very well. Now, he is not dead to the open attack quite yet, because he has quicksand of his own. But since this is a burst speed spell that summons a copy of a unit, he is going to be dead to the open attack here. Well, it turns out, even if you don't have Broken Xerath, the Emperor's deck also has a few really good cards.
A few really good cards, and...
Oh, and the sad part is we are actually one off lethal. Two off lethal. Like one Ziggs trigger of lethal.
Yeah, and that'll be game 2 going to Karashi.
Alright. That means we have a series, everyone. It's gonna be interesting because I don't know what Karashi's next deck is. Has been playing Mono Shurima now for 2 games. Has to be a deck that would lose to Fizz Aphelios. Or it's a deck that completely destroys Ziggs Taliyah. There has to be a reason why Ziggs Taliyah wasn't banned, even though it's one of the best decks in the game right now. And okay, now we know the reason. And the reason is that we are hopping into a mirror. Let's go. This is another Shurima landmark mirror. Oh, those are exciting and boring at the same time almost. Because we have some really insane plays that can happen in these mirrors. But we also, you know, have a bunch of landmarks that are just going to hit the board, and there's not going to be much interaction between them.
Yeah. Leading with the ancient preparation. Both players looking to just spend the early turns getting some landmarks into play, get their champions level conditions happening, and in a couple of turns they're going to start really fighting for control of the board, and I'm interested to see who comes out on top.
So right now we have 2 Ziggs already in the hand here for Karashi, which is really, really good. That said, Taliyah is a real threat that currently Karashi does not have, and Taliyah really helps you fight for the board, right? If you are going for trades, quicksand is always something you have to think about. With Taliyah, you have to think about it a little less. For example, this Ziggs now, if we have a flip Taliyah, is going to be likely taken down by that Taliyah.
Yeah, Karashi perhaps not too concerned with losing the first Zig, since they do have the second.
Okay, so Ziggs is just a tool to push some damage. Poor Ziggs. Nah, never mind. It's what he wanted. It's what he would have wanted. Go out in a blaze of glory.
One for you and one for you.
Okay, so I don't play this deck all too much. How important in the mirror is pushing early damage?
It's fairly important. Usually in the mirror, the first one who's able to seriously threaten an attack that would be Absolver lethal is the one that forces their opponent to use their reactive cards first. And if you exhaust those resources from your opponent before they exhaust your resources. Your following attacks is usually what allows you to close out the game. Especially with that Herald of the Magus in hand from Karashi. That's really going to put a lot of pressure on Simon once it comes down, if Karashi has time to get it and Taliyah down um, after this very tempo positive swing from Simon.
Yeah, the
Removing the
Taliyah
zigs, pushing damage.
is so insane, as you mentioned, to get those traits in your favor. Quicksand can't really interact with the shards, but you also don't want to spend something like a Rite of Negation just on one Taliyah attack. And now Simon is in control of the board. Has vulnerable on the Taliyah though, and what we just said about the Taliyah being able to trade off units really safely also applies obviously to Karashi, who has his own Taliyah, which can threaten Simon's Taliyah. And we do have an answer in the hand here with the Ancient Hourglass, but
That
it
is-
feels bad to use it that way.
That is a possible play. However, it is a very scary play,
You take 6, yeah.
as if Karashi had the Absolver in hand, making that play is resigning yourself to taking 14 damage.
I mean, we're already taking 6 if we do go for it, but this Taliyah is so important because we can threaten the same thing on the other turn, right? So we save our Taliyah now, and because this Taliyah also vulnerable, we can just threaten the Taliyah with our Taliyah next turn. So it's really a back and forth here, and it's all enabled by the card, or the created card I hate the most, okay? I've recently began to be a big hater of it. Roiling Sands. I absolutely despise Roiling Sands.
Another explosion!
It went from a card, or from a landmark that we only saw from the Rockhopper, to now also being played with the Unraveled Earth. And as a mid-range player, I've recently began to really despise it.
It's why is it always there? Sometimes I just want to play my favorite unit on turn 3 or 4 and have it be safe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just really tough to play around. If you are a good and honest mid-range deck, that said, obviously, both cards that create Roiling Sands, completely fine cards, completely balanced. We have other things in Shurima that make the region really, really strong right now.
Goggles, powder, matches, let her rip!
Alright, the boards are looking pretty similar. We have flipped Ziggs, flipped Taliyah on both sides. And this about, again, very awkward card to play around. Karashi doesn't really want to kill it.
Yeah, but Simon, with that hourglass and now the attack token, looks to be in a slightly superior position, since he is the one whose Taliyah is currently more threatening to the opponents.
Those are some butt cheeks landmarks. At least Rockfall Path has a countdown of 2. Remove something, it deals 2 damage with Ziggs. So I guess it really doesn't matter. I do imagine this turn we will probably go for Explosive Minefield right off the Arcane for like a massive swing turn. Also deals a lot of damage. We could also just save that for next turn if Karashi goes and develops, but looking at this, I don't think there is a next turn that we survive. We have Quicksand here to get the Overwhelm away from these units, but this development now means that this Taliyah is going to survive. Or no, not going to survive, but it's going to trade with our Taliyah. So it's no longer a good attack for our Taliyah.
Yeah, so now instead of attempting to remove the Taliyah,
We go all in.
choosing instead to use that Explosive Minefield and Rite of the Arcane to attack past the board of Karashi.
So is it going to work? What we can do is we can still use our Taliyah to pull the 2/2 steal basically do pseudo overwhelm, deal 4 damage to the Nexus. Quicksand here is gonna prevent Simon from getting the lethal. And this Herald of the Magus is really a big blowout from Karashi, because Karashi's next turn looks insane.
Little booms are just as good as big ones.
Yeah, but the big ones are, well, bigger.
Some rocks just won't sit still.
Even without quicksand, we don't have lethal here on Simon's side.
Want to see what it does?
Yeah, but going down to 1 health, that's just 1 landmark away for Simon.
Yeah, and we do have the quicksand should there be an open attack. So Karashi can't really commit the open attack here unless Karashi finds an Absolver. Does not find an Absolver now. Next draw, also not an Absolver. And we find the Poke Stick! Alright, Simon. Good player. Obviously, Simon doesn't know that there is no Rite of Negation on the other side, so it's very scary to commit that. You probably start with the quicksand here and just, take it slow. Don't have to go all in quite yet. But we know that on the other side, there's no way to prevent this Poke Stick. There is actually Unraveled Earth, which could potentially draw us into a Rite of Negation. But right now, this looks like lethal.
Yep, looks like Simon's just going to take the quicksand.
Tag, you're in.
Say, okay. I'm not dead yet.
It's gonna lose his Taliyah in the process, but right now, if this is all that happens, Simon can actually just start passing back. And what will happen is that Ziggs already threatens lethal with the open attack. And if there's Rite of Negation on the open attack, we still have the Poke Stick. So I actually expect Simon to not go for the Poke Stick this turn.
Yeah, I think he might play the Rockfall path.
Bubba?
Just because that lets him threaten lethal with an open pass.
So not even the open attack. The open pass is already lethal. Okay, I like it. Yeah. So Karashi stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to somehow get rid of the Ziggs. Can't really do it. Also doesn't find the Rite of Negation. Tries really hard to find it. But unfortunately, it just does not show up. Now taps below Rite of Negation, trying to maybe find Ziggs lethal on his own, and is going to eat the Poke Stick, and Simon's going to get his W.
Don't worry, I brought my own fireworks.
A very back and forth game from that deck. Taliyah trying to kill Taliyah, trying to kill Taliyah, into trying to kill Taliyah, with a very exciting top deck Poke Stick finish.
Alright. You know what makes this top deck Poke Stick a bit more exciting even? It's a one-off.
Oh.
It is a one-off Poke Stick that helped Simon get the W there. Hey, that's why you put it in, right? That's why you put in one-off Zoe in some decks, because if you have a one-off Zoe in your deck, you probably have her on turn 1, That's just how it works.
Yeah, you're just gonna draw it.
Yeah, just draw the Zoe. Easy as that. So that means that we have to look for a couple more matches that might be going on this round. Do you have any good match that you see that we have here? Oh, wait, never mind. I have a good match.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you're not going to expect this. I mean, okay, you do expect this because we talked about that already. But, again, just a very short plug. This tournament is brought to you by MasteringRuneterra and GGtoor. Big shout out to them. And talking about mastering of Runeterra, we are going to go into Mr. Mastering of Runeterra himself, and we go into Jason Ferron's matchup. Jason is also playing in this tournament and is currently in round 2, denying a Fear the Rush, and is actually bringing the Viego deck that I announced as the worst of the two, but is performing really well with it. This game looks very over.
Looks to be in a very commanding position.
And we jump in and we jump out. Good job, Jason.
All this for her.
God damn. Yeah, Viego Ionia is really good still, Does have Denial, which, in my opinion, is now actually a bit worse than Rite of Negation. Because I mean, it was always a bit worse. You didn't have to sacrifice a mana gem, or like a unit, but obviously Ray of Negation negates everything on the stack after it or before it. Deny doesn't. Also, Deny, now that it can't deny Ezreal triggers, now that it can't deny Lux level up, now that it can't, deny Jace level up and everything, got a bit worse. It got quite a bit worse.
It did take a hit. And it also only stops one of Taliyah's rocks, not all three of them.
Oh yeah, that's true. It also only stops one of Taliyah's rocks. Oh my god, no good times for Deny. But Deny obviously is still insane against Shadow Isles. Freyot, that region combination usually struggles against Deny. I think there are like some Anivia decks probably don't have that much of a problem with Deny, because you can still get enough Anivias on the board to be incredibly annoying. But what we saw here basically is that Deny stopped the most important card, the Field Rush, and that was it. Already in a commanding board position, Field Rush was the only option there to come back into the game, and denying that obviously led to the surrender there.
Yeah. Also importantly, Deny, it's not just for stopping your opponent's threatening things, sometimes used to protect the Viego in that deck, since if he sticks around for a couple of turns, usually he's able to do very strong things and end the game.
So it not only attack, it only protect, it also attack. Is what you're telling me.
Deny quite good at protect, yes.
But also good at attack?
Sometimes good at attack.
Okay, so Deny, the absolute goat of LOR, I remember when it was 3 mana, and it was the best card in the game, has taken quite a couple of hits, in the last few years. Not quite as oppressive as it once was, but still a very good card, and still a core part of Ionia, and still one of the reasons why you would even play the region. I mean, every hit that Ionia takes, to be honest, is like music to my ears, I'm a known Ionia hater. But I do have to admit, Ionia has had some really rough seasons. And also had some insane seasons, okay, with Asia Aurelia and Ken and Ari. But also had some seasons where it was barely visible.
I mean, but it's had, back in the day, Karma Ezreal, Azir Aurelia, Zoe Lee, Ari Kennen. Ionia's had a lot of good spots. So it's maybe okay that other regions like Shurima and Bandle City are getting a little bit more highlight at the moment in the metagame.
All right, I'm gonna hop us into a matchup that is still going on. It is the Pass King. The Pass King here with Silver Akshan up against another Fizz Aphelios. We just can't escape that deck today. Interested to see what the Pass King does. Obviously, the Pass King is probably going to have a bit of a hard time nowadays, since the Burst Pass was unfortunately removed from the game. But still, with a leveled, very, very thick Sivir and a leveled Akshan, we'll also close out this game in the next couple turns.
Yeah, Pusb down with just 4 health. And looks to be going for a very big swing with an elusive Aphelios buffed up by that Infernum.
Yeah, also the Flame Spitter. So if we don't have a sharp side on the other side, that is a big yikes. I mean, what am I saying? There's not only sharp side, okay? There's sharp side, there's concerted strike. We actually have quite a bunch of options to prevent this Aphelios from getting through. The Absolver is not one of them, but this could potentially draw us into either sharp side or concerted strike, because now we actually flip the Akshan landmark, the Warlord Horde, and that gives us the option to draw 2 cards here, reduce the cost of everything in hand by 1, and usually those turns are the turns where you win the game. Okay, so we have potential lethal here on Pusb's side, but I understand why we don't go for it. Could have potentially gotten this Aphelios to 13 plus impact with the Flame Spitter here and Calibrum. But again, if our opponent would have had either single combat or any card really that interacts.
Any card.
Any card. Dude, single combat, concerted strike, what else?
Sharp sight.
Sharp
to
sight.
block.
Not only that, I think at this point, because we had another slow interaction with the Infernum,
Gonna find a gift for
I think even a Cataclysm would have done it. Even a Cataclysm would have just been game over there. Actually, Cataclysm wouldn't have done it. No, it would have, because we couldn't play the Warlock, we didn't have mana. Yes, even Cataclysm would have done it. So, all the outs in the world to pass King.
It's a living.
And now Pasking attacking with a very dangerous board, but as of yet, not quite a lethal board.
Wait, wait. I might take it back what I said last turn. I don't think we even had lethal with Flame Spitter Infernum. That probably wasn't even enough.
It was, I believe, one off of lethal because Aphelios would level, pushing him up to 12 attack, 1 impact.
Yeah, so not quite enough. So very well played by Pusb here. Not as overzealous as I am, trying to end the game. Rather tries to play it out and somehow get the win. We can save our Aphelios here if there's no rally on the other side. We still have a chance. There's a lot of ifs. Ooh, but there we see the Absolver. The Absolver's return. Interesting that we put it all on one unit. Why? We could have put the Overwhelm on the Akshan or on the Vacuum Bruiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
And
could have
perhaps,
put it on...
Yeah, and a bit of a punish in that stress defense. Stopping that Absolver.
Okay, I hope we have rally on Pass King's side. Because otherwise, this was quite an unfortunate play. Is there any reason to not distribute it? Oh, whoa. We don't have
No
any rally or anything? Potentially, I think with stress defense we were alive anyways, right? Yes, I think stress defense would have lived at 1. No matter what, we would have lived at 1. But that also means that there's no single combat or any other cards on the other side. And now we have 2 elusive threats. And a face that can't really be targeted by single combat. Or concerted strike or cataclysm. Can only really get rid of it with Sharp Sight or Quicksand. This deck nowadays also plays Quicksand. So this is also something we have to look out for. Man, Quicksand really has found its way into every Shuri meta.
And the Cataclysm.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, goodbye, Aphelios. It's fine though, because now we have an elusive fizz.
Business as usual.
I don't know if I agree with that play from Pusb, because we technically don't have anything that protects the fizz from a single combat now. Now, Pass King doesn't know that, but because Pass King is desperate, he's still gonna try it. So we could have just waited and yeah, just use like the Infernum first and like played Conch to get like another spell. Because now we have to play Conch and then we have to play Infernum.
What wondrous discoveries await below?
Alright, we find something to interact with.
The
though.
Pokey Stick, yeah. Now Pusb committing for the lethal line.
Tide's coming in.
Alright, do we have the Sharp Sword on the other side? We don't! We have nothing!
Now.
And Pass King is gonna die. The crown goes over to Pusb.
That was fun. Hey, how come they're not smiling?
Fizz, how come they're not smiling? I might know why. Really tough loss there for Pass King. But again, as we said, really nerfed by the recent Burst Pass interaction change. It's actually quite funny because now you can't use one of the Warlord's Palace or Warlord's Sword spells anymore and Burst Pass afterwards. Because then your opponent can just end the round.
Yeah, you will run into that situation if you try to burst pass with that. That's-
All right, but it appears that this match is over, and we currently don't think we have anyone still playing that is in a tournament and has one of the spectator counts at it. I'm looking if there is one match that is still going on that we could potentially jump into, and it appears that Prodigy might still be playing. Although, nope, it says they have ended their game. And that round 2 has come to a close. We are going to be back with the current standings and round 3 after the break. So stay tuned and see you in 5 minutes. All right, and welcome back to the MasteringRuneterra and GGtoor Cup number 6. $500 are on the line. We are now in round 3 out of 8 in the Swiss phase, and then we will top cut into a top 8. All of this will be played in one fell swoop, so the players better be prepared for a long day. We are prepared for a long day, and we are prepared for the next matchup because it's about to be a banger. Now, tell me, Jan, what's the next matchup?
The next matchup we have is going to be featuring What Am I and Owie. And What Am I on a bit of a lineup that a lot of people might not expect from him, since he has a reputation as one of the bigger names in stable control players.
Yeah, goes in with a lineup that I would have expected from Simon half a year ago. This was like the basic Simon lineup back in the day. Just full aggro. We go in with the Elise Spider Burn. I don't think there's anything crazy about this list. Just that we actually see 3 Stalking Shadows, and we don't see like a one-off brother spawned that we usually see. So
Yeah,
very
we
stable
do
list.
have 2 Arachnoid Sentries,
Mm-hmm.
which used to be more common, but sort of fell out of favor. But perhaps making a comeback now that um, there's quite a few decks that have very scary units. Your Pantheon large units, your Taliyah large units. Arachnoid Sentry, an interesting tech choice for
Yeah.
a deck looking to play as fast as that.
Now this continues with the Pirate Burn list, which also plays 2 of Sentry, interestingly enough, but only has Noxian Fervor and Decimate as spells. Zep Spraven here to tutor the Noxian Fervors. Now, Zep, we usually see in this deck that you play like also either Brother Spawned or maybe like 1 or 2 copies of Make It Rain, so the Zep has a few more targets. Here, what am I? Again, just a very clean list, which 3 Noxian Fervors and 3 Decimates. But what we see now is where before we would have, for example, seen 3 Misfortunes and 3 GPs, the new split of 3 MFs, 2 Twisted Fates, and 1 GP is something that we've actually seen for quite a while. I remember the beginning of the year, in Fight Night EU, I don't know, I think it was Thomas. Thomas was winning 2 Fight Nights back to back with a list that maybe was the same or very, very similar. And he was one of the first players who went in more on the TF side than the GP side, just because you do want to finish the game as quick as possible, and sometimes GP is just not it.
Yeah, gold cards sometimes helping you push damage, blue cards sometimes helping you find the decimate that you need to win, red cards sometimes just dealing 1 damage to the Nexus and being another attacker is all you need from Twisted Fate. A versatile guy.
All right, there's one card though that I'm looking at in this list that isn't okay. Maybe nowadays it's played again, but for a long time has seen no play. I would say for almost over a year, or for almost a year, this card has not really seen play. Jack the Winner. Obviously, with the release of Rising Tides, Jack the Winner was played a lot in Burn, but play rate has gone steadily down. So seeing one of Jack the Winner back in this deck is really exciting for me.
Yeah, and I think the choice for the 1 Jack the Winner, it might coincide with the option to run 2 Twisted Fate and 1 Gangplank. With only 1 Gangplank, you have less ways to sort of finish the game on, turns 5, 6, possibly 7. And Jack the Winner giving you a way to do that seems like it's building to have consistency in the deck, and it's a choice that I like.
Now, going into the game, obviously, this is going to be interesting because not only do we have What Am I on a bit of a different lineup than he usually plays, but on the other side, we also have Owie, an EU seasonal champion that is known to play these $500 Mastering Runeterra Cups. I feel like I've seen Owie in every single bigger Mastering Runeterra event.
Yeah, and
We could use a bite.
a very similar strategy coming from Owie with this spider aggro, and here it looks like it's gonna be a real race to the finish between these 2 decks.
Yeah, it's funny that we highlighted the Spider aggro from What Am I. He is now playing the one deck that we unfortunately could not show before the game started. It's the Gnar Ziggs. It's just the Pandal City Noxus Ziggs burn list, which is a very interesting aggro deck in my opinion, because more often than not, it plays more on curve than other full aggro decks do. So it's a really interesting matchup here, but Owie apparently also on a burn game plan. These are two lineups that heavily target slower decks and slower lineups that, for example, would run a Mono Shurima. Ooh, there's a decision. Do you want to block with the 2/2 Spider because it doesn't have an attack trigger like the Legion Saboteur? Or do you rather attack with Legion Saboteur because Legion Saboteur actually dies to things like Pokestick? This is a tough decision.
Yeah, and it looks like here Owie's going to value the attack trigger here.
It's fine if our opponent spends that Pokestick on one of our units. Ooh, now we do have the option to go Legion Saboteur first. If our opponent develops a fearsome blocker, can immediately say no to that and swing in with 2 big 3-attack fearsomes here. Ooh, and What Am I with a very good pass. I like this.
An incredibly heads-up pass from What Am I, holding that Arachnoid Sentry. But now this...
Okay. All the banter in the world, you know, cannot prevent me from being a What Am I fan. You know what? I'm the first to say EU greater than NA every time. I'm the first to say, you know, where's your world champion? But I have to say, What Am I is such a good player, and it's always a pleasure to see him play.
And now, What Am I looking for some value from these Conchologists? Wallop and Poison Dart picked up 2 very good cards in this matchup. Recognizing that right now, because he doesn't have the tools in hand to try to out-aggro his opponent, so perhaps he's shifted to a slower game plan, where he's going to try to win on the value of that trio of Conchologists that we've just seen hit play.
Yeah, also made me click my invoke button a couple times to catch all of that. But yeah, as you mentioned, we have a couple of pinks now. We can actually try and thin out the board here. Now, still, next turn is going to be very, very scary with those 2 friend skitterers. We currently do have ways to deal with them. Since we have a Wallop, we have a Sentry. We also do have the group shot, which can take care of one of those. So I like what's going on here for What Am I. Precious Pet is pretty good here. Can just start developing those instead. These are already fearsome threats, and they only get stronger with our Frenzy Skitterers in hand.
Yeah. 2 more fearsome attackers that happen to be spiders. Owie developing into a very scary attack.
Alright, so we have still the Sentry. And we have enough mana for Wallop and Group Shot. If we want to, we are not taking damage this turn.
Want to see what it does?
There we go, there comes the Group Shot in. And again, the value game plan that What Am I went for now looks pretty good. Ooh. Another Stalking Shadows for Owie, though. And that is a whiff of a top tech for What Am I? Stygian Onlooker and
the Stygian Onlooker or Arachnoid Horror.
I think you take the Horror here, actually.
I think you do take the Horror because of the second Frenzied Skitterer in hand from Owie. He is again going to be threatening a lot of fearsome damage with no fearsome blockers from What Am I, and only 1 Wallop.
This looks like lethal next turn, in combination here with the Noxian Fervor. What am I has to top deck something useful. Again, the difference in the top deck qualities this turn was insane. A draw 2 versus a 2-1. It's just not fair. And no!
And the rear guard is certainly not going to get there.
Yeah, what am I just missing over and over? Imagine it was a Gnar top deck, for example, last turn. Imagine it would have been a Gnar. It would have been so different. But yeah, that is how aggro works, right? One day you're the one that knocks, and one day OE knocks on your door. And there we go. Game 1 is decided fairly quickly. OE takes this one. Whew. Yeah, I love aggro matchups. I feel like we haven't had that many full aggro metas. So now seeing What Am I playing a full aggro burn lineup, and potentially OE also playing a full aggro burn lineup, those are the games I live for, man. Because every turn something is happening.
Aggro is the lifeblood.
Yes, and now we, again, on OE's side, we too have Gnazix. It seems that both players went for different bans, actually. Because we do see that the Pirates are now played on What Am I's side. That means that What Am I banned the Pirates, probably, if OE has that. And OE banned the Spiders.
Yeah.
Let me actually check if OE actually plays Pirates or has like some really weird third aggro deck.
I've never tried this chemical before.
And here in the hand of What Am I, we have 2 Island Navigators.
I got an idea.
Alright, I looked it up, by the way. So, OE also plays the Pirates, but instead of playing, for example, a bit more top end with the Jack the Winner, is actually playing what I was talking about. Is actually playing the 2 of Make It Rain. So maybe this is a difference just in personal preference. Maybe this is a difference in EMEA and America's ladder. But the 2 Make It Rains are actually pretty good in, I think, every matchup here.
Yeah, the 2 Make It Rains, along with, you know, the access to red card does make Owie's Pirates list quite a lot more threatening in the aggro mirrors, perhaps influencing What Am I's bannings.
Yeah, obviously there could also be just general difference in opinion in how each of the matchups go, but this could have potentially been one of the factors. Now Gnar here is really dangerous, so this was something we did not have on What Am I's side when What Am I was playing this deck last game. But now we not only have the Gnar, we also can go for the value game plan. And we have a Yordle Ranger here. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, the gold card here, completely justified. Once this starts attacking, you lose the board forever.
Yeah, it's...
Also, interestingly, I was talking about how Maya has gone down in play rate, obviously, ever since the Tristana Fae deck and the Lulu Yordle's Arms deck was, you know, nerfed, phased out of the meta. But now, actually, OE is playing 2 Mayas here in his 6 Gnar burn deck, and Maya has proven himself to be a really valuable card, getting something like this Yordle Ranger.
Yeah. That Yordle Ranger is, it's doing a lot of work holding down the board for Owie.
Yeah, and I think in this case, we actually see how, like, small tech choices, even in lineups that are based around the same decks, can make for really different games and for really different ban phases as well, I think. Because, again, What Am I is not playing Mayas. So What Am I is playing Teeny Dactyls, which, again, OE is not playing. So OE is actually going for even more of a value game plan. So OE also switches around and plays a Legion Grenadiers, which What Am I does not play. So this is a really, really interesting matchup between those two. I like this block a lot. Gna is a really cool unit, but I think in this matchup, not taking any damage and preserving the Auto Ranger might be even better.
Astounding curiosities lie
See?
ahead.
Don't even need Gna to generate Pokesticks. Just get good old Conch to do it. Another one?
And another one. Though, will he decide to pick it? There's...
I mean, Wallop is quite good, but actually, there is no more GP in the deck of What Am I, right? There's only one
Yeah.
copy. It's already dead.
But one
I don't think we need to go for the Wallop here. Yeah, the Pokestick
I
is
think it's
probably the
just
play.
more sticks to poke with.
I like doing this while there is no mana
Damn it.
currently for Noxian Fervor.
Not afraid of the Noxian Fervor.
Right, there's Jack the winner.
Their flank.
There's another Decimate. Probably have to play Jack the winner this turn.
But this Yordle Ranger attack from Owie is...
Yeah, you have to kill it. This is so incredibly awkward for What Am I to play. Because if What Am I basically does not kill this Yordle Ranger is going to buff everything up to 3 HP, which then again, you have like 2 attack units, 2 2s on the board. If your opponent has a bunch of 2 3s on the board, your opponent is obviously winning on the board. So you have to get rid of it. But you sacrifice even more damage. And what we already got some value out of it.
Where's my axe?
Yeah. And now this
I'll shoot the wings off a bilge wasp.
slightly wider, slightly healthier board from Owie
Stacker.
is looking to start finally pushing some damage. Here on turn 7, in the aggro mirror, we go below 19 health.
It's really funny how some of these aggro mirrors turn out. Because you either have like full-on action game and on turn 6 because somebody low-rolled and didn't draw anything while the other one had like 15 one-drops. Or you have games like this, where they're like incredibly dragged out because both have like a couple of burn options that can also remove stuff. I'm looking at the Pokesticks, I'm looking at the Noxian Fervors, for example, that can interact with the board. I'm looking at the TF and Noxian Fervor on What Am I side, and this just led to a really funny board state for both of them, or for a really funny Nexus state. Now, if What Am I blocks like this, he is going to lose Jack the winner, because we did generate another Pokestick of the Conch. Poke City.
For you and one for you.
And this looks incredibly bad for What Am I.
Yeah, down to 11 health with 11 points of burn or more.
Mason, reporting for duty.
13 points of burn in hand from Owie.
Yeah, I actually think Aoi is a bit ahead in how the lists are built. So Aoi does not run any sentries
Whispers her secrets.
and runs Yordle Mayor, Bandle Mayor instead. And the difference there is that, yes, the sentries are really good against decks that have like some really big units that you don't want blocking, or some lifesteal units. But in these matchups, we've seen how strong the Mayor can be.
Yeah, the extra value from the Mayor and the Conchologists against that Pirate aggro list, it just let Owie take control of the board, and he never had to lose it. What Am I was running out of cards in hand, his best threats had been answered, and we see a pretty reasonable surrender from What Am I in that situation.
Yes, I do think that was over at that point. No way to come back into the game. But I think we want to get into another game. And I'm going to look at any matchups that are still available that we could jump into. If anyone stands out that is still playing, do tell me.
Do you have Sonic Holic? I have Corone. They're both currently undefeated, playing one another.
I should have Sonic. Yes! Another EU player, good choice. But also someone who has been grinding these Mastering Runeterra tournaments that have been almost daily now with the Road 2 seasonals, which is also kind of part of. So Sonic is a really, really kind member of the LOR and the EU community that's jumped into the game. And I see some spice here. I see some Ude Akshan going up against some very much non-spice 6 Taliyah. Now, would you personally classify Akshan Ude as spice?
It's moderately spicy.
Okay, yeah. I would say the same. It's Tabasco, you know?
Yeah, it's not the spiciest,
No,
but
for
it's
sure, but
it's an unusual deck. You don't see it too often. There are some versions, running the ARAM landmark, looking to go a little bit more all in with the champion +2/+2 spell shield from Warlord's Horde.
yeah, it's something to go alongside of, some eggs for breakfast. Alright, but here we see Akshan unfortunately catches a quicksand immediately. Gets saved though by the Inner Beast. Inner Beast obviously is not going to take down this 2-1 because Akshan has technically -2 attack after the quicksand.
Yeah, still in the negatives, but with enough health to win and continue to stay alive.
And this is all we want of this Akshan, because we want him to see this Warlord's Palace tick down, generate a Warlord's Horde, get us even more value, potentially get us to an Udyr and win the game. Also, a quicksand invested that early is so nice for Kuro, because, again, that means that there's one less quicksand later for the big overwhelm Udyr turns, and there are only 2 quicksands usually in the 6 Taliyah decks, usually not a 3 of.
Yeah, knowing that Sonic has already played that, it's gotta feel good where you're leveling Akshan this early. You're taking a little bit of damage from the Endless Devout, which you probably don't want to kill right away.
Yo, Endless Devout is just, is such an insane card. It's actually just a better Curse Keeper. The Curse Keeper kind of works the same. You just take the 1 damage in that case and just let it go and say, okay, I take the 1 damage. Unfortunately, a Curse Keeper can't block. Now, the Vout though, for only 1 more mana, not only gets +2/+2 in stats, but can also block.
Yeah, and it makes a 5/3 fearsome, not just a 4/2.
Hey, make it a 4/4 again. Let Runeterra burn. Yo, that card actually generated a 4/4 once.
A long time ago.
Long time. That was left to 4/3, and then people were still like, hey, this is still pretty good. How about it's a 4/2? You know what? Either make Devoted 2/3 or make the thing that comes out of the landmark, the Restored. Make it 5/2. Although, these things dying to Mystic Shot might be a bit too weak.
And Korone choosing to use Akshan's grappling hook. Or was that just a regular grappling hook? No, that was the 3rd Akshan. That was Akshan's grappling hook to advance his landmark even faster. Really wanting to get to that point where he's generating the value of that Warlord's Horde.
Ooh. Okay, so we did not use the stance just yet. That suggests that we might want to use it and get some regen on the hero Osea. But not using it immediately to push some extra damage.
Yeah, Korone
Does suggest for a different game plan.
looking, I think, to take control of this board before setting up for a bigger overwhelm turn.
There goes the unleashed energy, and now we lose our free stance. I mean, we get like another... We get it basically to 0 again once we play the Udyr, but that means we lose out on a stance.
Yeah, that unleashed energy, usually just a one of in these Ziggs Taliyah decks. Very, perhaps smartly used to deny that 0 mana stance to slow down the Udyr level. Give Sonicolic a little more time to find their champions, of which he now has one, and try to present something threatening himself.
It's a bit awkward for Sonic right now drawing the Taliyah because we don't really have the board space here. We can play Taliyah, she's flipped, but we don't get the value out of being able to duplicate another one of these landmarks. But there is a stance that is about to be played. Which one is it? And it looks like it's going to be the bear stance, granting +2/+2. So we are preparing for a big overwhelm heroes here. I really like this because you are making multiple threats, right? Udyr is going to flip with the stances. It's going to be big anyways. You're now also going to get a big hero Olsia alongside of Udyr. And then you still have the quick attack Akshan, which is also really annoying.
Here for you.
Alright, that caused the overwhelm. Just as we said. And that is also gonna flip the Warlord's Horde, which means that everything is gonna be cheaper now. We can play Udyr, we can play stances, we can play a lot of things this turn. We could also just give, obviously, Spell Shield to Akshan and Udyr and buff them up, which would, I think, be almost a preferred option here in this case, because our hand is already pretty full, and we can play Udyr in the stance.
We will have enough mana for Udyr stance and even the Troll Chant, should it be necessary. Which means that Udyr is going to be incredibly threatening with no Quicksand in hand from Sonicolic.
A lot of decisions to be made here, but it appears that we do want to draw and want to reduce the cost of our cards. And there comes the Udyr, flipped and ready to slay.
Hail the Oceans from the eastern mountains.
The spirits, the stars,
Okay,
again they bring
so
us together.
no Spell Shield means still Quicksand is a factor, but we do know Quicksand is only a 2-off, only one more Quicksand in the deck, so not really a threat right now. Sonicolic now has to duplicate the stun with the Hexplosive Minefield. Can't go for a bigger board, and this makes it incredibly awkward. The Taliyah also is now gonna catch vulnerable here. And is potentially gonna die because
Quick hands.
it looks like the way we play this, if we just pull Taliyah with our big hero also, and if Taliyah doesn't die and gets put into the hourglass, we just lose because the big overwhelm is gonna kill us.
I think this might be a pull Taliyah with Waking Sands, and everything else on the board is a bit too threatening. Especially with the possibility of that Shaped Stone or Fury of the North in hand from Corone.
Yeah, this looks very much like lethal. Now we deny this one. Taliyah can still get pulled by the 2-1 now. And we still have lethal. I mean, we also have some stances. We have, again, 0 mana shape. So, yeah, this, I don't know. This is just lethal, okay? I don't know what we should tell you guys. You've seen this probably like a mile away. We've just been saying words at this point because this game is over. Yeah, whatever. When it comes to surrender. Yeah, I think Sonicolic was also like, yeah, this game is over. Okay, I'm just being nice here. I'm just waiting for you to finish it.
Well, that's going to leave a bruise.
Really rough game there, really rough. But Sonic kinda went in a bit aggressive, just again using the quicksand incredibly early on the Akshan, hoping Akshan would die there. Which again, we have so much protection for the Akshan in this deck. We have Troll Chant, we had the Inner Beast, we had Shapestone. All of those cards would have saved Akshan. So maybe a bit overzealous there. But it seems we are going to a game 3. So Sonic gets the chance again to go in with Ziggs Taliyah. Now facing off against quite a different deck on the other side. And we are playing against Draven Cyan.
Another deck that's been quite popular this past week. Seen it many times in these MasteringRuneterra tournaments.
So it's a really cool deck. I always wonder why there's no One of Vi. I'm a big fan of One of Vi in this deck. Just because she does everything you want, right? If you have like too many Cyans in hand, you discard one, and all of a sudden your big Vi has Overwhelm. If you have trouble flipping your Cyan, all of a sudden you play a 10 attack Vi and Cyan is for sure flipped. If you have trouble with other mid-range decks, like for example a Viego deck, Vi is there to potentially remove that Viego off the board, contesting him on turn 5. So, you know, I'm a big fan of the One of Vi. Okay, keeping the Axe in hand right now means that Sonic basically can't take the value block with the Ziggs here.
Smell something burning? Eat my smoke.
Never mind, I take that back. Apparently, okay, no. Thank you, Sonic. I was like, do I have to take that back? You're not gonna take that block, right? And he's not. Now we could still use the Axe to push an additional point of damage with the Draven, and also get closer to the Draven flip, which is insane with the Overwhelm here in this matchup. Again, I think you mentioned it really early on. The Ziggs Taliyah deck does not have healing, so every point of damage you push could potentially be lethal in the later game.
Yeah, every little bit helps, and choosing to not risk blocking with the Zig since you can see the axe in hand. And unfortunately, with no landmarks in play, that Naturalist isn't going to be able to produce any additional blockers on this following turn for Sonic.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward to play, because it seems like we're going to have to sacrifice a Preservarium here to be able to, next turn, get back on the board, which is usually not what you want, but again, you need to do it, and you don't feel too bad if you get a 5/4 for it.
Yeah, but this Sump Dredger Flame Trompers combo with the Axe and Reborn Grenadiers representing a very strong attack from Corone.
Ooh, we played a bit slower. That does get punished here.
That development is a little bit punished if Sonic chooses to make the Rock Bear.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, if Sonic does not go for the Rock Bear, Sonic is not gonna survive.
They should have built it better.
Yeah, okay, I like this play, yeah. Staying alive, Sonic, good choice.
Live there if I have to.
You also have the Quicksand, so this is actually what you mentioned, right? Quicksand here gonna be used to get control back of the board. We get a couple of good trades for ourselves.
Watch and learn.
Yeah, especially now that this attack is looking threatening enough that Ziggs is probably going to have to step in. The Quicksand is going to be able to keep himself from the single axe in hand from Corone. Unfortunately, Corone also with some burn in hand. So if that Ziggs is really something that he's concerned about, could choose to kill it, or attempt to kill it, if the Quicksand is committed here, as that will put Sonic at not enough mana to save him with the Hourglass.
Now we're cooking.
Hmm.
And
Unleash... What? Yeah, this looks like it needs to be quicksand here. We could go for Hourglass as well, but we would still lose our 5-4 here, so it has to be quicksand, which again, Corone loves to see quicksand be used here. That means potentially there's no quicksand for the Cyan turn, which is coming up on Corone's next attack token turn.
Yeah, this quicksand swinging 2 trades favorably for Sonic. But it does look like the Mystic Shot is coming out.
And Draven's going to generate another axe. That is the one thing we have to say about quicksand. It's incredibly strong right now, but it's no Hush for 2 units.
It's not actually Hush.
Yeah, it's not actually Hush. It kind of works like Hush, you know, in most scenarios. But champions do keep their inherent text. The text does not go away. And here Draven generates another axe. How far is the Cyan? Can you tell me?
This Scion is at 24 of 35 with 7 power himself, so very close.
So what you're telling me is we're gonna discard that Farron.
We might be discarding that Farron.
I like it. I think that's a play. I think just keeping the pressure going for next turn is the play.
And
also, what are we doing here?
This Hourglass, I think, is a bit of a heads-up play from Sonic Holic, since Corone committed some burn last turn. Sonic might have an inkling that they have further burn. You know, they're confident that they'll be able to finish ending the game, and so choosing to copy this with Taliyah to have as many blockers as possible for next turn, instead of risking the Hourglass on the 5-2, which was vulnerable to that removal from Corone.
Yeah, very heads-up play here. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough, because after all, there are just 5-2s, and there we see Baron has to go. Just we can keep developing on the board. Next turn, Cyan's going to hit. We do have another quicksand. We actually got the second copy here in Sonic Holic Sand. So, you know, good on Sonic to draw it. The problem is we still have to block that Cyan, and then we can potentially just double Mystic Shot our Cyan in the following turn to ready.
Yeah, this leveled Scion even to the quicksand.
Die a fool, flee a coward.
The Empire's champion, unbridled and raw.
The board is looking a little bit too menacing.
Yeah, now we see the quicksand -4. We'll still be surprised if we don't see the block here. 5 damage is a bit too much. Yes, we see the block. This is the best block possible. Again, this generates a landmark. This strips the Taliyah.
The horizon calls.
And this still means that we need 2 Mystic Shots or a Flock on the other side to kill our own Cyan. Again, also, interestingly enough, Last Breath is not a keyword, so it does not get taken away by Quicksand also. This is also something y'all should look out for when you're playing Quicksand. Again, no Hush. Takes away keywords. And even though Last Breath is right next to this Overwhelm, not a keyword. I think in the future they might want to work on that visually, to be fair.
There could be a little bit more clarity in some of the interactions with cards like Quicksand.
And I thought there was something good to see. Sing me the song of the rock dude.
Alright, we top decked another insane card here on Sonic Holic's side. So, if Corone is a bit too overzealous and goes for double Mystic Shot, or goes for the Gaddock side on their own Cyan, we can stun the new Cyan. So again, it's best to just wait it out, go for the open attack, don't do anything rash. And I think Corone, the pass back, is just playing for exactly that. Says, okay, I win with the next open attack anyways. So I can wait.
But Sonic choosing to play the minefield.
Relax your knees. Some rocks just won't sit still.
Here's a question.
Nothing.
Do you go for the rally this turn, or you probably still go for the open attack next turn? You don't have to throw away your own get excited. Again, you have to play. You can play this patiently. You still 20 HP. There's no threat from your opponent.
Yeah. Sonic, a little bit heads up, recognizing that, you know, if Corone were to open attack, even blocking the Scion and taking that little bit of damage could put him into burn range. So choosing to be able to burst stun Scion on this attack instead.
Okay, so we burst on Cyan. Corona get excited. Their own Cyan. We play Arsenal. We roll lifesteal as usual, and win the game.
Just need to roll lifesteal.
Incredibly easy, actually. I mean, okay, we have to jump us. We can actually pull him aside. Never mind.
You should watch this.
Oh, blocking with the 2-4 would be incredibly interesting. Oh, okay, so we have burn in the hand, so we can't go for that game plan. Where it would still be a really interesting play.
You want a big boom? You call this guy.
That is not lifesteal. Also,
No lifesteal.
I think should have buffed Taliyah here maybe. In case there was like a flock or get excited on their own side, and then we just actually have like a really big block on Taliyah. I'm not sure though. Maybe the 5-4 was better.
I think the 8 health on Taliyah would be slightly preferable, just in case of Scion.
Like threading a needle.
And now
So he deal 10 with the open attack. We could potentially just use this Unraveled Earth to draw into something, like an Absolver.
Just have to wait.
With the Taliyah, that would be insane. Rock Up, not quite it. So Sonic is just one important card away from lethal.
Think I see something.
Yeah, I don't see Sonic getting there at this point. And again, with the Cyan also just flipping,
Throw another rock.
or like rather being revived, rallying everything. An entirely different problem here.
I'm innocent.
Poor thing.
Because look at this, the hand from Corona is really good. So we can redevelop on the board, play some burn, we rally. Is gonna finish this game this turn. I think something would have had to be like seriously misplayed on Corona's side to not finish the game now.
yeah, it's
Another flawless execution.
looking quite thoroughly done.
This dude used to have 10 attack. I always hear people say it, but sometimes in Cyan's best moments, I believe it. This game was actually not ready for Cyan back then. Not ready for Cyan. Now we are kind of ready for Cyan, but it's still incredibly strong. Interesting to not develop here.
Hey, watch out for the rock dude.
Means we can go for the burn lethal this turn. There's only one card left in Sonic's hand. Corona doesn't know this, but we know that, unfortunately, this is not a right of negation. So the burn lethal is going to come through here. Sonic shows what he has in hand. We already knew it. Mystic Shot comes in. And Sonic goes out.
That'll be the game. Draven Scion taking the win.
Alright, that was quite a series. Again, both really cool players. I like them both. But that means, again, Cyan does seem to be back. And Cyan was an absolute menace. Around Worlds, it was a Cyan meta. Back then, also, we didn't really have that many Darkness decks. Darkness wasn't quite figured out. Darkness also one of those decks, I feel like that, yes, benefited from some nerfs and from some meta shifts to other decks, but also was one of these decks where A, people didn't really know how to play it perfectly till Yamato came along, the Darkness God, and he taught us all. And B, I think people also didn't quite know how to build the Darkness deck for sure. The formula wasn't really there. And now that it was there, then afterwards, Darkness became way more popular. Minimorph, again, the great Saiyan counter, was also something that was really, really influencing that meta back then. And right now, we also don't see Minimorph at all, right? So it's time for Saiyan to come back.
Yeah, which maybe means it's time for Minimorph to come back.
It's just set the cycle. Just go, yo. Okay, so we have no Saiyan in the meta. Saiyan was nerfed, man. Dude, that dude is an 8 attack unit. We are fine, okay? All right, we can put away the Minimorph. We might need it for something like Pantheon. That dude is also really annoying, but for now it's fine. Also, screw Lee Sin. Get him out of here. Then everything calms down. Like, okay, maybe I don't need to run Minimorph, you know what? And then Saiyan comes back in, you know? Swinging his big axe, no Minimorph in the meta, it's my time.
It is his time. And it might be Minimorph's time. Herald of the Magus buffed Taliyahs, Scions, Pantheons, Wounded White Flames. There's a lot of things that I think would be a lot less threatening as a 3/3 mini T that are in some popular decks.
People gonna hate us for this. We shouldn't talk about it. We should keep those are thoughts we should keep on the down low, okay? And this is one thought that I should definitely not be speaking out loud, but I'm gonna be honest. I hate playing against Minimorph, but right now Minimorph solves a lot of the annoying cards I hate. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can even stop a Fizz that has units attached to him.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me it also counted? Yeah. Okay. I'm beginning to see where you're going with this. No, but honestly, the best thing Minimorph has ever done was put Lee Sin in his place. Outside of that, obviously Minimorph is just responsible for a lot of fun combos not existing because whenever you play a champion, it's unfortunately not a champion anymore. It's just a mini T.
No
right.
longer a champion.
Let me see if we have any game still going on that we can actually show you guys. It appears that a lot of the games are already done, and of the ones that are still going on, I don't think we have any that we could show on stream.
I don't see anyone.
All right. Okay. With that, we go into another break then. So we see you all in 5 minutes, hopefully, with round number 4. And I think with round number 4, we can slowly start to give you guys the standings. Right now, we have a couple of people at 3-0. Not going to be that important. But at 4-0, you're starting to get a bit safer. Do you know how many wins we need to be safe for top 8? You know
I'd
what?
say you
That's
want to be
rules for that.
6. I'd like, from my experience with old Magic tournaments, you'd want to be 6-1-1, 1 loss, 1 tie. But you don't very often see ties in Legends of Runeterra. So I think you want to aim for 7-1, but there will probably be some 6-2s with good tiebreakers.
All right. So at 4 wins, only 2 more, and you're getting yourself on that spot, right? Okay, that's really good. That said, ties were a thing back then, but the Targon meta that produced a lot of ties, because of timeouts, not a good one. Not a good one. I don't want this back. Okay, we are gonna take a look at the bracket. We hope we have some good matches for you in the next round, but until then, stay tuned, and we are gonna be right back. All right, and we are back now, bringing you round 4 of Swiss, almost halfway done with the Swiss phase of the 6th edition of the $500 GGtoor X Mastering Runeterra Cup. Again, check out Mastering Runeterra, check out GGtoor. I don't know if I'm showing into the right directions or not. And next up, we are bringing you a game from Snipecross, because Snipecross is 3-0, and because he has quite a different lineup than what we have been seeing so far. So I'm really interested to hop into that. What is the deck out of all those 3 decks that you are most excited for?
I think I'm most excited for the Lux Aphelios deck in Snipecross GG's lineup. It's it's 2 champions we've seen paired together before, but not as much with the other Aphelios and the other Lux lists. We haven't seen this one as much, and I'm very interested in how it plays out, especially with the 3 Solari Priestess and 3 Star Shaping that Snipecross is on. It looks like he's really, really looking to play a strong value late game plan, and navigating those is, as a player, is always very interesting.
Yeah, it's very tough most of the time. But I feel like this deck does remind me a bit of a Lux Jace, but this time you actually need a couple more spells to get there. You know, it's like six cost spells, but rather a couple of 2+ cost spells. We have like 1 6 cost spell in here. Sunburst, obviously, Solari Priestess can also give us a 6 cost spell, can also give us 4 and 5 cost spells. But most of the time here, Lux is gonna level with either the Vanguard Sergeant generated for the Master, or with a couple of spells that you are going to chain together. And this is also something that Lux can do, right? This is something that is a bit overlooked. A lot of the time people just play Lux and they want to play 6 cost spells, but Lux is not like Jace. You don't need to play 6+ cost spells to get value out of her. You just need to get to the 6 cost in total of the spells you do play. And Aphelios is, again, a unit that just generates spells like nobody else.
Yeah, and with the Targon Demacia Regent combination, you also have access to a lot of other good 2-mana spells in the Guiding Touch, the Pale Cascade, the single combats. So adding, 3 of those 2-cost spells up to get your Lux Laser is very convenient and modular, and you take a little bit less of a deck building hit than you do with Jace, I feel, because you have to run those 6-cost spells. Whereas here, you sort of have a plethora of spells you can choose from at different mana points.
I also like how many one-offs we are seeing in this deck. There's a one-off Spacey Sketcher, there is a one-off Bastion, a one-off Shield of Duran, and a one-off Hush. You're kind of prepared for every situation, but you really have to draw those cards in that case. I mean, Spacey Sketcher, obviously, here with the Nari Dustbringer, also something that can throw away unwanted cards that are generated by Mountain Goat or Lunari in the late game. Nari Dustbringer, also the 1 cost spell is not completely useless here. That's together with Star Shaping. Just like the gem from the Mountain Goat is already a laser from Lux. And again, Lux also hugely impacted by the recent play cast change, which now buffed Lux in a way where it's also really hard or nigh impossible to stop her from flipping and to stop the laser from being generated. And this is really important. Lux immediately generates a laser. You will get those lasers now super consistently. They can't be denied anymore by killing Lux. They can't be denied anymore by, for example, denying the spell that would generate it, because it's immediately, once you commit those spells, the laser is there. I've recently been taking advantage of that by playing a bit of Lux Senna, which is really interesting, because if you are in combat and your opponent is attacking you, you vengeance one of their units, you immediately get laser. So if they answer the vengeance, because you have Senna on board, you can actually play the laser immediately, which is really funny.
Can actually just laser. I like it.
Yeah. Really cool interaction. So I really like that Lux is changed and a bit stronger now, because she was really out of the meta ever since Karma Lux. But let's look at the other deck that is really spicy here, Jace Heimerdinger. So this is also a Curious Shellfolk PNZ list, but we don't see the Victor Ezreal. No, we see Jace Heimerdinger. So while this does play very similar in some aspects, it plays very different in others. For example, we have more of a focus on some 6+ cost spells that can actually generate some really big elusives with Heimerdinger, can flip the Jace, and there we see the mini morph. We were talking about it. It is in this deck.
It is in this deck, and it might be a very heads-up meta call from Snipecross to be on the 2 copies of Minimorph. Considering the decks that we've been seeing winning in the previous rounds, it might pay off for him later in the tournament.
Yeah. And while we've been talking, they have already started the game. Snipecross is actually playing against another player I wanted to see in this tournament. Snipecross is right now in turn 3 on game 1 against Grandpa Roji. And who would have thought Grandpa Roji and Malphite Taliyah? What a surprise.
Awesome day for progress.
I don't think it's a problem we didn't show you the third deck, because let's be real, we saw 2 really cool decks, and now we see what Snipecross is playing as their third deck, and it's unfortunately Ezreal Caitlyn. Nothing against this deck, it's really solid, and I think it is actually a favorite of a lot of tournament players, because it's a really cool semi-control deck, but it is kind of dry and boring nowadays.
It's, Tri-Beam has been around for quite a while. It's not the most exciting thing these days, but it is a deck a lot of tournament players feel gives them agency. And it's just kind of stable. It doesn't have like really swingy matchups, so it's easy to fit as a third deck in a lot of different lineups.
On the other side, again, we know this from Roji, bringing here the Taliyah Malphite. But Taliyah Malphite has also gone through some changes over time. And I don't think Restless Avowed and the more control options here, for example, were always part of the deck. But they are certainly now, and they are really strong. Again, the Rite of the Arcane, the Devout, insane tempo swings. Taliyah and Devout, insane tempo swings. Quicksand now also aiding the deck in its defensive and offensive capabilities.
Yep. And now this turn 5 Taliyah, not quite leveled yet, unfortunately, and possibly vulnerable to the thermogenic beam from Snipecross.
Alright. There are ways to protect this Taliyah, but I feel like, yeah, committing this is the correct play here. This before Taliyah flips and gets a bit more annoying to deal with. Is there something else we are keeping this? No, okay, yeah, never mind. I was like, is there something else we are keeping this Cutting Strike for, but you don't want to run into a couple of Rolling Sands being summoned at burst speed and then all of a sudden not really doing anything with it.
And I'll make the way.
Oh. Okay.
Together, we are stronger
And
than
this
stone,
second
faster than the
Taliyah
wind.
is certainly not what Snipecross wanted to see.
No, the second
That-
Taliyah is insane. Those are gonna be 3 big fearsomes that are gonna be hitting the board for the open attack. We currently have no way of dealing with even one of them, and we don't have any fearsome blockers we can develop. Wait, this is just right now. This is just 15 damage we're taking.
You dropped something.
I dropped everything.
Platopa Peacemaker ain't it either. We just got the Malphite though. This is really insane. Okay, so we're taking 17 damage on the open attack right now. Is it still 17? We're taking 17.
Go away.
Oh no.
And
And then
that
the Absolver.
And the Absolver top deck from Roji. This is what can happen when you play one deck. The deck begins to respect you and gives you exactly the cards you need.
Is this like in Pokemon? God damn, this is such a big turn. Yeah, nothing to be done there. Snipecross just sitting there. Okay. Yeah, alright. That just happened.
And nothing to do about a very quick game 1.
Yeah, and the non-spicy deck loses, which is fine for us, right? But now we have to see it again. Well, it's kind of upsetting. That said, the problem you have here is that obviously outside of Scorched Earth, you don't really have that much landmark interaction. For example, if all of those units were on the board the turn before they attacked, it would have been fine. We would have been able to like kill them, damage them, and then flock them. But because they were all stored just neatly in some landmarks, so that pop exactly when you open on an open attack, it just changed the whole thing around. And now we go into the next matchup. And what we see here is an interesting matchup with Pantheon that should be way worse for Roji than the previous matchup.
Yeah, this double Scorched Earth hand from Snipecross is looking pretty nice into this very go tall deck in Pantheon.
Yeah, you just have like a ton of executes in this deck. And executes are so good against Pantheon because Pantheon needs to attack, probably takes a bit of damage. And usually, if you don't have like effects that hard kill something, you have a problem with this deck here. But just the executes are perfect here in this matchup. They are just so cheap, and that is important because sometimes you have some really big cheap units on the other side of Grandpa Roji, and committing a Vengeance, for example, it can be really scary, but committing something like a Scorched Earth for only 3 mana enables you to get some tempo swings alongside of it and win the game.
Honor guide me.
Yeah, and that Culling Strike from Snipecross, noticing that the Saga Seeker was vulnerable to it, not giving Roji any more turns or mana with which to continue making that guy strong. I think was a smart play, even having to take the open attack from the Bright Steel Protector.
The same calling card from our other case.
Ooh, this is insane. Okay, I like this. This is a way to actually damage 2 units and prepare them to be executed. That said, Grandpa Roji obviously is not going to commit anything. He wants the spell to be discarded. Says, okay, I don't really want to play my Pantheon into anything that you just randomly generated that gets discarded at the end of the round. No free value given here. But that also means that, again, Roji is missing out on another turn for the Pantheon level up. Slowing that down is also really good for Snipecross.
Yeah, and now Snipecross choosing to just draw and play some blockers for this currently unthreatening Mountain Goat.
Well, now Yumi comes in, makes everything threatening all of a sudden, but that's no problem because our blockers are also really annoying for Roji. Again, the threat of something like a Ravenous Flock is so insane versus Pantheon.
Yeah, Roji happy to just take his target for the turn with the Yumi attach and end, not wanting to overcommit to this goat or open it to any unnecessary vulnerabilities. I really like this from Roji. He's taking a very measured approach, just getting keywords for his Pantheon that he can play later safely.
Yeah, also playing a bit around the action economy, right? So, for example, if last turn Roji would have attacked and Snipecross would have blocked, then it would have been Snipecross action. So he could have executed the gold before you could have, for example, played something and buffed the gold, for example, with the gem. But now that Grandpa Roji was blocking, Roji got the action, was able to just use the gem to get a Pantheon stack. I really like how Roji played around that. Unfortunately, does not have a target for Yumi currently.
With that goat gone, and the Saga Seeker off the top. Just in time.
Well, Saga Seeker goes in. Saga Seeker threatened to go out again, and I don't think you can save him this turn. Snipecross wants to. This is going to die. And Snipecross saw that this was top decked. So you could make the read now that Roji probably does not have anything else. I mean, Roji has a Pantheon that currently is unwilling to play. But even that is something that Snipecross can play around. So if you just kill this, Roji is left empty-ended.
Yeah, and choosing
Okay.
to stun it,
Yeah, I like it. So,
preventing the Yumi level up.
oh no, this is good. Oh, this is so good. Okay, so
Look, a thing.
I think the flash bomb here is really good to get damage again on the Saga Viego. Yeah, you can wait a bit. Like, you don't have to immediately execute it, right? Obviously, this is gonna give Pantheon a couple of stacks and more keywords. But also, you can wait till this grows, and you can always kill it now that it's damaged again.
Yeah. Of course, Snipecross probably a little worried about guiding touch in a lot of these Pantheon lists, so just considering that if he tries to kill it now, he also has to be willing to commit the Static Shock, which he finds out is not necessary. But Pantheon is leveled and probably rolling good keywords.
Alright, this guy always has spell shield. Even
Spell
if he,
Shield, Scout.
God, yeah. Every time. Elusive, Scout, spell shield, why not? She has everything he needs. Oh, this is really insane. We currently do not have anything that could take the spell shield off to damage him afterwards with the Static Shock. So we have to commit Static Shock and then we have to find something else. Oh wait, no, we have to Sentry. I forgot.
The Sentry can stop the Spell Shield.
I forgot.
But Pantheon is still not damaged. And so that first Scout attack is going to come through.
Okay, is Grandpa Roji playing around Thermal Beam? Yes, Grandpa Roji is playing around Thermal Beam. Okay, interesting. I like it. And obviously, for us, we can see Snipecross doesn't have it, but Roji doesn't know. There are a lot of cards that Snipecross hasn't played all game. Oh. Oh, Bright Steel Protector! Really good heads-up play. Okay, we have Ezreal. So we can still survive and kill this. No, actually, we can't, right? We can't just commit Ezreal, because Ezreal potentially just gets killed. Seeing a combat here. Wait. I don't think we can survive this anymore. I think we're very dead.
I
Snipecross side.
We're rather dead.
Oh yeah, we are incredibly dead. Maybe we should have committed Ezreal first?
I'm so good, I surprised myself.
If we played Ezreal first and put Static on the stack while Pantheon was attacking.
Yeah, it would have gotten single combated, sharp-set single combat by the Right Side Protector. You're right.
Yeah, and Pantheon's Overwhelm would still come through. And that looks to be it. Cataclysms in hand, not even necessary. Roji with a very clean 2-0 from Snipecross's least exciting deck.
Well, goddamn, Roji. Goddamn, we had such bangers ahead. No, we weren't able to see Laxifilios pop off. Oh. Roji, why must you be so good? Why must you be so patient with Pantheon? Incredibly frustrating there. But well played there from Roji's side. Very, very well played. I would say this was usually an unfavorable matchup that Roji navigated beautifully. Let's look if we have any other games we can actually hop into. I think this didn't went on for too long. It was a 2 hours, so we probably have something we can jump into.
Yeah. Do you have 4 LW? It looks like his opponent,
Yes.
Davidic, is still playing. I'm pulling him up.
All right, let's jump into that matchup then. Let's see how the standings are. I think for LW should also be at least at 2-1, or maybe. I mean, we saw 4W win, unless the 4W went 0-2 in the last two rounds. Should be at 2-1. Yes, 4W is at 2-1. So let's jump into that game. And we see Mono Shurima again in 4W. We know what 4W is playing because it's the most exciting part of today's tournament. It is the triple Rainbow Fish lineup. 4W, big pescatarian. Tries to get this one through. And this is the version that we haven't seen so far. This is the Udyr deck.
It is.
Alright, against Mono Shurima, this is quite tough to play, I imagine. Just because Quicksand again can stall us out. And I don't know if we are fast enough to get there before they flip.
Yeah, but it looks like with the Rainbow Fish, you know, Quicksand not removing keywords from the attached units, 4LW has been able to push damage so far and will continue to do so with that Assistant Librarian.
Yeah, the Rainbow Fishes are doing their work. I mean, I like how it's like Rainbow Fishes, I think, like a 3-off in every deck. God damn, it's so strong. Also, Rainbow Fish, again, it's a really funny interaction with Quicksand, how that works.
Yeah, and, you know, with Mono Shurima and Ziggs Taliyah and, you know, variations of Akshan Sivir, Mono Viego with Shurima, you know, all running Quicksands as a defensive tool. This strategy from 4LW to play a win condition that essentially ignores Quicksand is very exciting stuff.
Yeah, obviously they're still gonna get the minus attack, but yeah, keeping the elusive is really cool. God damn, what did I think of it before? I absolutely despise Quicksand. I should just play attach. Dude, the triple Rainbow Fishes, this is the future.
The future is now. 4LW just seems to have gotten there before everyone else.
As usual. There's nothing new.
And, yep, Rite of the Arcane comes out from Davidic, but this Troll Chant and the Faded keyword keeps that Librarian nice and healthy.
That's sad. It does mean Xerath will flip. And, well, it's nice to have some big elusive units that aren't really affected by Quicksand. Once the Sundisk flips, Xerath is just gonna ping off our board like crazy. Luckily, there is no Azer right now. It's drawn. So we have one more turn for 4LW to get this lethal, and it looks like he's gonna get there.
Yeah, it looks like this second Rainbow Fish in hand.
Alright, Quicksand gives -4. I think we should still be fine because, yeah, we can play stands and we can play the Rainbow Fish. So we actually have enough stats to even through the Quicksand get the lethal. Yes, yeah, we have more than enough. Your Assistant Librarian is popping off.
Yeah, you know, to some degree, Faded as a keyword also benefiting from the cast play change.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's actually one of the more annoying parts. That's actually one of the more annoying parts. Whenever I see Pantheon deck and they just commit a single combat and now they get the stat buff before the single combat resolves, ugh. It pains me.
And 5 damage more than Davidic's Nexus total means that this Quicksand isn't quite enough.
Yeah. Yeah, wait! Either Davidic did not know or this was just, you know, like, oh, come on, emote. Because, yeah, Quicksand does not work here. these two are not the ones that have elusives. The rainbow fish have elusives, and they do not get affected by that quicksand.
Let's see what her notes say.
Oh, this is beautiful to see. Alright. The one thing I ask, right, please make something that doesn't give elusive. Please make like a 3-mana attach that gives overwhelm. Please, 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 please. I would like to play some Vi attach with overwhelm. You know what? It can be an attach unit that does not give attack power. It could be like a 0-2 for 3 mana that gives overwhelm. I'm fine with it. Because my Vi has enough attack, and if she gets like 2 more health for tough, it's also nice. But I don't know.
Nice little bit of overwhelm.
Yeah, just 10, 6 tough overwhelm swinging. It's no problem. Also no problem for Paul LW here winning that series because it appeared that was the last game that we just tuned into. Damn, it's actually popping off right now. Especially against Mono Shuriman or these other quicksand decks, as you mentioned. This probably was the strategy here. Alright, let me see if we can find any other matchup still going on in this round that we can actually spectate.
Is Just Some Bad Juju seems to still be playing against Lunari.
Yes, we can hop into that game. Okay, I'm spectating Lunari, and I hope we are going in game in just a second. All right, and there we go. And it's another Aphelios Fizz. Yeah, Aphelios Fizz is also, again, the Rainbow Fish attach, the Papercraft Dragon attach, really strong. Unfortunately, Papercraft Dragon, I don't think quite as good as Rainbow Fish.
You're gonna catch me.
But we see the mirror here, and the deck is very popular, obviously, with Mono Shurima still being a thing, with other quicksand decks being a thing. Really strong right now, just to counter them.
Yeah, and Lunari a bit on the back foot, it looks like, with Juju with a Fizz in play. It's likely been pushing that elusive damage through these not elusive blockers on the side of Lunari.
Now, the health total on both sides is wildly different. That said, we have Aphelios on one side, and we don't have Aphelios on the other side, and that has to count for something. We might be able to wrestle by control of the game. Unfortunately, we do not have an elusive blocker for Fizz.
Aphelios.
No, and this
Yeah, an even bigger weapon.
16 damage attack from Aphelios is pretty scary.
Pretty scary, but not enough. It's interesting that we put blockers alongside here. Really, we don't really care for units that don't have elusive at this point because they can all be jump blocked. But yeah, as of now, if we don't top deck Hush, this just looks like somebody Juju is going to win the game next turn.
Yeah. Just Some Bad Juju. Another player that's been really consistently not just showing up to play in these MR daily tournaments, but showing up and performing in these MR daily tournaments.
Showing up to win, showing up to crush the competition. No mercy.
Treasure.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, we do not only have the wider board, again, we also have the elusive and the overwhelm. Currently nothing we can do against that. Yep, that is also not it. I mean, we can stun the overwhelm if we get another action with Aphelios.
If we get an action, but with this wide board and elusive Fizz, it looks like that's just gonna be it.
Yeah, and apparently Aphelios was not enough here. The sad Poro emote comes in. All the value in the world, not enough to win this game. Now we see how strong Fizz can be still.
Yeah, Fizz, he's sometimes elusive. He's hard to remove. Looked like he had caught a flame spitter that game. And Juju rode that flame-throwing fish to victory.
Wait, it's not a fish, is he?
He's fish adjacent.
Fish adjacent. Yes, I like this. He's fish adjacent. A lot of fish nowadays in the meta. A lot of fish. I gotta say. And we don't even have lurkers.
Yeah, and coming into what I think is probably game 3.
We never know. I mean, this was an Aphelios mirror, okay? that previous game could have gone on for quite a while. But yeah, I also think this might be game 3.
Okay. Pretty good looking opening hands from both players.
Yeah, Rainbow Fish here in this matchup, obviously, I don't think it's quite as good just because of sharp sides, staying in combat, and other things. Because you would never put a Rainbow Fish, for example, on Fizz. That doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree just putting it away for now. Maybe this is a go wide strat. Like, if we find our face spam, if you find Grandfather Faye and play Gleaming Lantern, I think if we go really wide and get some value with Aphelios, might win the game that way.
Yep. And Lunari deciding to not offer the Fizz trade into the Saga Seeker, deciding with the thin number of units in their hand, keeping him on board is preferable.
Okay, so this game, we actually have a really wide hand from Bad Juju. This is something that we didn't see before. So, for example, in Grandpa Roji's game, Grandpa Roji struggled with getting units on the board. Some Bad Juju here has the option to go really wide. 3 units wide is a lot for Pantheon.
Oh, shiny.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to play.
You know, possibly this turn looking to just take the sharp sight, get his faded buff for the turn, and deal with this Fizz.
Yeah, goodbye. Poor Trickster here. Oh, okay, we are protecting the Fizz. This is interesting. So, sharp sights are a resource that you don't have forever. You only have 3 of them in a deck, okay? So if we protect our Fizz from each and every sharp sight, in the future, at some point, Fizz will be able to swing in, potentially with a Papercraft Dragon riding on his back. Or he is riding on Papercraft Dragon's back. I don't know how this one works.
Yeah, and speaking of Papercraft Dragon, there he is. And
Takes the
Juju
full hit? Whoa.
considered playing that Zenith Blade, but I think on reconsideration wants to get this white flame down and start using that Fury keyword to make blocking with some of these chump blockers available to Fizz Aphelios a bit more awkward.
A bit more awkward, yes. Now again, there is another sharp side in the hand of some Bad Juju, so it's not quite safe for the Fizz yet, but we can again protect the Fizz. And once the second sharp side is gone, unless we find a third sharp side, this Fizz is going to be one of the things that could potentially pressure back, could put us on the clock. The clock, though, is currently in the favor of some Bad Juju. Now we're already on 14 HP. We have a white flame on board that is now getting overwhelmed.
That is a rather large dragon. And
Oh. So, that's the sharp side. Probably getting pranked here. Okay, okay.
I'm ready.
And that prank allowing 8 damage to come through for Lunari.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. So, I'm wondering if you would have wanted somebody to play Sharpsight this turn. Because you could have taken out the dragon with the double attack of the Fizz. Like, if, like, any other unit here blocking the Fizz, you could have dealt with not only Stretch Defense, but also Pet Cascade. Because Fizz would have had enough attack with the quick attack to trade. And the dragon, you would have lost your Fizz, but the dragon would have also died because you had double attack on Fizz. So, now, the dragon is only going to grow bigger, and the Sharpsight is still going to be there in the future. And as long as you don't get, like, a secondary elusive win condition, you kind of traded, I think, less damage for something that was really valuable for some bad Juju. Like, some bad Juju still has the Sharpsight now in the future turns. Now, all of this is not saying that some bad Juju would have used the Sharpsight last turn. Potentially would have just let it go anyways. But I think you would have been fine with some bad Juju using the Sharpsight last turn.
Yeah. And that stress defense from Lunari, buying them enough time to get this Aphelios in play and get themselves phased to Gravitum to put that white flame in Gravitum jail.
Forever and ever and ever. This is really insane. We obviously don't play the Gravitum this turn. We just pick it, take it next turn, and then again, we have a couple more turns because of this game. Also, we could get Infernum next turn. Oh, we don't go for the Gravitum. We go for the Severum.
I like this Severum pick. It lets us get Severum on our Fizz and phase into Gravitum to get our life total. Oh, we're going with Severum on the Librarian. To get our life total back to a little bit more stable, because we still do have the second overwhelm threat in that Saga Seeker from just some bad Juju.
Yeah. I've heard from many people that they think Severum, a bit underrated, not enough people consistently take Severum. And you know what? Potentially, I agree. Although I am myself one of those players that I think should have taken Severum a bit more often.
And this Pokestick coming out on the stack to generate the Gravitum in response to the rally. Oh, an Infernum. Not a Gravitum.
What? Oh. Okay, wait a second.
Perhaps...
Wait a minute. Are we trying to go for lethal this turn? Okay, so we have Rainbow Fish. We can go wide. We can full swing. Okay, so we go Rainbow Fish. We go Inferno. Infernum on Fizz. No, wait. Why do we swing in now? What is happening? No, we don't swing in now. Why didn't we take you Gravitum?
Yeah, this choice to pick Infernum, perhaps, you know, absent-mindedly not respecting the possibility of a rally from Juju. Expecting to be able to find lethal this turn.
How do we win this game? So we block the dragon, that's how it starts. We play the fish. We have 2 threats. We put the overwhelm on the Fizz. We are not winning this game this turn. Maybe we clicked too fast. This wasn't accidental.
Maybe. With
Okay, so
Gleaming Lantern.
wait, aren't we dead now? Okay, no, we have Pack Escape. It's fine. But I think some benches is definitely gonna commit the sharp side already. To threaten lethal, we can avoid it with the Pack Cascade. Oh, but still.
Yeah, but then if
Yeah.
we do Infernum on the Fizz, that dragon is going to have to block
Yeah.
and
So,
trade into the Fizz, and we're going to be gaining 6 with the Librarian.
also, we're pushing a lot of damage here. So, this dragon is gonna be at 11 HP. Fizz is gonna be at 7 attack. So we push 3 with Fizz already. We push 9 damage. That is not nothing. That is not lethal, unfortunately. Oh, never mind. I forgot Fury. Okay, we're not pushing 9. We're pushing 8 damage. Caster math. Everyone knows.
Caster.
It's the best. Best in the biz.
But with this dragon answered,
Yeah. Well, now, Dragon,
And this-
consider yourself answered.
and this lifesteal coming through on behalf of the Librarian.
Sharky, Sharky. Let's see what her notes say.
We get Gravitum next turn with the Gifts from Beyond. Okay.
Yeah.
No Pantheon drawn either.
To death I go.
Okay, we see the open attack. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get there with the open attack. Yeah, but now
Time, book.
Gravitum comes in and saves the game.
Find peace in the quiet, Val.
It
It's just us.
was a different kind of play from Lunari. And I don't know if it was for sure planned out last turn. But it worked out, and that's all that's all that's needed.
It hurts. because
Perhaps it
knows.
was making the best of a bad situation.
Yes. Yo. Also, I don't know if it was planned. Maybe it was. You know, maybe it was planned. If so, genius. Absolute genius. I would have probably lost to a top deck Pantheon, but you know what? Probably lose to Pantheon anyways. So, how do we win though? Okay, we put Peppercraft on Aphelios, we put Overwhelm on Aphelios, and there's only one unit that can be Concerted Strike next turn. Obviously, Lunari doesn't know that there's only one Concerted Strike, but can, I guess, not play around Concerted Strikes in a combat.
Yeah. Committing, not committing. I think possibly respecting the possibility of Cataclysm there and not tapping low.
Ooh, this is interesting. Where do you stand on the units that are stunned attacking debate? I
They
heckin'
probab-
love units that are stunned being able to attack.
Oh, I think they probably shouldn't, because that's what Stunned says. Stunned says this unit can't attack or block.
See, that's why it's good they got us both on the cast here.
You can only feel one thing, Fel.
We cover the whole spectrum.
And a quick Aphelios level, but Pantheon coming down possibly with the correct keywords.
Yeah, no pressure, Pantheon. Ooh. Displaying this to get Pantheon an extra keyword. Let's go. What do we get? Elusive. Lifesteal.
Against all gods.
Scout, Spell Shield.
I think elusive lifesteal, like the at least in this turn, the important ones. Wait, we get none of those.
None.
Oh, Pantheon, you disappointment.
Yeah, but the Concerted Strike still available.
Yeah, but if Nori does a heads up play here and plays Papercraft Dragon, we have so many threats. If Philios is overwhelmed, we potentially have a double attack long tooth. Okay, we're just swinging. I get it. We have like a couple of cards we can play alongside of this. So right now we need to Concerted Strike Philios. And yeah, we're still dead because we want to kill all of those.
We need to Concerted Strike a couple of units here, but only one Concerted Strike is in our hand.
It's also a bit expensive. But yeah, you're right. We need to yeah. Like 3 2-mana Concerted Strikes here would have been really nice. And the whatever from Bad Juju comes in. This was a game.
This was very well navigated by Lunari. That's someone who's played that deck and knows it in and out.
Yeah, I would have picked Graviton. I don't know if I would have won. I probably would have lost there. Because with that play, Lunari actually put their opponent in a position where the guy needed to win the external. Lunari had enough threats to just win the game at that point. Overall, very, very interesting game. And yeah, way better play than I ever could from Lunari. And Fisophilios seems to be a real menace.
Yeah, it just keeps winning.
Actually, it does. It actually just keeps winning. All right. But with that, I say we probably end the round 4 here. And we're going to wait until the next round starts. Now, we're going to go into a bit of a longer break this time because we are at the halfway point of the Swiss rounds. And to preserve our voices a bit, because we still have to cast 4 more Swiss rounds and a top 8, we are going to go to a 15-minute break after a short couple replays. So stay tuned. You know, y'all go out there, get yourself a couple of snacks, and we are right back with round number 5 already. This tournament has had some exciting gameplay, and we hope it will continue just like that. Okay. And we are back. We are halfway done already with the Swiss phase. Welcome back to the MasteringRuneterra X GGtoor $500 Cup numero 6. And we are jumping right into a match between Y Rebellion and Sergi Vamos. Two players who are currently at 3-1. Or already have one loss and cannot afford to lose again, really. And this is a really interesting match to hop into.
Yeah, we have Sergi on his lovely account EU GigaChad.
Okay, so wait, I thought I didn't have Sergi added, but I might want to look afterwards, because I didn't know that Sergi had the best name in the game. That's a really good name. Okay.
I hate traffic.
The EU Giga Chat. Okay, okay. I might have him added then in that case.
And it looks like he's pushing a good amount of damage this turn.
Yeah.
Level his Draven.
A real Giga Chat.
But Petrosite Broadwing and Bright Steel Protector from Y Rebellion is looking to start taking control of this board.
Taking some names soon. Yes. I mean, everything right now gets killed by it. But, again, I don't know Sergi's list for sure. There are some ways to protect your units here. Ooh,
there is a one of survival skills in Sergei's deck.
My shield is yours.
Alright, we also have a beautiful Shock Blast here. Lined up already. I do think, though, we're gonna struggle in the future, because I think one card this deck can't deal with is definitely Cyan. We're gonna struggle with Cyan really badly.
Yeah, and we've already taken 6 Nexus damage.
Yo, the lava board music is so fucking good. Sorry, that was my one curse word for today, okay? I had to use it on the lava board.
The lava board it's just that cool. It's deserving.
Absolutely. Now, we can clear up this board, we can push some damage of our own, but as you mentioned, we're already on 14 HP. So, Cyan Swing plus a couple burn points from Mystic Shock, Get Excited, or potential Decimate can actually just be lethal. It's another lost soul though. Okay, the value game is also very, very dangerous. I don't even know if without Lux, the Master has enough to deal with like just recurring units.
My steel is yours.
Yeah, without Lux or Jace generating that extra value for this deck, 2 Lost Souls might be a bit much to try to get through on just the Demacia mid-range plan.
Card is about to be cute. That this could be, for example, this could actually just be a Mystic Shot to take off the barrier here. But you might want to keep that. I don't think you're too sad losing your infinite units here.
Yeah, and I'm now getting the Giga Chad's hand.
Let's go. The EU Giga Chat's hand, and there is Science. Oh god.
Himself a bit of a Giga Chad leveled on curve.
Yes. It's really hard to not flip him with 2 Lost Souls. Obviously, the hand is a bit delayed on the other side, because once you go into Spectator, the game just plays it out really fast to the point where it's currently at. And then we see there was the Mystic Shot that was almost committed. Yeah, what do you do now? You can't Thermal Beam the side. He's just got to come back and just push even more damage.
Yeah.
Also, I think if we do this, I think we see the Mystic Shot on the 3-2. And then we have a big Fierce Immune that is also going to swing in and push 4 more damage.
Yeah, this Scion is not getting answered.
Shield up.
Pushes 6 damage already here. Does not die. Is able to swing in once more. Once the last breath effect comes in, and yeah, I don't see a way for Rebellion to get back into this game. The good thing is, once we kill Cyan and we have mana up for something like single combat, Cyan and single combat works in a way where the Cyan Resurrected is obviously ephemeral. So what that means is that then, if we single combat, that Cyan will kill itself with the single combat. Ooh! Interesting line of play. So if we see the Noxian Fervor here committed from EU Giga Chat, the single combat line I just mentioned becomes very important for Y Rebellion. Alright, there we go. We see it. You let this resolve. You single combat. The Cyan returned.
Yep. And now it's Jace versus the world.
Unfortunately, it looks like the world is going to win almost. Okay, Shock Blast is also really good.
Yep.
Yo, Shock Blast is insane. So, I think what Sergi
That
is going to do is just going to
Decimate
burn you
top
out.
deck though, yeah.
Because of Decimate top deck, but otherwise the Shock Blast would have been really good. And boom, there we go. 1-0 for the EU Giga Chat. Going in with the EU version of Cyan, which is really burn heavy.
Yeah, all the way into Noxy and Fervor. Not just Mystic Shot, Get Excited, Decimate, but even more burn on top of that.
Yeah. And because we are halfway done, I think I want to conserve some energy because we still have quite a few rounds to cast. So I'm going to sit down now.
Sitting is nice. Do you have like a standing sitting desk from the future? That looked...
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, and the Nardarius Overwhelm now.
So, continuing the trend, pushing in more damage, going in. That is, you know, a lineup deserving of the name Giga Chat.
Explosives primed.
Yeah, and that Thermo saving a lot of health. Yep. And this Troll Chant not actually going to be able to protect Ballista because of Petricite Broadwing's formidable keyword.
Snack attack, baby, done up a wall.
Oh.
There's nothing a little ingenuity can't fix.
Aha,
Yeah, perhaps.
Pokey pokey.
And Nar leveled, no longer very threatened by Petricite Broadwings. Yeah, Whirling Death allowing you to get blockers out of the way to
We can
push
do
even
this.
more overwhelm damage.
A beacon in battle.
Yeah,
Just need a
and
second.
I think I like this Lux develop. Um, Next turn, we'll be able to level both of our champs if we get an opportunity, which we won't. Yeah,
Better, brighter than before.
yeah. These extra blockers, you know, three health apiece. The laser.
The Winter's Claw strikes!
He doesn't. I think recognizing that the little one health Broadwing, even with the Troll Chant, would be able to trade into it next turn, and deciding that the Troll Chant is best spent on the larger, more important units like Gnar and soon Darius. Yeah, and this financier offering what might be a cheeky remembrance since we have two challengers. A swing here might be able to get remembrance to a playable mana cost, and a Radiant Guardian in this situation would go a long way to keep Y Rebellion in this game a little bit longer against these overwhelm units. a 5/5 tough or the new 06 formidable dragon. Those would be blocking a good amount of damage. Now, yeah, and with the sharp sight also available to stop 2 additional damage, yes, very dedge. I also might like to see Lux blocking the Yeti to prevent Darius from flipping at all this turn until he strikes.
This is my choice.
Boy, now.
They got past me.
They will bleed for Noxus.
There could be a concerted strike coming from the Lux, and oh, that's true.
Remember, we're the ones who make progress happen.
Yep. And the pokey stick coming out to try to stop the trade, answered with sharp sight, granting a laser that almost certainly is going to be aimed at the Gnar. To stop him from getting bigger. Oh, and perhaps a slight slip up, troll chanting the Lux, no longer making her the strongest enemy and giving vulnerable to the Forge Worker. Yeah. And with further Lux lasers threatening these champions, um, perhaps just going for the Darius again. Um, no longer concerned about the possibility of a second troll champ. Laser would kill through it. Yeah, very. Yeah, with Whirling Death and Decisive Maneuver, um, this Darius is looking pretty lethal into an empty hand, unless the top deck is Concerted Strike.
Not so fast.
Let's go, people!
Magma is still inside the Earth's crust. It only becomes lava after it gets to the surface.
Death by my hand.
Shine with me.
I did. I did actually. Yeah, and this decisive maneuver spells the end for Y Rebellion.
It might be the end because actually the Swiss rounds were cut short. And we now only have 7 Swiss rounds today.
Oh. And that second loss is quite a big deal in only 7 rounds of Swiss.
It is a huge deal. Can you still make it with 5-2? It depends, right?
It depends. It's not the most likely.
All right. That means we do have a problem in that case, if that is the case. But very well played from both sides. I mean, I think I would have taken a few different lines on EU GGtoor's side, but still it's beautiful to see this Overwhelm deck in action from Rico Rex, obviously inspired. The Overwhelm God still trucking along, still playing triple Overwhelm lineups. Yes. You can't push him off of it. He is always going to still play those Overwhelm lineups. But just to update you on the bracket, we currently have Tiyokadu at 4-1. We have Prodigy at 4-1. Ghost the Driver at 4-1. OTK Void at 4-0. Pin Ping Ho at 4-0. Salty Simon at 4-0. Kurone at 4-0. Grandpa Roji at 4-0. TKG Kasai at 4-0. King Axe Noctis at 4-0. We have Luna at 3-2. Raiden at 3-2. Sleepy Panda at 3-2. Just Some Bad Juju at 3-2. I think looking at this, you could potentially still make it with 2 score. No, never mind. You can't. Just too many players still at 3-1. But a couple of players at still 3-1 means we can actually jump into another spectate session. Is 4LW still playing? This could be a game we could hop into. Again, at the beginning of the day, I was very biased. I already said I want to spectate 4LW as much as possible just because the lineup is an absolute banger. I want to see the triple fishes perform. And 4LW is still playing. So I think at 3-1, this is also one of the matches. Either 4LW loses here and is out, or still is in and is actually playing versus Cami. So this is actually a banger matchup. We should hop into that immediately. So let me pull that game up for you guys.
Oh, we're going into Kemi POV. Here, we're seeing
We jumped in, I think, at the beginning of probably game 2. Last series was pretty fast, so this could still be game 2, game 1. I mean, we do have some really slow matchups on both sides, right? We have Aphelios Fizz on one side, and we have Aphelios Zoe Karma. God damn. Zoe always shows up. Is this a one-off Zoe?
let me pull up his list. That is a 2 of Zoe. It is the Karma that is alone.
Cami here, not excited about sacrificing Zoe, but also does not want to get this to draw any more cards. This is a slow game from 4W though, but as soon as we find Ude, this could explode.
Yeah.
See what her notes say.
And the Aphelios from Cami. Looking to start generating that value, taking control of the board.
The brighter my light, the stronger your shadow.
I fight with my spirit, not my fists.
The Dragon, obviously, very, very strong card still. Now can't be tutored with Aphelios anymore. But, you know, still very, very good card. You'll love to see it. Especially in matchup where the healing is needed. Now, in this matchup, it's a bit more strange to play. But...
Yeah. But still, the Aphelios weapons giving you constant blockers.
Yeah, giving you a 3-1 that's gonna die at the end of the turn. Still, it's a blocker, yeah. For this turn, it's a blocker. Ramstan's coming in here, threatening a Zoe. Obviously, you can't let the Zoe level up. Also, yeah, you know, clearing the annoying 3-1 blocker. The Zoe is gonna be protected. Oh no, oh no, the Zoe is already 6 out of 10. We don't have a lot of interaction in this deck.
Yeah, that is a very close Zoe. And as these Aphelios guns come through with phasing into each other, that 6 out of 10 is pretty quickly going to be 10 out of 10.
Also, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I was muted for the entire last series. It was just... So everyone just is hearing you. That line about magma and lava is not gonna make any sense for them. It's like now it's gonna seem like you just randomly explain what magma and what lava
I
is.
just randomly thought, you know, the difference between lava and magma, technically speaking.
It was something that you felt the viewers should know.
Well, you know, the game was concluding. There wasn't much else to say about decisive maneuver. But 4LW answering that Zoe before she leveled
does get through it. I mean, that was needed, right? I think as soon as Zoe flips, you are in trouble. Still
in a lot of trouble.
We have Aphelios and a potential Karma. Like, imagine flipped Karma and flipped Aphelios. It's gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, but we do have apparently 4LW's favorite new card, Rainbow Fish, to possibly attack around these dragonlings being produced.
Sunlight guide you, my brethren.
Looking at the
And-
hand of Cami, also a lot of not only protection, but also useful interaction.
Yeah, this Blinded Mystic and the Fallen Comet that was just invoked. Obliteration's pretty much the only way to get rid of Rainbow Fish.
Devotion through battle.
Ooh. Alright. It's interesting to me then that we are not getting rid of the spell shield units here. I understand why we want to take down the faded units, but is there a potential world where we just put Rainbow Fish on a spell shield unit? Or is it just something like, if you would be 4W in this position, you would not necessarily think about putting Rainbow Fish on a spell shield unit because of Obliterate?
Yeah, certainly the Librarian is threatening to end the game faster. But with this Gravitum coming out from Aphelios, it might make sense to put the Rainbow Fish on a spell shield unit to prevent further Aphelios shenanigans from slowing you down too much.
Alright, Pokestick was taken here. Do we take the shield? No, we take the spear. Alright, yeah, it's all in aggression. I want to finish this game as early as possible. I want to see a Rainbow Fish on the spell shield unit. This would be so annoying for Cami.
Got this from a side quest.
Night flowers upon my
So some very low value draws right now from 4LW, to be honest.
Take a peek at life beneath
Yeah,
the waves.
but Conchologists, generating nice
Spilled paint
Three
is just
Sisters.
accidental act.
Oh, there he goes. Oh dear. There he goes. That's also a big win condition that is incredibly hard to deal with. Also another target that, for this Fallen Comet, is kind of necessary.
There is the big man himself, but Karma drawn on the side of Kemi, and we are just one turn away.
Karma drawn. If Filio's still alive, almost flipped.
And there it is. There's that spell shield Rainbow Fish attach.
Oh, these owl cats are so annoying. I don't care that much, but like control players absolutely hate these guys.
Yeah, but the Trickster held in hand for several turns by Kemi finally played in response to the Rainbow Fish.
Yeah, this looks very good for Cami. Maybe Udyr can potentially swing this game around, but like we've seen Karma Zoe before. Now with Aphelios, this deck plays roughly the same, is still incredibly strong.
Speaks Aphelios. You are its voice.
Yeah, and now that Aphelios is flipped, there's gonna be a lot of guns.
A lot of guns.
Crescendo.
It's interesting that we don't play Karma before we play this. Apparently did not want to double up on this, would rather keep a bit of mana up.
Yeah, I think possibly foresight from Kemi, wanting to be able to afford Karma and this Falling Comet.
Heart and mind as one. Where there is life, there is hope.
But can we have thought that if we played the weapon after we played Karma as well?
Battle unprepared.
We could have.
Is there any removal we play? Oh, wait.
It was so that we could trigger next to Felio's weapon.
All right, with some lifesteal. I mean, Aphelios is flipped now, so we are gonna have enough weapons for the end of days. And looking at this, maybe we don't need the extra blocker. We have a big lifesteal unit swing in now. Gonna heal for 4. Gonna put us back to 18.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's possible that the rainbow fish gets reattached to something.
Are you okay? So we have two options here. Either you rainbow fish and attach it to something and block this unit, but Cami still gonna get the lifesteal. Your rainbow fish goes back into your hand. You could also just freeze something. You could also potentially get because right now
From darkness, light.
Cami doesn't really have the mana. You could also give like overwhelm stance to Udyr and try to swing in with a big attack next turn. Oh, rainbow fish Udyr. Okay. This is really cool because this means when Cami swings in to heal, we're gonna get a free stance because Udyr is gonna put that to 0. Yeah, incredibly annoying to play around for Cami.
Yep.
Very well played for 4LW. Oh, it's gonna... Okay, yeah, 4W kind of has to play it this way. It's gonna put the overwhelm on Udyr here, probably. Although, maybe you put it on Assistant Librarian just to, yeah, split up the stats, split up the threats. This is good because, again, Cami can kill the Udyr here. And, unfortunately, Rainbow Fish goes alongside of the Udyr. This is also not going to be able to attack, unfortunately.
Gravitum.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Stopping that overwhelm. And now, since Udyr can get chumped by the 2/2, 4LW choosing to further develop. And I think this comet might be all she wrote.
Yeah. That comet. That feels so bad. You just put so much into this Udyr. And you gotta use the rainbow fish too.
And
well, now Flip Karma does what Flip Karma does.
An unending cascade of cards for Cami.
I think not only that, I think Cami would have been able to finish his next turn. No joke. I think this was over next turn.
With doubled Infernum, for sure.
Yeah. Infernum, we can buff our units to high heavens. This was definitely over. But I think a couple of well-played lines from FLW, and especially like with the elusive on the Udyr, really like that. Just if your opponent invokes correct cards, and if your opponent is able to stall out to get to their karma win condition, you are going to lose. And this was all Cami had to do, and Cami did it really well. Also, kind of had that Zoe always as a threat, and not keeping that Zoe alive, and not only threatened that Zoe would flip, and obviously that would also win you the game, it also kind of forced 4LW to play around it, and we saw a couple of boar stances played.
Yeah.
Potentially more than 4LW would have wanted to play.
I think forcing those 2 boar stances out of 4LW really slowed down 4LW's proactive game plan enough to allow Karma to come in and take the late game victory.
Yeah, very well played. I don't know if this was the last game. They appear to still be in a challenge, so we are potentially hopping into one game again. And we do have to say that at this point, 4LW and Cami are both 3-1, so it's really important for them to actually take the game. This can't be the last game, right? Come on, 4W. I want to see one more game of the triple Rainbow Fish lineup. It has to happen.
You are just a man who wants fish in your life.
Yes, I just want some fish. All right, a short update from the standings. Salty Simon is now 5-0. Corone is now also 5-0. Grandpa Roji is 5-0. And Void is also 5-0. So we have a couple of players at 5-0. We have a couple of players at 4-1. We have already 16 players at either 4-1 or 5-0. Which suggests to me, because we, after this, only have 2 rounds left, that I don't think you are going to make it at an in-2 score.
Yeah. 5-2 does not look good enough at this point.
Maybe a couple of 5-2s are going to make it, like 1 or 2. But I think that's it. That is probably it. It appears also that we are not going back into game. Either they have stalled out and are just waiting to queue the next matchup, or this really was the last game. I'm not sure.
Was the last game. Cami is no longer in a challenge.
Oh, why is 4W still in a challenge? Spectator mode, everyone. We don't know how it works. Okay. Then let me look for any other matchups that we could still show. Any other matchups that are still going on here. Preferably of people that are 3-1 right now. Cami now 4-1 with this. Fall W would be at 3-2. Pusb is still playing, also at 3-1. So I think we're going to hop into that matchup real quick and see what is going on there. It's playing against also someone with a really good name. It's playing against Supreme Fatty.
See you never.
We see here the classic Yumi Pantheon. No one-offs of any other champion. Just go all in. I think, actually, at this point, the one of Tarek is just not worth it. Yumi is just so good in this deck. But we're going up against Violate, so this is Sentinel's control. We already see the lead draws in the hand here. Was already played once. Can be committed again next turn.
Yeah.
Apparently was not committed this turn in favor of Elise, so I do expect Supreme Fatty to play a couple more units here. Probably is looking to go wide or looking for a vengeance. Oh no.
Quick vengeance. Very much game.
Very much game. And this could have been the end. I mean, we probably jumped right into game 3 there. And Pantheon just, you know, being escorted out by Vengeance. Pantheon is so, like, bad against hard kill spells. Luckily, he rolled spells here quite a bunch of times, and we do run a couple of Bastions. But if you can line up a now 6-mana Vengeance with a Val Feast, it's still going to take Pantheon and the important cards out. And we don't run that many important cards that we can just keep going for threat after threat after threat. We are mostly committing resources on 3 units a game. And if those 3 units get dealt with, we are really screwed.
Yeah. Something that people were doing throughout the week was you started to see Camphor the Doubt in Pantheon lists as just another threat with, you know, the Overwhelm and the Spell Shield that was sort of hard enough to deal with that it could help you sort of deplete resources from your opponent to make your Pantheon safer. And that was a tech that I think I was fond of.
It sounds awesome. Also, I would love to see some Camphor. It was kind of memed upon when it was first released. Even though it has like an epic animation, okay? It has a better level up animation than Garen. It has a better level up animation than Braum. It has a better level up animation than Teemo. Absolutely insane card. A lot of resources put into that card, actually, but in the end, it didn't end up doing all too much. But I think that is it for us for this round. So we're going to go into a very short 5-minute break. And once we are back, we are already going into round number 6. So only 2 more rounds of Swiss that are played. Afterwards, we will go and make the top cut. Top 8 is, I think, yeah, it's top 8 today. And everyone in top 8 is already in the money. Because even if you get 5th to 8th place, you're going to get $25. But everyone is obviously vying for the $200 W to get first place. So if you want to see who will get there, you have to tune in for next round. Until then, grab yourself something to drink, and we will be right back. Hello, we are back. My name is still SparklingIceT. I'm not going to change it. I haven't changed it during the break. And next to me is still Jansports, or how I call him, and other you people call him Jansports. And we are here to bring you the second half, yes, we are only halfway through, of the GGtoor X MasteringRuneterra $500 Cup and number 6. Now, we've already played 5 Swiss rounds. We are now gonna go for Swiss round number 6 and 7. After that, we're gonna go into a top 8 cut. So it is going to be tough competition. A lot of people have already dropped out of the tournament during the Swiss rounds, but a couple people are still playing. We're going to bring you some of the games of the players who are not safe yet. So we're not going to show you anyone who's 5-0 right now. You're going to see them in the top cut probably. We're going to show you some of the players who are 4-1 and still have to fight their way through the bracket, through the Swiss phase to get there. Now, it's going to be interesting, because we're going to show you someone we haven't shown so far today. And he brought a lineup that I think is going to be a seasonal staple. So, we're going to show you Prodigy in the next matchup. And he brought the triple quicksand lineup. What do you think of this?
I think quicksand is a very strong card, and wanting to play decks that include it makes a lot of sense.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I agree. But do you also think, was I a bit too overzealous, or do you also think this could potentially be like a seasonal lineup contender?
Oh, I think very much so. Even before the nerfs weren't that big to Mono Shurima, and before that, there were a lot of lineups being constructed around the Sundisk plus Taliyah Ziggs kind of core. And so finding a deck that fits the matchup tables and the targeting that you want to get done in open rounds that also includes quicksand seems like a natural progression of the meta that had been developing before the patch.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this is, again, the Mono Shurima deck you just mentioned. Not that nerfed. Now we have 2 Clockwork Curators for the matchup, so we do want to flip this on 6. Still, super strong deck. Still very, very playable. Now, the other deck, also we mentioned, one of the strongest decks currently on ladder. The Ziggs Taliyah deck, this is a very, very basic list with the one of Arsenal, one of Herald. Can win without drawing either of these. Just Ziggs and Taliyah are so, so strong together. Endless Devout, again, can make for some incredible tempo turns in combination with Taliyah or Desert Naturalist. With Inventive Chemist, draw copper to easily flip Taliyah and Ziggs. And then we have Rite of the Cane, Quicksand, for some interactions, as well as Pokestick. Again, Pokestick is a card that if you play Bandle City, then why don't you just put a Pokestick in?
You should probably be on Pokestick in some number.
It's actually the same card, right? It's just draw 1, do 1 damage to anything.
Yeah. Who doesn't like drawing cards?
True. But do you think this could ever get nerfed? Because I think it's so core to Bandle City that you would take. Yes, this deck would still be played without Pokestick probably, but for a lot of decks, you would just take something away that is so ingrained into what Bandle City is and how it's played.
I feel like Pokestick is kind of like the single combat, the Mystic Shot, the Twin Disciplines of Bandle City. It's a really good card that you usually want to be running if you're playing that region, and I think that's okay. I think it's great that regions have cards that are strong and people are like, maybe I want Pokestick in my deck. Maybe I should be on Bandle City.
Yeah, I like this as well. Completely agree. Now let's take a look at the third deck. It's going to be Viego, and Viego has made his way back into the meta. Now this is Mono Viego, not Viego Nasus, not Viego Thresh. We've seen this already today, but this is a very different Viego list from what we've seen today. What is happening here? Yes, it also has 3 Hydro Vines, but it also has a bunch of stuff that I would have not expected.
Yeah, it's the decision to include the Endless Devout Desert Naturalist passage is, I think, quite interesting. It gives you another way besides just Camivore and Soldier to try to stall out the board. Desert Naturalist also, like, since Sundisk and Taliyah Ziggs are popular decks, it can be used to target opponents' landmarks in some fringe cases. Um, and specifically in this list, I'm a big fan of the 3 Hourglass 2 Rekindler to just really ensure that we're keeping our Viego safe. If we get Viego, all we have to do is keep him safe for a little bit. He'll level up and win the game.
Yeah, no, I agree. But this Viego is really safe. Like, okay. In other decks, he was already safe. But I think with like 2 Hourglass, 2 Hourglass, 3 Rite of Negations, or 3 Hourglass, 2 Rite of Negations, Viego was already pretty safe. Okay.
He was already pretty safe, but
Yeah.
the Rekindlers make him even safer.
Right, yeah, Prodigy is playing like a helicopter mom. What is happening? Okay, so at this point, yes, Viego is super safe, but I don't know if you are not giving up a bit of power against like aggro decks, because as a trade-off, we only have 2 Wild Feasts instead of 3. We only have 1 Aspiring Chronomancer, so till turn 3, it might be that we can't like do much till turn 3, and if we like queue up into Pirate aggro, they're just gonna run us over.
Yeah, we it's a little dicey into the more aggressive matchups, but we've seen a few people on very aggressive lists, but a lot of what we've seen today have been, you know, more mid-range or slower decks or decks that are trying to play for value, where I think you can get away with being a little bit more greedy like this.
Yes, I mean, true. You can get away with being a bit more greedy. The one of Atrocity is also nice. So it's not triple vengeance, also just 2 vengeances. Don't have as much interaction with our opponent, but that might be fine because if we just continue to flip Viego and build a board, maybe we don't need vengeance. Maybe Viego is just going to do his job. But the Atrocity also just to have one more thing to close out the game. If we are already protecting our Viego, like a helicopter mom, might as well, like, let him grow up and do something for us. Like, if that is like a 15 attack Viego, that Atrocity can win us games.
That Atrocity, basically always lethal. Um, and, the more as I look at that endless devout more, it does have good synergy with Rite of Calling. You can sack it to draw Viego and create that landmark.
True. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Now, Prodigy is going to be up against King Noctis, so I'm just going to pull up their decks as well. King Noctis is also at 4-1. Was at 4-0 the round before, so has lost the series, but so far has also been doing incredibly well. And it's running a very similar lineup, so we are also going to start with what is Mono Shurima. I think it's probably the exact same list. I don't see any differences now already. Nope, that's probably the exact same list. Very figured out already, Mono Shurima, so we don't have to spend a lot of time with this. The movie is going to happen potentially. Second list, Taliyah Ziggs, but with 2 arsenals instead of just 1. So a slight difference there. And the third deck is where we go out of Shurima and we go Caitlyn Ezreal, One Aloof Traveler, very nice deck, I like it. This deck also very staple deck. Everyone knows how this one is played. Everyone has played or played against it at least once in their lives. Now, Caitlyn, obviously the decision over Draven nowadays, because unfortunately Draven at 2 HP just dies to everything. And Caitlyn now with the buffed flash bombs is actually a bit more consistent in setting up those Ravenous Flocks and Scorched Earths.
Much more consistent. And I think that's a big part of why, over other possible removal, running both Caitlyn and main deck Piltover Peacemaker, which is also Caitlyn's champion spell, Just it really gives the deck sort of that attrition level number of flash bombs in some scenarios where it's really reliably able to respond to open attacks with Ravenous Flock or Scorched Earth, but at the same time, it's always possibly holding things like House Spider or Arachnoid Sentry that punishes development, and putting your opponents in that kind of lose-lose situation is a powerful thing for a deck to be able to do.
Oh yeah. I mean, this deck, as you mentioned before, is all about agency, and it gives the player that plays the agency, which is why we have seen huge differences in win rates with this deck, and huge differences in matchup win rates. So I remember when Thresh Nasus was first a thing, and this was still played with Draven, and first it was favored for the Draven Ezreal, then people figured out how to play it on the Nasus side, and was favored for Nasus again. But then players like Alan, for example, said, no, this is still favored for the Ezreal Draven or for the Tribeam deck. You just have to play it correct. So we had huge differences between all sorts of players. But we're going to see how that one works out. But first of all, we're going to jump into a Mono Shurima mirror in the first game between Prodigy and... That's a nice summon. King Noctis, aka On Jemima. Okay, wait, we didn't have King Noctis added. Do we have On Jemima added? Maybe we do have that. Maybe we can get both ends.
We do have Aunt Jemima added.
I don't know what to call them now. I'm just gonna put in On Jemima. I'm just gonna put in the in-game name so it's not confusing.
Okay, we have Aunt Jemima added.
Alright, perfect.
Currently not allowing spectate, so we're working on getting that.
Had to happen. Okay, so it's no Soothsayer. It's fine. We don't have anything to fear right now. Can Soothsayer quite a bit later.
Just a couple of turn 2 Preservariums from both players.
Yeah, very exhilarating gameplay here. Oh, and now we're gonna see a different play from both sides. The board is not gonna be mirrored anymore, and there's a decision for Prodigy to make. Can actually just try to go for the Unraveled Earth here. Draw a card. Set up a couple of landmarks to be destroyed. I like to set those up as early as possible, potentially.
Yeah,
could also just...
It's very important to get those set up so that any unit development from the opponent is advancing that Xerath condition.
Yeah, there we go. Also, we have double Clockwork Curator, so if we find our champs, we can potentially flip this on this earlier than on Jemima, and whoever gets there first usually has an advantage. That said, right now we don't have the champions at all, so if this is going to stay like this, where we can't find our champions, on Jemima finds their champions, we are in trouble.
Yeah, this really is a deck that needs its champions, you know. There's a reason it runs Rite of Calling and usually Golden Ambassador, along with these predicts, the extra draw from Preservariums. Both players are looking to just get set up to where they can flip the disc and take control of the game with that level 3 Xerath strength.
Yeah. Also, one thing to note, in On Jemima's deck, there is not a single copy of Desert Naturalist. So this is why Prodigy did basically just play out his unit without a care in the world, because even at 4 mana, there was no landmark removal on Jemima's deck. Does not have to play around it. Do we just end round here? Probably predict, try to find a champion. Okay, Xerath. The only awkward part about this is that, again, on the other side, there are also Roiding Sands set up for our champion to catch. So we kind of have to play a couple of other units first to get rid of those, and then we can play our champion.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward spot for Prodigy. Not quite enough board space to be able to use things like the extra curator or the waking sands to take those vulnerables for the champions, which are much more important. Um, but you know, it's not a very dangerous board either.
Ooh. I mean, Zero flips anyways. You already made sure of that. With the landmarks you already have on board. So I get wanting to draw a bit here. Okay, Rock Hopper not really helping us either. We need to find that Asia now. I like this. It's going in for the attacker that basically doesn't do anything. But what it does is it passes over priority to On Jemima. And now On Jemima with a bit more mana can decide whether they want to actually do something on the board, which then Prodigy can make use of by removing those Rotting Sands and maybe being able to play this Xerath.
Yeah, and another predict from Aunt Jemima. That's starting to look very good. You know, if you've seen that many cards in your deck, it's likely that you have some champions.
Oh my god, champion number 1.
And
Asia
there's
in the
the
board.
first of them.
Wait, how far is Asia? 11 or 13 already? Okay. So basically gonna flip Asia next turn. And potentially gonna flip Asia with a played Xerath, and that is a real danger. Uh-oh. Okay, so we have Xerath already flipped. Asia now 12 or 13 is gonna flip with the Xerath development. So we could see it right here. The movie. Oh! Okay. Still 5 mana open.
Yep. Curator first. And still no Azir on the side of Prodigy.
Yeah. So the one thing is, yeah, we play Xerath now. The movie is gonna happen. Coming to theaters. May 7th, 2022.
In theaters everywhere this seasonal.
In the world where the seasonal is dominated by sand and desert. 2 friends, Ancient Ascended, are trying to take over the top spot.
And now, with this Azir starting to keep the board clear and these Ascended Azir attacks coming through, Prodigy has maybe 2 cards in which to find Azir to stand a chance, or things are just going to get away from him.
Things already got away from him. I like that you tried to sugarcoat this bit, but things are very far away from him right now.
There's a chance, right?
Is there? Like, I don't even know why we play this about to not catch 5 damage to the face. I get it, but this about is also gonna get obliterated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Or maybe we are going to catch 5 damage to the face.
Maybe we are gonna catch 5 damage in the face. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't see a way. I don't see a way we come back here.
Yeah, and no Azir here pretty much spells the end.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying, right? If one side has the champions and the other side doesn't, it's just like one side got the ticket to the movies, the other, unfortunately, was a bit too late.
They're just waiting outside in the rain on a cold night.
It's already booked out, I'm sorry.
And even with this, Rockhopper able to take the hit for the Nexus.
The only movie going on Prodigy's side right now is Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Sadness.
Yeah, well, maybe, he can get in contact with Doctor Strange and ask to hop to an alternate reality where he drew Azir.
Yes. On the reality where you got to play as champions. Yeah, it would have been nice, I guess. I mean, at least we have triple quicksand, huh?
Oh, yeah. Scion's never gonna kill us here. That's...
Oh, no. Well, again, that's just how it goes. If one side does the champions, the other one doesn't. But that we have the dreaded Mono Shurima Mura out of the way, and we can get into some real matchups now. Either Ziggs Taliyah or Caitlyn Ezreal are now going to meet Prodigies in Mono Shurima. And
hopefully we'll see actual games with actual gameplay.
Yeah, we're going to see actual Runeterra be played. Crazy. I think it's going to be, we're going to see Caitlyn Ezreal, because I think you have a pretty good win rate against that with Mono Shurima. If you do get your soothsayers. And yes, that's exactly what we're going to see. Now, shout out on Jemima. Or rather, shout out King X Noctis for still not enabling spectate. I think it's a case where most players, when they're really concentrated, they're not going to read your messages, right? They're going to read them after the game and we're like, oh, god damn it. Should have enabled that. But I understand it. Like, when I'm deep in thought, I'm never looking at my friends list. I'm looking at the messages.
Yeah, you're looking at your hand, you're looking at the board, opponent's mana crystals.
Alright, are we going to find it? Are we going to win the game? Right here, right now. It doesn't actually win the game, but it makes it way easier to play.
Oftentimes it loses the game. I think there was
I think we have something on that case.
some days ago in one of the earlier MR tourneys, every time we saw Sundisk get destroyed on stream, the Sundisk player won anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Xerath is still incredibly strong in this matchup, right? And you have a couple of mid-range options. Now, I think the winner goes down if you play one of the decks that does not play Desert Naturalist, so you don't have, like, insane tempo swings. But, again, Endless Devout is just really strong. Like, the Restored Devout 5-3 Fearsome is really strong against this list. Ooh! Sniped Xerath out of all three of them.
Yeah. Hitting that Xerath probably felt good for Aunt Jemima. Unfortunately...
They don't know.
He wasn't alone. And now we see pretty much exactly why sometimes taking the tempo loss of trying to destroy that Sundisk early can not work out for decks, as this double Endless Devout hand with the Rite of Arcane is going to allow a lot of board presence happening.
Yeah, and we didn't even destroy it, right? We tried to get there, desperately so, actually, with the Arcoist, but we couldn't even get there. And now it's one of those matchups where I think Sundisk has an insane win rate. It has to be like 60 or above %.
Oh, yeah. Once you make it this far without, there's been no Caitlyn or Ezreal coming down to really start harassing your board. The units that Tri-Beam decks can play aren't really threatening to you at this point, so you can just kind of sit back, relax, and let your champions do all the work.
No, you just need to draw easy and we basically win the game. Okay, let's look at the state. So, Xerath, 3 out of 4. It's going to flip next turn. Azir, level of 13. Also going to flip very easily. Plus, we have an Ancient Hourglass to protect our champions.
We'll crack this yet.
Alright, and now, on Jemima is offering Prodigy to clear Prodigy's board for him. This was something Prodigy wanted to do anyways. A couple of units needed to get rid of.
Yeah, make a little bit of space on the board.
Oh wow, there's actually some value out of the 1 damage ping from Xerath.
Yeah. Prodigy perhaps deciding to play the Xerath there for exactly that reason.
Okay, the one thing about Xerath is, I kind of get now that his level 3 and level 2 are so broken, because his level 1 is really ass.
His level 1 is pretty underwhelming.
It's pretty bad.
That's true. It's, you know, level 3 Xerath, clapping cheeks. Level 1 Xerath, just cheeks.
Just cheeks, yes. Okay, but we found easier to predict, so just have to wait one more turn. And oh, it looked really sad for Prodigy last game. It looks incredibly good for Prodigy this game though.
Yeah, this very aggressive pass, or not actually. He's gonna take this opportunity to go ahead and push some damage.
Yeah, also stops Onshima from developing anything because Xerath would ping it off next turn anyways, and now we see a surrender. Yeah, this is also a matchup that was incredibly favored for Sanders, and we saw why.
Yeah, it got what it wanted to get. Caitlyn Ezreal, a little bit slow to start, didn't see any of their champions.
Yeah. Oh, actually true, didn't even see Caitlyn. Maybe there was an Ezreal in hand, but I mean, it's really tough to play Ezreal in those games because of Right of the Arcane. And if there's already like Xerath on board, it becomes even harder. But now, again, we have another landmark deck with a very similar tempo curve going up against Onjimima. Again, we also have the Endless Devouts in here. We have the Right of the Arcanes. We basically, besides Sundisk, we also have like kind of this similar win condition going on here. And this is, again, incredibly hard to play for Onjimima.
Yeah, I think importantly though, Onjimima's a bit better here because leveled Taliyah or Ziggs, even with Overwhelm, you know, they still generally need to stay on the board and attack to be winning.
Yeah.
And with Flock and Scorched, there's a lot of ways you could possibly answer those champions.
Let me get you that file.
All right. Looking at the ladder stats, obviously those are not representative, but this is still like very, very favorable to Taliyah at 6. Still, as mentioned, we do have a couple of plays that could get us a W, but this is a really good curve for Prodigy as well. Finding those Endless Devouts is so important.
You seem pensive. What's on your mind, Sheriff?
Yeah, but choosing to play that Endless Devout and not develop those Roiling Sands, I mean, that Caitlyn is safe from vulnerable.
Do you sacrifice a Ziggs here?
Time to bust out some combustion.
We'll crack this yet.
We do sacrifice a 6. I say sacrifice, but it's still incredibly annoying to spend 2 resources, A, the Caitlyn, B, maybe a Flock, or maybe a Thermal Beam to get rid of the 6. Now, if he gets taken down by a Flash Bomb, you're incredibly happy, though. It's a bit awkward that the board is so full right now. We can't really go for tempo play here with our landmark destruction. Ooh. Onjimima offering to clear up the board for us.
Yeah, still not clear enough for the Naturalist, but another Devout can take its place.
I help when I can. Shut up when I can.
And this is exactly what you wanted. This is exactly what you wanted. This clears up board space. Oh, this is going to be such a strong turn from Prodigy.
Yeah, with
Yeah, and there's never a world where 6 mana is going to be able to deal with the development of a 5/3, 5/4, and 2/4 in one turn.
Yeah, it just can't happen.
If it was important,
Yeah, these are such insane turns. And we don't have anything like Deny here to stop this. Imagine we had like a Rite of Negation. Imagine we were playing Shurima here. Woo!
Yeah, and now a very menacing board from Prodigy.
Yeah,
Shock Blast.
It's gonna get... Yeah, negated here almost by the Hourglass. So we only take down 1 unit with our Shock Blast. Again, look at this open attack. We don't even have to take it, to be honest. We can probably just develop Ziggs here.
Yeah, with 1 Roiling Sands still in play. Oh, but deciding to just take the damage.
Hey! 12 damage is 12 damage.
12 damage is 12 damage.
Who am I to judge Prodigy? Yes, he was probably the correct choice there.
And this is another deck that doesn't have any healing. So this Ziggs is not that far off from just ending the game with landmarks.
Also have the Arsenal here. Ziggs also does not only get overwhelmed, but also +2/+2, so it's even harder to take down.
Yeah. Now leveled with +2/+2, he's pretty much only in the realm of Scorched Earth. Or a very large Tri-Beam.
Alright, this could be it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Tri-Beam could be at 6 now, if it had been in hand the whole game from Aunt Jemima.
I think what I would like to do here is play Taliyah, copy that landmark, then whatever Aunt Jemima does, even if they take down the Taliyah,
just play the Ziggs.
Just play the Ziggs, deal 4 on open, attack, win the game. Ah, okay, if this would have hit the 4-1, almost perfect. At least it didn't hit the Taliyah from execute. Oh no.
And that 8 mana thermogenic is basically signaling to Prodigy, all systems are go. You're cleared for takeoff.
Yeah, now we see the Chen. GG, this is over. And the landmark decks absolutely destroy Tri-Beam today.
Yeah, Scorched Earth not seeming to be enough.
Yeah, okay. I'm tired of pretending that Scorched Earth is anything but was anything but a banditry counter. Against other landmark decks, it was not that great. Even back in the days where Thralls were something you could play, a lot of people thought that Scorched Earth and Ezreal decks, Ezreal Tribune decks, would be able to beat this. But if you played the deck correct, you didn't really have to have any fear of Scorched Earth, to be honest. Maybe a little bit, but not that much.
You know, don't put 2 promising futures on 1 Thrall, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe keep a Taliyah, or maybe search for Taliyah, you know. Double your landmarks. It's good. But yeah, we saw it here again. Even if Scorched Earth would have been there, in this situation it would have been even worse. Because again, with the landmarks we have here, those endless Devouts, if you saw a landmark, your opponent is still gonna get the Devout, so no real use. You would just spend 3 mana doing them a favor. Let's see if there are any other matchups you can hop in. Do we have anyone at 4-1?
Let's
They're
check
still
the
playing.
standings.
So we've just seen King Noctis and Prodigy play. Chrono Mirage is at 4-1. We haven't seen them today. Chrono Mirage positively showed up and had a really impressive one a couple of days ago in one of the daily tournaments for the MasteringRuneterra Road to the Seasonals. They brought a really interesting lineup. I think it was Heimer, Ezreal, Shurima. So I'm excited to see what they play. And oh, okay, they play Pantheon.
Remember this day.
All right, we go from the spice to the blandest deck available. This is the salted potatoes of Aloha.
You know, it might be, but sometimes you just want a nice baked potato. It's never gonna let you down, you know?
Yeah, if it works, it works.
And this regen fearsome lifesteal Pantheon.
All right, so I'm fine with playing Pantheon. Completely fine with it. It's a good deck. You should play it. I played it myself a couple times. But here's the thing: what is going on with the rest of the cosmetics? How are we? Why are we playing Pantheon with the pirate board and the powder monkey?
You know, maybe Chrono Mirage is just a pirate enthusiast.
There's a pirate in real life, maybe. Stealing wins. Alright, yeah, but this looks really over the second Pantheon and a 2 of 11. Oh my god.
Yeah, this Cataclysm adding another keyword to the Pantheon that's probably to follow.
Good old Pantheon keyword pie. Pantheon doing his best Arsenal cosplay right now. I think at this point we just throw him on the board. I mean, we could go for more keywords. If we play the White Flame right now, and then next turn we play Overwhelm on the White Flame, and then we play Pantheon. But at what point are you overdoing? At what point is it BM?
Yeah, that's two slow actions.
Is this the face of fear?
And Chrono deciding maybe they just like the open attack.
Then I would have liked to play Pantheon. Last turn. No, I think Chrono is gonna develop here. Yeah. Getting another stack on Pantheon, another keyword means that most likely this Pantheon is gonna have Spell Shield. It does. Alright, what does this Pantheon have? It has Fury, Lifesteal, Quick Attack, Elusive, Augment, Tough, Spell Shield. And then just Faded Barrier and Overwhelm, obviously. Oh, but we catch a stun here. Okay, yeah, maybe I would have liked to see the Pantheon last turn, just for good open attack this turn. This Pantheon doesn't have Scout. How did we not roll Scout on a Pantheon?
Sometimes it happens. It might not seem like it in your latter games, but...
A little luck for those who need it.
That's exactly what I meant. In my later games, I don't see this. They always have Scout. Alright, but with Elusive and Augment and Faded, this gem is gonna be lethal. Alright, okay, did I spoke too soon? Probably not, no, we also have Sharp Side.
Gem was slightly less lethal.
Easy does it.
Alright. Just gotta commit the Sharp Side, threaten lethal again. I mean, to be fair, even if we don't get lethal this turn, which we apparently don't want to go for, it's fine because we keep that Sharp Side up, and we stay in control of the game. There's probably 0 to 1% chance at most that Rojo is coming back into this game. And this sharp side is shutting down a potential, like, Fizz plus another elusive attack. Like, now we have Pantheon as an elusive blocker, and we have sharp side, so we have another elusive blocker. So playing it very safe. And we have a stun.
And with lifesteal on that Pantheon, it doesn't seem like there's much available to Rojo in terms of winning lines.
That is a swole squirrel.
He is quite swole.
Very big. Yes. Sorry, not going to be enough.
And now elusive. But still not quite big enough to threaten that Pantheon.
Or this 16-14 Saga Seeker. Oh, see, there we go. And now we have the sharp side. We also had the stun, but... Very heads up from Chrono Mirage to keep the sharp side for this exact situation. And now we just swing in, and I don't see anything Rojo can do here.
Yeah, that's 2 spell shields.
It's an 8. 18-16, 10-8 quick attack. Yeah. Alright, we don't know if that was the last and final game of that series, but if it is Chrono Mirage going on, I gotta take a look at the lineup of Chrono Mirage though, because you can't just go from Ezreal, Heimerdinger, Shurima to Pantheon. Alright, we're hopping into another game. No, Chrono Mirage, what are you doing? Mono Shurima? How do you go from such crazy lineups to this? I guess okay, so Chrono Mirage got top 4 in that daily tournament, but unfortunately I think went 3rd or 4th. So maybe this time say, hey, how about bringing different decks and I win the whole thing.
Yeah, what if I just play those decks that everybody knows is good instead of...
Alright, we already have Ace in hand. I think this is a game where we want to flip this on this as fast as possible, right? Because otherwise...
Oh, yeah.
We do run a couple of issues. Again, we mentioned it against these attached units, against the Rainbow Fishes. Quicksand, unfortunately, not really a way to stall them out.
Yeah, and this, I believe, one of Bandle Commando in Rojo's list coming quite in handy, giving him a supply of spell shield units.
So Rojo is a gamer, you're saying?
He do be gaming. And now with the grandfather, these owls are going to continue to be menaces, facilitating a wide board. And in the event that this Gleaming Lantern is dealt with, they could possibly become elusive too.
Yeah, this is the absolute crazy part about the attached units, right? Not only are they unaffected by something like Hush or Quicksand, they also return to your hand once the original unit is killed, ready to attach to another unit. Just like Yuumi in League of Legends, they are ready to give up on their carry and search for the next available person to hop onto if it suits them better.
They will not hesitate to abandon you. No,
yes,
that's...
that is the lesson you should take away from this. Your Yuumi support will abandon you. Won't care. If there is a 10-2 Tryndamere that Yuumi can hop onto, that is what Yuumi will hop onto. I say that as a Yuumi player. Okay, so we already laid out the game plan for Rojo, and it looked pretty sweet. Pretty sweet game plan. is only going to continue to get even better. Now, the gameplay for Chrono Mirage was, again, flipping the Sun Disk as fast as possible. We're running into a couple of issues. Our AZ is 7 out of 13. We haven't drawn a Xerath yet. And even if we draw Xerath, we still have to kill another landmark.
Yeah, that's...
So, we are quite behind schedule.
And even then, we haven't played a Clockwork Curator yet. So it's gonna be a couple of turns at least. And looking at the double rainbow fish from Rojo, I don't know if we have a couple of turns.
Okay, so I think we do. So they're gonna attack on turn 6. The Sun Disk flips over on turn 8. So it flips over right when Roji's attack token comes back. I don't know if it's gonna be enough because we only kill the 1 unit then with the Sun Disk flip. We're not dead this turn, at least. We might be dead this turn. I take it back.
Well, we weren't quite dead this turn, but these tiny spears...
Oh yeah, this... It's on the spell sheet unit. I love it. Because Quicksand can still like take down the attack of a unit. Probably gonna go... I don't know if that is even worth it. I think you should have gone -4 on the Gleaming Lantern because now you kind of wasted -1 attack, right?
Yeah. And that exact 1 attack is what's needed for this Pale Cascade and Pokey Stick to be lethal. Now, there is the Rite of Negation for the Pokey Stick.
But is 4 mana we have to spend on that though, instead of not having to spend it.
Yeah, Chrono Mirage is still around. No?
Yep. At least we do Xerath. That's nice.
We did draw Xerath. It looks like Rojo still hanging in there.
Still hanging in there, Rojo. Now at 5-1, insane performance here. Shout out to Chrono Mirage still though. I've really liked the dedication to the Bilgewater board. Even with Moisturima, slamming that Bilgewater board, love it. It has, I think, possibly the second best soundtrack in the entire game. That's how I rate boards. Clickable boards aren't even it for me because a lot of them bug out. But the boards with the good soundtracks, those are the ones you should go after.
You should always choose your board based on which one has the most jammin' tunes.
Exactly. All right. Do we have any games still going on that we could jump into? So, we have at 4-1 still playing. It appears Pin Ping Ho. Does anyone of us have Pin Ping Ho added? I don't think so.
I do not see Pin Ping Ho.
Me neither. Oh, unfortunately, I think we don't have anyone added that is still playing. From the ones that are 4-1. Let's see if we have a couple 5-0 still playing. Update, by the way. Salty Simon, 6-0. Kurone, also 6-0. Void, now at 5-1. TKG, Kasai, also now at 5-1. Sergi at 5-1. We have a couple of players at 5-1 here. But it appears that Simon and Kurone are pretty safe at 6-0. Even if they lose next round, they still make it.
They will have the best tiebreakers.
Yes, and also, looking at this, because everyone else is either at 5-1, no one is left at 5-0, right? So there will only be one player at 7-0. And it's either going to be Salty Simon or Kurone. That is very, very, very interesting, because it means that it actually works out that we only have one player at the end at an O score, at an X and O score.
Yeah. There will only be one.
There will only be one. Okay. With that, though, I think we are going to leave you again for a short break. After we are back, we are going to show you the 7th and final round of the Swiss phase. So stay tuned and get yourself something to drink, get yourself something to eat. We are past the halfway point of the tournament. Again, one more round of Swiss, and then we're going to go into the top 8. See you then. Hello and welcome back, or welcome to everyone just tuning in. We are here with the final round of Swiss, the 7th round of Swiss for the GGtoor X MasteringRuneterra $500 Cup numero 6. It's the SparklingIceT, and to my side still Jansports, and we have been bringing you all the rounds of Swiss, all 6 rounds of Swiss so far. We're gonna bring you the 7th round of Swiss as well, and then we're gonna bring you the top 8. So we still have some Runeterra to be played, and we're going to take a look again into players who haven't quite made it yet, but are X and 1 or X and 2. And the matchup that we are going to spectate next is going to be Jade Cavi's game. Jade Cavi also at X and 1 is potentially going to make it, and has also brought a lineup that we have seen, I think, in the past, but not at all so far this week. Very aggressive lineup, but not quite the triple aggro burner that we've seen so far. What have they brought?
Well, first up we have a Draven Rumble Scion, PNZ, with 1 Draven, 3 Rumble, 2 Scion. A sort of different take on the Draven Scion, where You also have the incredibly strong Rumble win condition, which on turn 4 with Spell Shield with Quick Attack is often very difficult for decks to deal with. And even if they do, shortly after a Scion coming down leveled is what usually ends up closing the game. We see because of the 2 Mights and 3 main decked Whirling Deaths, this is much more a Rumble deck than it is anything else.
Absolutely love it. This looks insane. The next deck is going to be Fizz Lulu. Now, this is a deck that we all know. Yolos and Arms with the one Treasure Trash. We've seen it a lot. We've seen it maybe a bit too much. And then the last deck is going to be also MFGP. And we've seen this quite a bunch of times as well. Now with the Twisted Fate tagged in. But we're going to hop into game. And we're going to see how this one ends up. Because we will see actually the first time in a couple of weeks, Yodels and Arms. Didn't really miss it. But I was surprised, so it was gone all of a sudden, you know? It was just gone. And now seeing it back does give me a bit of comfort.
Yeah.
Yup, that tasted purple.
You know, it got some minor nerfs.
Some, yeah, actually, really only some minor nerfs, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Yordle in Arms only gives +3/+3 now. But, you know, Lulu, Flame Chompers, Yordle Captain, Poro Cannon, these things are still all intact and doing the same strong things that they were doing before.
Yeah, Yodel Captain is a card that is insanely strong still. And the Lulu Chompers are super, super scary. Unfortunately for JKV, we did not have any Chompers here this game. So Chompers are more on the other side, being able to push a bit of damage on Thomas' side.
A quest? Leave it to me.
Let's boogie.
Yeah, and this attack from Thomas Zamo, it's threatening a lot of damage.
Yeah, we had to commit to the Yodel Captain here. To be able to, you know, put up a few more blockers. We can also now add burst speed, summon a 2/2.
Defensive positions.
Actually, it doesn't really matter that it's a 2/2 in this situation. And I understand not playing it out here. I'd rather play it next turn and have it as discard fodder, basically.
Yeah, I do like the choice to preserve the Flame Chompers for a later turn pull. It's with Draven and Sump Dredger. There's not a whole lot of incentive to be giving up your Yordle Captain just yet. But there, the Flame Chompers and Scrap Heap is
Just as a reminder, all of these got buffed as well. All of these little mecha Yordles. And this is now a 3/3.
Yeah. Thomas Zamo deciding to remove the captain before any more units hit the field. I think quite wisely. A 4/4 Fury Horn here would be a bit menacing.
Alright, I have to look something up. Alright, there's the Yordle. I always wondered. I never saw the full art, and I was like, why is this a mecha Yordle? But there's the Yordle, barely holding on.
Getting taken for a ride.
Alright, a lot of discarding going on here. There's a Blade Fragment. Wait. There was a Blade Fragment. I gotta take a look at this list.
Yeah, there was a Blade Fragment.
There was a Blade Fragment. We've jumped into the beginning of this game. I think we actually saw the 1-drop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually it's a 1-off. This deck plays a 1-off Blade Squire. As
Cheeky one of.
yeah. Very cheeky. I don't get it. But I'm not one to judge. It might be broken.
You know, it's a 1-drop. It makes a card that you can discard with axes, sump dredgers, all-night urchin.
Also, we're only playing 2 Lost Souls and 2 Captain Ferrens. But so far, we've been able to keep up with the board of Yoros and Arms, which is usually pretty good. That said, JKV here can redevelop, obviously. Draws, puts up units on the board, finds a Mystic Shot, can take out the Draven because there's not a single copy of survival skills in Thomas's list. So goodbye Draven. Can actually also just, if Jade wanted, could remove his Sum Dredger if they get excited.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see the mana conserved for this treasured trash on turn 7.
Oh yeah, let's go. One of my favorite cards. I've been convinced by Smooth Swallowist and Ace that this is actually a really cool card to play.
Actually a broken card.
Actually a broken card. Okay, let's see what it gives. It gives us a Swole Squirrel. A Woodland Keeper is nice to push some damage.
Yeah. Hothead isn't bad. Wrathful Rider is
interesting.
Large.
It's large, yes. I tried to play this in Riven decks back in the day because I was like, hey, that would have overwhelmed. I think this was a release with the Riven package. So that's how it was supposed to be played. But this True Shot Barrage, Reggie, big man Reggie coming in and clearing the board up.
Yeah. But now this Woodland Keeper.
Guess to push
Gonna
4.
Get to, yeah, 4 damage in.
Actually, in such tight situations where your board isn't really that giant and your opponent is keeping up on the board, the -1 attack on Yoros and Arms might actually matter.
Yeah, it's not an insignificant nerf in a lot of matchups, particularly the ones where you're not really going that much wider than your opponent.
Oh wait, it just appeared to me that we are spectating the same person, probably. Yes. Yeah. Alright, but I think Thomas just added me, so maybe next time we will have both hands available. For now, again, the board can just be developed again by Yoros and Arms, but on the other side we have a big Scion that actually can't swing in. Yeah, you thought, Thomas, you thought, huh?
You thought that Bomber Twins generating that explosive minefield. Just another one of the perks of being Bandle City is you accidentally get good cards to play.
Now, that said, our hand is looking mighty empty, and outside of another treasure trash door, I don't think it's gonna get any better.
Yeah, we're pushing a little bit of damage here. Not enough to put us into realistic burn range.
Yeah, just pushing 5 here. I don't even think if we kept that Get Excited, it would have helped us. Oof. Well, now there's a Fair on the other side, and yeah, there's a surrender. Yeah, you don't come back from that.
That was a very quick surrender.
Whew. Okay, Yoros and Arms not looking that good. To be fair, when Yoros and Arms was meta, Draven Sign was not a deck. Draven Sign is doing fantastically versus Yoros and Arms. Just the big overwhelm threats, this being able to keep up with the board because you also have all those discard synergies is looking
Yeah.
hot.
It looked quite good for Draven Scion. Now there was no Yorlin Arms that time.
That is true. All right, but now we have okay, so we have Aphelios, Zoe Victor now also going up against Draven Scion on the other side, but there is a difference.
It's Draven time.
We do have. Oh wait, did we? No way.
We both switched and we were spectating.
Can you swap?
I am swapping back to Jade.
Nice. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Well, yeah, we have the Rumble Draven Scion now on the other side, and as you mentioned, this is more of a Rumble deck than it is a Draven or Scion deck.
Yeah, the inclusion of the Mites and the Whirling Deaths really tell the tale of how the deck wants to win the game.
Yeah, and also another big difference here is that this deck is actually running the survival skills, which could come in clutch in a couple of situations. Now, for example, we already have the Draven here that if Thomas tries to take this down, just have a clutch survival skills. Keep it alive.
Yeah?
Okay, I think you just Poro Cannon. I think you Poro Cannon Chompers here almost. Oh yeah, you Axe as well.
Now we're cooking.
Swing in. Get a stack for the Draven level as well. Either your opponent gets a trade and you push 4, or you push 3 and your opponent unfortunately has to block Draven. It is going great for Jade in the early game.
Yeah, this Chompers here, really valuable, being able to pull 1 power units and survive.
Yeah, Chompers is a really good card, especially if generated. But we've seen it already main decked, so maybe it's up for nerf? Okay, no. I can't say that anymore. I got already crucified for suggesting it.
Not the Flame Chompers.
They are innocent. No, they're not.
Yeah. But now this Aphelios generating Crescendum is gonna help provide blockers.
So, what the Crescendum nerf actually did is not only that people could not build a deck around it anymore, but also, interestingly enough, it kind of changed the play pattern of Aphelios. So, I feel like a lot of people realize that the old Crescendum and then just cycling through and through again just to end up with Crescendum again is not necessarily the way anymore.
Yeah, back in the Temple Aphelios days, it was all about, quickly cycling back to Crescendum to, find more of those box to pie in your deck to keep threatening and contesting the board. Now that it's a randomly generated 2-cost unit, it has its spots where it's good. You want to try to match with your opponent, or if you're in P and Z Aphelios, you want to go a little bit wider if you have the Boom Baboon / Flame Chompers to try to out-tempo. But a lot more we're seeing Aphelios decks turn more towards the cards like Severum and Infernum to do aggressive tempo plays, like in the Fizz Aphelios decks.
Talking about first, we get another one. Very interesting play from JKV there to forcefully level the Draven. Now, this leaves Draven a bit vulnerable now. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, now vulnerable to either
Mystic Shot, get excited.
Get excited.
Oh, was this a pass from Thomas?
Axes coming right up.
Really wants to take out the Draven here. I get it.
Yeah, very committed to removing this Draven.
It's not gambling
Jade.
on the Mystic Shot either. Dude, if that was me, I would have played the Station Archivist and would have gambled on the Mystic Shot.
It looks like a decent line, right? You're blocking the fearsome anyhow, right?
Yeah, but that's not if you don't kill Draven, you're kind of screwed. Because your opponent just gets 2 axes.
Yep. And
All
here
right.
comes Aphelios 2.
Ah, this time we go for the cat room. I like it. That's good. Let's take out this 4-2. Get closer to the Severum. I would take the Severum here probably. We're a bit afraid, obviously, of the big Sion, but Sion is very far from being flipped, so we don't have to be that afraid now.
Very far. This Rumble is a very strong card, but one of the downsides of running Rumble with the Whirling Deaths and the Might is you have less units overall, and particularly only having 2 Lost Souls really cuts down on how consistently you can level Scion on curve.
Yeah, and Rumble doesn't even show up. That's rude. That is Sion, though. Sion shows up. But unfortunately, not quite there. Look at this. Is at 8, though, because you're discarding quite a bit more than in usual Sion decks. Like, in usual Sion decks, and just Draven Sion, Sion comes on the board as like a 5 attack unit, immediate flip still. This time doesn't flip, but is an 8-6 overwhelm still. Oh, there's a Mystic Shot. Wait. If we do the math, would we have a Mystic Shot? I actually don't know. Would we have a Mystic Shot? We have to see if we draw Mystic Shot in the next turn, right?
Because we're not sure which spot in the top 5 cards those 2 cards are.
But if it's next turn, a risky player would have turned out great. That said, by the way, this Sion unflipped is already as big as the first iteration of the nerfed Sion. And is actually going in for quite a bit of damage. Oh. That is a Mystic Shot away from lethal.
Yes, that is.
Yeah, why even flip Sion? Sion is like a viable for discarding.
Why flip Sion? He's already big and says overwhelm. It's a Mystic Shot top deck.
The classic. Oh, if I was Thomas, I would be so mad. This is a case where I'm like, of course they have it. This is a case where I go complaining on Discord to others. But in other words, I'm like, God damn it, I knew it. They always top deck Mystic Shot there.
Yeah, I was gonna make top cut. My opponent just top decked Mystic Shot. It was.
Oh man, but I mean, Thomas has one more chance now, going up against again. Really strong deck in the former meta. Not really figured out yet how it performs in this meta. I actually don't know anything about this particular matchup. So the thing here is that Aphelios was quite good against Yordle's Snarms. Because you could kind of keep up with the board, you also had stuns.
Yeah, especially PNZ Aphelios, where you can have things like the Mystic Shots to, remove a unit or 2 while Yordle in Arms is still on the stack. It's a lot less dangerous than it is to other decks, but it's still a deck that can do very strong explosive things. And
yeah, especially Lulu is really, really dangerous with those jumpers. Can take out an Aphelios easily.
Yes, and this Boom Baboon generating a Chompers means Jade is just one Lulu away from taking control of this board. So, not there yet.
And the one problem is, once Aphelios gets on the board and stays there for a couple of turns, especially in this matchup, Aphelios kind of goes out of control. We don't have any protection right now, so we don't have a Pie Cascade, so if Aphelios currently also dies to a well-placed Galaxite, and there is a Lulu already. So this game, again, could get out of hand for Thomas here.
Yeah, this Lulu with the Poro Cannon Flame Chompers.
And we generated another Hexplosive Minefield. Dude, Hexplosive Minefield is so strong. I can't believe how often they get it.
You know, there's not that many 1 and 2 cost landmarks.
That's true.
But this Lulu now using Chompers to try to take control of the board.
Ooh, Crescent Strike, Serpent Tricks. These are all good.
Yeah. And choosing the Serpent. Sometimes a heads-up pick allowing you to play another card without spending mana to help facilitate Aphelios generation.
Yeah. I don't... Okay. I mean, we probably cycle fast enough, but I don't know if I like taking Crescendum here, because we... Maybe we need to. But we already have like a full board without it.
Yeah, I think the plan there was to just fill the board and then be able to use 2 guns on this turn if need be.
We could have done it with Calibrum 2, I think. I mean, this does enable us to swing in a bit more recklessly, because we have just more bodies available. And we can just easily refill the board with those goats. So yeah, I can definitely see why you would go for that play. Well, I think people just take Crescendum a bit too quick. A lot of people are just still in that old mindset of, I gotta go Crescendum, Calibrum, Gravitum, Crescendum, Calibrum, Gravitum.
I mean, he's Aphelios, he has 3 weapons.
Yeah.
You go through each one of them.
Oh, and back in the days, it really was only that. Oh my god. The good thing is, at some point you had to switch off a bit, because you've put all your 2-drops out of your deck. But some people still went into it. Just out of habit, you know? Just the muscle memory was there. No more 2-drops in the deck. It was still like, gotta go Crescendum.
Yep. And this Mystic Shot from Thomas, removing the Lulu, taking away the one tool Jade looked to have to try to stay in this game against the value Aphelios is generating with that second Flame Chompers in hand.
Yo, that said, if we top deck Yours and Arms next turn, we still in it.
We're still very much in it, despite the nerf.
Oh, you know what? The nerf is actually huge.
Yeah, it's only after that removal of 1 Poro, it's only 13 elusive damage, and now it's only 9 elusive damage into a 20 health opponent. And I'm not seeing any way besides the world's best treasure trash that Jade is gonna get back into this game.
Hey, I've seen treasure trash with Captain Farron before, okay? It can always happen. Actually, Captain Farron would be kind of dangerous here. Now, that said, we do have Big Man Reggie giving us Give It All, which means next turn, we're gonna potentially have a full board of 5/5 elusive challenges.
Yeah.
It's game over. You can remove 2 of them, but it's still gonna be a bunch of 5-5 elusive challenges, and you can't get through that.
Good guy, Reggie.
He is not only getting Jace all he needs for the experiments, but he's also giving us players all we need to get our Ws. Alright, let's see if there are any matchups still going on. This is, again, the final round of Swiss, so we want to, keep up with everyone. It appears, though, that Salty Simon has already finished his matchup because he's messaging me on Discord why we didn't stream it. Well, it seems Simon took the W versus Corona, and it's now 7-0. That's why he was upset we didn't stream it. Okay, makes sense.
Congratulations to Simon.
Yeah, now just has to go through the top cut the same way he has been going through the Swiss race, undefeated because top cut is single elimination. Actually, if I was a player and I would go 7-0 in Swiss, I would really like my final game in Swiss to be streamed because I might go out in top 8 and nobody will know that I went 7-0 in Swiss. It's tragic. Okay. Are any of the 5-1 players still in game that we can hop into? Is EU GigaChat still playing?
Oh, and I just got that Grandpa Roji has won his match, making him 6-1.
Mm-hmm. You love to see it. Some landmark, some Taliyah, some honest landmark representation.
Honest fair
landmark
representation.
The only honest landmark deck left after Thralls went out of the game. It appears that Prodigy is currently still playing. We've seen Prodigy before. Is also now at 5-1. So let's just jump into that matchup. Let's see if Prodigy makes it to 6-1 as well, or if Prodigy is going to be at 5-2 and is going to be, bit afraid for the top spot. All right, it's playing against Rojo.
Rojo, a very strong Latam player.
Do you have Rojo in your friends list on the spectator account?
I do. I pulled him up. He's playing
Perfect.
Fizaphelios.
Damn, against Zixalia, 2 of the decks that have had the most, the most representation actually in the tournament today. I think we've seen in almost every matchup. All right. Just to chat, excuse us if sometimes it takes a bit and the names are not updated at an instant. I'm casting and trying to direct the stream at the same time, and sometimes my brain delays a bit. Okay. Very interesting pull there. Maybe you don't want to pull Fist with the Taliyah, because that will mean that all the stones are potentially negated by 1 spell.
Yeah. Prodigy reconsidering that.
So in a very commanding position here. Has to kind of be a bit careful though, because can remove the face here. Is staring lethal in the face, so because only at 8 HP, if we leave the elusives like Fizz up, this could be a real problem. Is this a destroyer line? Probably not. Oh, it is. Okay. I wonder if we get more damage if we just put Flame Spitter on Fizz. But we do have to be afraid of Quicksand. So I guess that's why we take Destroyer.
And apparently we're taking Destroyer for later on.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
A little boom and one really big one.
I mean, with Prodigy not attacking last turn, Rojo is kind of chilling. Being chilling still at almost 20 HP. Now, Zix and Taliyah are scary, yes. But with the double silence in hand, they're not quite as scary.
Yeah, that Moonlight Affliction in Rogio's list, letting him very confidently play to a slower, more value-oriented game. He doesn't feel pressured to try to force lethal this turn just because his opponent's low.
You know what I call that? 5-mana quicksand.
5-mana quicksand.
That's just a 5-mana quicksand right there. Oh, it's quicksand and a 3-mana Moonlight Affliction. Okay, do we just swing in with Fizz? Why not? Quicksand could be dangerous, but
it does
also not
seem
really.
tempting.
Yeah, I want to swing in, kind of. Let's go. I don't think we commit a Flame Spitter here, because it is still a spell that we could use to protect Fizz.
Yeah, and just setting up for lethal on the next attack turn, confident in the 5-mana quicksand to keep us safe from the Overwhelm champions.
And afterwards we have the Destroyer. Destroyer Flame Spitter also. Pretty good. Oh, Rainbow Fish as well. These Denmark decks are getting destroyed by these attached decks.
That's...
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, thank you. That was the second time Prodigy tried to pull Fizz with Taliyah. I was like, no.
It's just instinct to pull the lowest health target with Taliyah, right?
Wait. Yes, true. It's actually instinct. Now riddle me this, though. Shouldn't we have pulled... Am I missing an interaction? Is Fizz actually not cancelling this? Or should we have pulled Fizz with the 4/4?
We should have pulled Fizz with the 4/4. Optimally.
Don't believe it till I see it. Okay, it doesn't.
Oh.
Wait, okay, yeah, okay. This doesn't. Good to know. See?
That does not target Fizz, apparently.
I did not know. Prodigy did, though. Very well played by Prodigy there. But still, it's 16 HP still left for Rojo. Big overwhelm unit with Spell Shield coming in. We can potentially take off the Spell Shield. We do have a stun available here with the Explosive Minefield, so we are kind of safe from that. The problem we have is the Rainbow Fish, together with the System Librarian, is also another way that Roger is presenting lethal right now. Also, there's another Fizz. So yeah, there are like a couple of ways to find lethal on Roger's side.
Yeah, and with no elusive blockers and quicksand only stopping 4 damage, with that Flame Spitter in hand, that Librarian looks pretty lethal.
Very lethal, yes. Nox? Excuse me?
Noxcria Arena.
Hey, actually Prodigy is getting there. It's in a very convoluted way, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, recognizing that quicksand, even should he draw it, isn't saving him.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but if it gets you there, it gets you there. Okay, so optimal play for Rojo here is to still not play the 7-drop. I think we gotta play the Shark. I'm gonna play Fist first. Catch the Explosive Minefield. Now we play oh, if we play the Shark, actually Zigspell's gonna take it out, huh? No, we have Pack Escape. Never mind.
Okay. Grandfather Fae to generate the spell shield.
Yes. Okay, yeah. When I was thinking about playing the Shark, I was not playing around Quicksand. And Rojo wants to desperately play around Quicksand. And this is actually just getting there. This is exactly 5 that Rojo is hitting. If we had a way of removing this Grandfather Fae, this wouldn't be lethal. But since we don't, this is lethal.
I got a short fuse.
Roger really playing around almost everything here. Obviously, I don't think you can play around another copy of Rite of the Arcane here. Maybe this was also the 3rd copy of Rite of the Arcane that Prodigy has used, so very well played by Rojo here.
Yeah, just absolutely minimizing the number of cards he loses to. And that'll be that.
Yeah, Rojo now at 6-1. Potentially, oh no, most definitely also making it. Now Prodigy at 5-2 has to go through tiebreakers, so it's gonna be a bit harder there. Let's see if there's any 5-1 games still going on, or if we have finished with all of them. Pushpeel is still playing. See, what's Pushpeel's score right now? It's actually at 4-2. What could still make it is playing against Void. Void is at 5-1, so we have a 4-2 playing against a 5-1. This is potentially a situation where Pushpeel could get into a tiebreaker and could then get into the top cut. So let's jump into that. Alright, and we have the Sentinels, Jace Violise, going up against Yuumi Pantheon with a really big Saga Seeker that is apparently not gonna die.
It is not.
Interesting use of tech.
And that spell shield leads one to believe that Yuumi was leveled up, which means it's back.
Dude, I love this. Oh, I love this from Void. I love taking this card from Reggie whenever I'm playing against decks like Pantheon. Like, all of a sudden, the big Saga Seeker with Overwhelm is like a 2-2 or something. Absolutely love it. And now we have the real win condition in the deck. It's not Jace, it's this guy, Albus Pharos. Dealing 8 damage on the overtake.
To the Nexus.
That's just it, that's game.
We look ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, Albus' effect is on the stack and does not go away once Albus dies. So yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very crazy plays here. Albus Pharos. What a G.
What? He's a real one.
He is a real one. Keeping Piltover together. Doing business.
8 damage, even though he's blocked.
Hey, he's on a Sigma grind set. You're not gonna stop him. Okay, but that was the last game in that series. So it appears Void is taking the 6-1. And Pushpeel now at 4-3 is unfortunately, I think, no longer in contention for top cut. Can't even make it through the tiebreakers. All right.
Unfortunately not.
With that, I don't have anyone in the Francis remaining that is currently playing a game of Runeterra in the challenge modus. Everyone is still in ranked or in normal games. So with that said, I think we're gonna hop to a break, because that's it with round 7 of Swiss. And once we are out of the break, we can present you the top cut. So, who is in for sure? Salty Simon in for sure at 7-0. Kasai in for sure at 6-1. Corone in for sure at 6-1. Grandpa Roji for sure in at 6-1. Karma Y Pass for sure in at 6-1. And we saw Void just taking the W, also for sure in at 6-1. We will see you after the break. Stay tuned, and we're gonna get back to you, tell you who got in through tiebreakers, who made it, and then we're gonna show you the top 8. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here no longer with the Swiss face. Now we are welcoming you now to the top 8 of the $500 GGtoor and MasteringRuneterra Cup number 6. Now, it was already 7 rounds of Swiss. Now we're going to have the top cut on the same day. It's all going to be played out at once. And I can only imagine this is to nerf the EU players. To be honest,
this was certainly a tactical decision from our North American tournament organizers to try to keep EU in check.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. It makes sense. Salty Simon here making it 7-0 in the Swiss phase is going to go up in 1-1 against Rojo. That is going to be the matchup that we're going to be spectating. Now, we also have Corone going up against Tomazamo, Kasai versus Kalma Y Pez, Void versus Grandpa Roji. These are our top 8 players, and we have a really stacked top 8. This is exciting.
Yeah, we saw through the Swiss rounds, Corone, Thomas, Void, Roji, Kasai, Simon, Rogio. We didn't get a chance to see Kalma Ipaz, I believe it's pronounced. I believe they are in the Latin. Um, but if they made it this far against the competition we've been seeing all day, I'm definitely looking forward to trying to catch them because they're doing something correctly.
Most definitely. I hope that we will get most of these matches, and I hope that we will be able to spectate most of them. Now, a few of these players still have to add us, and I hope this is going to happen during the top 8. But I'm confident we're going to get there. Now, Void versus Roji is also a really, really good matchup. That said, Roji here coming in still with the Taliyah and the Malphite, holding it down for the honest landmark players. I'm excited for this. Taliyah Malphite is a deck that also recently got buffed with the small rework, or I wouldn't call it really a rework, it was just a small buff, to Malphite now being able to stun units on play, not only in his leveled form, but also when he's not leveled, which is really strong as a defensive and offensive tool.
It just gives the Malphite player so many strong options into the slightly slower, slightly bigger mid-range decks that have seen an uptick in popularity. Things like Lux Jace, the Taliyah Ziggs, where you're getting to the later turns and that being able to stun a critical unit like a Wounded White Flame or a Taliyah is such a big deal.
Yes, and I got confirmation, by the way, that this final is indeed bracket, so the matchups I just told you are actually the ones that we are gonna see for sure. Now, I do believe that Salty Simon vs. Rojo will be potentially the quickest one. Now that Simon knows he has to play the top 8 today as well. Simon is already a fast player, you know? But now he's gonna min-max this, okay? Gonna get through his matches as quick as possible, not drag this out any longer than he has to.
He's going for a new world record speed run for Ecozillion games.
Have you watched a couple of EU Fight Nights where Simon was playing, ever?
Yes. I think the one thing I notice about Simon compared to other really, really high level players is he gets to a level of comfortable with his decks where he he makes really quick decisions. And I don't think it's because he's not thinking about them. I think it's because he's played the deck so much, he knows it so well that he recognizes the game state and already knows what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, this happens actually a lot, Simon. We've seen this again, just as you mentioned, in Fight Night EU a lot, where if there was a meta that has been sorting out for a while and Simon has really figured out these decks, we saw him just take Fight Night wins in a meta of like 2 hours. Like, I think there was one Fight Night where Simon went into the lower bracket relatively early and just blitzed his way through it. Like, I'm talking like 5 to 10 minute average matches, not games. Like 10-minute average matches, getting back to the grand finals, getting the 2-0 there for the bracket reset, and then just winning the whole thing. And we were like done. Back then, they still started at 4 p.m., but I think Fight Night was done at like 7 p.m. So like in 3 hours, we had the whole Fight Night done because Simon just blitzed his way through it. I think that Fight Night was also faster than the previous fastest Fight Night, which did not have a bracket reset. That one actually had a bracket reset, but it was still fast.
And was still faster.
Yeah.
That's next level speed playing. Once they introduce Blitz and Armageddon Legends of Runeterra, I know who I'm going to be betting my money on.
What is Armageddon Legends of Runeterra?
Blitz and Armageddon are chess formats with dramatically decreased timers. So you have almost no time to think about your plays. It's just go, 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 go.
I think I've seen bullet chess once. Is Blitz chess faster or slower than bullet chess?
Blitz is a little slower, Armageddon is a little faster.
All right, okay, that's gonna be interesting. Because whenever I watch some TFT streamers, they usually play like bullet chess or something in the breaks, and I'm always like, what the hell is going on here? And also, are you guys only playing on time? Like, I feel like I've only seen people win on time, but obviously you still have to make the correct plays, because if you just try to win on time, make some random moves, you're actually going to lose the game. So it's really interesting. If we ever get something like that for Runeterra, that would be amazing. We saw something like that for TFT, so I'm down for like a Blitz lab.
Very, very bad. You have 3 seconds every time you have priority. That's all you get.
Oh, that would be awesome. But trust me, as a Skargons player, I would absolutely love it. I just slam down stuff on curve anyways. All I have to
play.
do is keep up troll chant and just play.
Yeah,
Easy
play
as
the
that.
stuff.
All right, we're gonna wait until the players start, but it seems like Salty Simon and Rogio's match has started, so they are currently in the ban phase. Now, we kind of know what's going on in both lineups, and we know that Salty Simon is actually bringing a lineup that does play Quicksand, and Rojo, we just saw it, does have some answers for Quicksand, and is obviously playing Fizz and Aphelios, the attach heavy deck that Simon is, I think, also bringing to the tournament.
Yeah, and Rogio also on an Azir Aurelia list.
And oh, what could that be? An Azir Aurelia list. I think there's only one that really comes to mind. There's a pure Blade Dance list, and we're not going to see it for now. No, we're going to see just Pirate Aggro, which has an interesting matchup into this deck.
Yeah, a lot of the top Echo Zillion players believe it to be quite favored into aggro decks, so Simon not banning this checks out.
Yeah, and we already see it here, right? So, yes, this 1-drop usually awful to just play, but as a 1-3 blocker, it makes things a bit awkward for Rojo. It's not going to be able to play as Mariah 1 here. Also, this Legion Saboteur is going to be easily value blocked.
Yeah, the value block coming through, but the double Crackshot Corsair giving Rogio access to direct Nexus damage. And with that turn 4 attack token and scout units from the Island Navigator, that 2 damage per attack is going to start adding up and possibly give Rogio a path to win in what most would say is an unfavored matchup.
Ooh. That is not the 1-drop you wanted here. Absolutely not a 1-drop. And Simon not only gets another drop water, but also predicts into a time bomb. That is insane for Simon here. Yeah, you don't want to burn this MF. You also want to play a very good on curve here. Could potentially see Echo here.
Yeah, I think the Echo makes a lot of sense. With that Scrying Sands, he's going to be able to safely block something.
Alright. But is Simon looking for safety or was Simon looking for adventure? Are we blocking the MF?
Yeah, that's probably the decision he's thinking about right now.
Alright, blocking the MF here with a 2-3 is absolutely perfect because we do get rid of this MF pretty soon. The time bomb here. Now we would obviously like another time bomb just to get rid of those 2 annoying Crackshot Corsairs as well. You mentioned it. They are dealing so much damage every turn. Truly being able to get the game ahead for Rojo.
Yeah, and with this double Noxian Fervor and the Zap, we're looking at a pretty scary amount of direct to Nexus damage. But unbeknownst to Rogio, that MF might not be sticking around as long as he would like, considering the time bomb in the hand of Simon.
Yeah, you obviously can still make use of her and just play Noxian Fervor. Noxian Fervor comes in here. Is this something you Mystic Shot? No, Simon, let's it go. Wants to keep the Mystic Shot for more important targets. And oh, this is the perfect time bomb. Oh, the 3-1 being generated here also dies to the time bomb. Very unfortunate for Roji. But as you mentioned, can still damage the Nexus here very easily with Scout and the Crackshot Corsairs.
Yeah, this Scout attack, you know, not threatening much from the unit, but putting the Nexus down to 9.
Is this a spot where you just have to bite the bullet? Mystic Shot or Crackshot Corsair?
I think the reason we didn't see the Mystic Shot just yet from Simon is even with these Crackshot Corsairs, it's going to take a bit more burn to really try to push lethal. But seeing that he can't deny this second Noxian Fervor due to the 3 health of Island Navigator, taking down that Crackshot Corsair before the non-scout attack happens, and leaving Rojo in a bit of an awkward position where he can't develop any further unless he wants to sacrifice his Corsair to the Demolitionist. And now, with just the predicted voices pushing so much damage.
Yeah, we might die here on Rodeo's side. We really have to full block everything here. And unfortunately, we don't really have a lot of burn in hand.
Yeah,
Which
we
means...
have, you know, 2 from the Demolitionist, 1 from the Crackshot Corsair if we get to attack, and, you know, if Zap really comes through, you know, we could draw that 3rd Noxian Fervor, and that's just enough to get there.
Yeah, but at that point we have to hope that Simon does not draw a rally here. Does not find it for now, but I like the Station Archivist here. That gives us a good chance to get it, and it's the only spell
There it is.
that is left in the top 5 cards, and we get the rally, and that looks like a full block. Again, we're gonna survive on Rodeo's side, actually.
For the Empire.
So, you know what? Well, it looks like Decimate top deck, and we might still win this one.
There is always the chance for a Decimate top deck.
See, and that was where that experience comes in. They always get it. That said, whenever I'm playing the deck, my opponent always top decks Rite of Negation as well. So let's see if Simon can manage to do that.
Return me to the sea.
Duty.
Alright,
yeah.
Let's go. Predict and draw. What do we find? It's not quite Rite of Negation. Probably skip that one.
All coming back to me now.
Oh, gets the Aspiring Chronomance though. That's not it, and that's the Decimate top deck!
That's the top deck Decimate!
And they always have it! They always have it! Oh my god, I just cursed Simon. He's gonna fly me so bad.
The caster curse comes through.
It looked almost like Simon was back into the game. But Rojo there just got the 2 damage in and gets Simon out of the top deck Decimate. That's a burn classic. It happens so often.
That's how you're supposed to play Pirates.
That is how you're supposed to play Pirates. Alright. Next matchup is going to be the Aphelios Fist deck, though. It's going up. And I think Aphelios Fist actually can struggle against this Echo deck quite a bit. I don't know if you can actually deal with the rallies.
Yeah, it's... You don't have quite as much interaction as you'd like for Rally. Gravitum can help a lot, but with a Voices of the Risen on the Echo side, it's hard to get the kind of value you want out of your grandfather phase.
Alright, find the top drop boy like a pro. Now that's also something. If you have free experience with this deck, this card just comes to you.
Yeah, and stop Fizz.
Ooh, there's a Voice of the Risen already. I don't know if we take it just now. I think it might be better just to take the landmark there. And have another predict going on.
Yeah, a really important metric is, you know, can you hit the correct number of predicts to level Echo on the turn you're attacking with him? And I think Simon choosing to take the Fallen Feline there because with the time trick this turn and a couple of draws, such as that Zillion, it looks like we're going to comfortably have Echo leveled up for our next attack token.
Oh, man, these Voice of the Risen look too good to not take though. Yeah, takes the Voice of the Risen. Okay, I like it. Because Echo is flipped, the Voice of the Risen soon is going to be able to make our board incredibly large.
Taliyah is depending on me.
But on the other side, if Philios comes in, you know, if our board gets too large, if Philios is there to clean it up.
Yep, Aphelios coming in with the Calibrum. Perhaps recognizing that, you know, the following turn might be the turn for Echo and wanting to be able to phase into that Gravitum.
Oh, I gotta say though, these Echo decks, they always look so incredibly tough to play. Like, I would get a heart attack playing this. Like, you always have, like, very few cards in hand. Well, on the edge, you know, of losing.
Yeah, you're riding that line between totally running out of things to do and doing just enough to win the game.
But there you go, Echo is leveled. Which means that this turn we will be able to generate a 0 mana draw spell, which could potentially, you know, get us to the rally and the revive. Exactly what we need. Also, it looks like Echo is not going to leave the board this turn, which is also really important. Because that means we are potentially able to revive Echo should he die in the future.
Yep. And these 0 mana time tricks from leveled Echoes really why the deck can afford to run so many cards that, like Feral Prescience and Scrying Sands, that don't really do all that much and just say predict on them. You're kind of spending value early on to get value later.
Yeah, and once you experience playing against 0 mana time trick, you are never gonna ask for a 0 mana time trick on unleveled Echo ever again. There were a couple discussions on how to make Echo a bit stronger. Like, for example, don't make the time trick fleeting. But I still think Echo is just so incredibly strong flipped that it's fine if his level 1 is a bit lacking.
I think that's reasonable. His level 2 is, you know, strong enough to, you know, make a deck that only had 3 cards left in hand against an Aphelios on board and still feel okay about that.
Exactly.
That's quite a lot of power.
There we go. Gravitum on the drop border. The good thing is right now, if we can somehow get back to a Calibrum, we can actually get rid of the Voice of the Risen. But by then, I think Simon will have found one of the Chrono Breaks.
Yeah, there's also that Rite of Negation in hand from Simon.
Ooh, Time Bomb is interesting, but I don't think it's quite what we want yet. It can get us closer to a Chrono Break though, because this deck has been thoroughly shuffled through. Station Archivist, again, another chance to get to that Chrono Break. We have so many options, we have so many ways of finding it. I would be surprised if Simon doesn't have one by next turn.
Yeah, I mean, with the draw, with looking at the top 5 from Archivist, with another 0-mana time trick from Echo.
I like what Rojo is doing here. Rojo is playing around Quicksand by stacking everything on not only the attached unit, but also the unit that currently has Spell Shield. But Simon here is looking... Yeah, Simon is actually playing like he's gonna get a Chrono Break for sure next turn. Like, look at this. You wouldn't like be overriding a unit preparing for like an open attack if you're not like, yeah, I'm gonna draw it next turn.
Yeah, he's just gonna draw it. That's...
Yeah, Rojo actually doesn't even have to kill units from Simon. Simon is just overriding units, which actually might be a bit to Simon's detriment, because Rojo can now group shot a unit, and that will be gone from Simon's board for next turn.
Yeah, it will definitely weaken the open attack. But choosing instead to just develop another blocker to match width.
It's another Time Bomb. Oh, Chrono Break and Hexite Crystal. We take the Chrono Break here for sure. There's no way we take Hexite Crystal. Okay, yeah. That is an insane turn. And could potentially clear the board on Rojo's side, because Rojo has to block everything. And Simon just revives everything, and Rojo has to block again, and it potentially levels Zillion. Now that is only if Zillion is not killed in the initial or second attack. If Zillion is killed in the initial attack, the revived Zillion is not an exact copy. So won't have the stack from the already previously destroyed Time Bomb.
Yeah, he will have to see the time bombs.
Man, this deck is so crazy when it pops off. But, you know what would help here? Moonlight Affliction.
Time is wasting.
Actually, wouldn't help that much.
It would stop 4 damage if you silence voices.
Alright, decides to just save the Aphelios here. Also trades in his Spell Shield unit though. And again, everything that's going to be traded away here is going to just come back on Salty Simon's side. And now, to add insult to injury, we might even get another rally for next turn out of this time trick. Again, leveled Echo is so completely insanely bonkers. Yeah, there we go. Everything gets revived that was just died, including the voices. Just rebuffing the entire board. And this looks absolutely massive.
Oh, and shuffling more Hexite crystals. This one looks pretty finished.
Oh, okay. So this is kind of cool. So Simon waited until the revive to play the first generated time trick from Echo, right? So
Yeah.
because there are more Hexite crystals in the deck now, the chance is more likely that he will get a Hexite crystal out of this. This is something that, I mean, I probably would have waited as well, but I don't have enough confidence in myself that I know that I for sure would have waited. But Simon knows his deck in and out, and plays it like he knows it in and out.
Yeah, and even developing the Fizz as a blocker here with the guiding touch, or, you know, the silence.
Our path is fixed.
Yeah,
Now we must walk it.
I don't think that is going to prevent Simon from, I think, full swinging in here. I don't think Simon is going to be measured in this attack. I think he's going to full swing still, because even if his important units die, he can still level the Zillion, get another time bomb, get a bit more damage in. Although losing an Echo, no, actually losing Echo is fine. You probably couldn't have blocked the unit anyways next turn with Echo because of the elusive keyword.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine.
But now with no board and facing a time bomb.
A bright future, just as I have always known it would be.
Now the Zillion is going to be able to create copies of the Chrono Break.
Ooh. Then is also going to be able to create copies, or a copy, of the Station Archivist. And Station Archivist is already really insane. Also, again, being able to get yourself to burn with either the one-off Mystic Shot in Simon's deck, or the Hexite Crystals. The rally is also really good, because we don't really have units. We kind of have to play this, get an Auto Pursuit just as a blocker. We have the Guiding Touch that keeps us alive. I'm surprised we didn't see the Guiding Touch first. Ooh, Flame Splitter. I'll be taking down a Zillion at any cost. Another Pike Skate. Alright, Zillion has to go.
Looks like we are just going for that Zillion, but Quicksand nixes that idea.
I suppose soon should be now.
And we can rally again, we can Quicksand again, and funnily enough, we actually don't find the Hexite Crystals, even though we have quite a couple in the deck. But what we do find is the Absolver, which is also gonna threaten lethal here, because we don't have another silence in the deck right now. There's Surrender. Rojo says, okay, I'm gonna take this loss. It's 1-1 right now.
Time is a teacher to us all.
And it all comes down to the next matchup, which might be a mirror.
It might be. We do not have info on the bans.
We do not, and we've seen so many Fizz affiliates today. I'm afraid it's gonna be a mirror, but it's not. Oh, it's Ziggs Taliyah versus Fizz affiliates. And to be fair, this is a matchup that Rojo has been playing all tournament long. These are the two most popular decks in this tournament, probably. I hope we get the stats on that after today's tournament. But yeah, this might be the matchup that defines this tournament. Let's see if Simon can navigate around this, because so far, the Attach Aphelios archetype has been performing really well against any and all Shurima decks.
Yeah. And this turn 1 Fizz, a really big deal. Being able to avoid all the vulnerable that could possibly be granted.
Now that said, Simon, also with the aggressive early curve. Has it right out the arcane, can potentially take down an Aphelios should Aphelios ever hit the board. Can also interact with a Gleaming Lantern this turn. Rojo can't really play Gleaming Lantern. Has to play around it. Probably has to commit the Contrologist here. Just to eat the vulnerable.
Yeah, it's very possible. You know, it is Simon's action. It doesn't look like he's too thrilled about just attacking here.
Ooh, Hush. Hush is a really strong tool to find here.
A fantastic pickup.
Now we go. Simon sees this and quick as ever just locks in the attack. A lot of thinking behind just says, okay, this is a go signal. I'm all in. I gotta push damage. I think Simon's correct. I don't think you win this matchup by waiting.
Yeah, especially into units like Fizz and that Bandle Commando that's going to be generating, you know, long-term value, or Fizz who's quite hard to deal with as he gains the elusive keyword and can't be targeted by things like Rite of the Arcane. Just getting that 3 damage out of your Rockhopper before he takes a stray pokey stick. There's not a lot of downside. It's all upside.
Yeah, the crazy part here is, next turn, we potentially have a huge swing turn for Simon, where Roji has to be really careful. So taking an attached unit could be potentially a bit dangerous, because that's the one unit that you would rather play on a unit that is already on the board. But luckily, and again, this is a one-off, we are able to just keep creating these Owlcats, which are going to be able to be thrown in as a jump blockers next turn, because we have a giant turn on Simon's side.
Little booms are just as good as big ones.
Yeah, but the big ones are
Yeah,
well,
this
bigger.
possible Chemist into Naturalist line is definitely creating a stronger board presence than we currently see from Rojo.
That said, there's a Fizzy we're talking about. No vulnerable on the Fizz. Now it looks a bit more dangerous if it's a 5-4 with double attack and potential elusive. That said, it is vulnerable to Quicksand because the elusive does not come from the attached unit, but from Fizz himself. Which means you can just jump block this. If you have a Quicksand.
I just can't wait. Here we go.
And the very fast turn 5 Ziggs level up.
Yeah, this is really dangerous in combination here with the 2 landmarks you already have in hand. Now a bit more dangerous with the Explosive Minefield. And if Rojo is not careful and does not prepare a good open attack, is a bit greedy with his development, this Explosive Minefield is not only going to stall out the turn, but in combination with Rite of the Arcane can also be used offensively. So I would be really careful if I was Rojo.
This is Mama's house.
By the way, now that I think about it, it makes complete sense that the Ziggs effect would not be cancelled by Fizz. It makes absolute sense. Because we're not really targeting anything, we're just dealing it to... It sounds weird, but we're not targeting anything. We're just dealing 2 to the thing in front of us.
Smell something burning?
Yeah, deal 2 to the enemy nexus and my blocker.
Not deal 2 to this specific unit.
And this pokey stick coming out to keep the Bandle Commando safe.
Alright, does this open attack look good for you? Good enough.
With that second fizz, absolutely.
Ooh, oh yeah, this is a nasty line. You swing in with everything. You even swing in with the Gleaming Lantern here, and then you just play the rally on the Gleaming Lantern.
Gimme, gimme!
I still think Simon is quite fine with this. Because if you do that, you like spend almost all your mana and you can still stall up the second fizz attack. Ooh, if you just go in like this, Simon is also fine with that. Yes, we take a lot of damage. But we have one more turn. We can try to win the game.
Oh, not even trying to rally.
No, I get it. Rallying is really expensive. So I get why you wouldn't do it. Alright. We're finding the Herald of the Magus here. This Herald of the Magus or bust almost.
Well,
Taliyah
with that minefield and the Desert Naturalist, that's -2 blockers plus 2 attackers.
Yeah, and Roji is also developing into this.
Yeah, with this Ziggs burn.
Yeah, I think it would be almost better if you just let this be, because this is not only is this giving more burn to Salty Simon, but it's also clearing up the board for him to make tempo plays with this explosive minefield and the Desert Naturals. That said, yes, you are gonna take down a big unit here, so maybe you're fine with this. Oh, there's the Absolver, but we found a Hush from Conchologist a few turns ago. Oh! Oh, this opening looks good. The Hush! The Hush!
The Hush!
Oh, someone is not playing around it. Wait, let me take a look if Rojo's main decking Hush, but I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Oh my god, Conch!
No, he's only main decking the one Moonlight Affliction.
Oh no! The Conch!
And the commitment. The Conch Hush.
No! It ends like this. Conch taking another name. That's it? Wait, the other line would have been... You would have stunned 2 units. I have to think more about the other line. If that would have potentially gotten you there.
Oh, and committing this group shot, so even if there was an hourglass to save the fizz, he'll come out silenced and unable to deal the burn damage.
Alright, it's Quicksand or Bust. It is Quicksand or Bust. And after a 7-0 Swiss phase, let's say Simon is not having a great time here in the top cut. The top deck decimated with the Conch into Hush. Oh, that is not it. This would have been very useful last turn. It's also not it. And we just have to commit the Pay Cascade on open here. And then we have a lethal. Okay, what are you playing around here? Are you playing around Quicksand? Or are you playing around Hexplosive Minefield? I think you're playing around Hexplosive Minefield.
It looks like he's choosing to play around Explosive Minefield because even with a Quicksand blocking the fizz, you have the option to fizz rally.
Yeah. That's sad. So you have the option to fizz rally, but Simon can just develop another block in that case then.
But with the Pantheon and Gravitum spells...
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we get there. Alright, and
another
that's it.
blocker.
And Simon is out in the top cut after going 7-0 in Swiss. I told you, it's a conspiracy against the EU players. It is 2 a.m. over here.
It is, I wouldn't say so much as a conspiracy as like a public service. Getting a good night's sleep is important. We're we're all fans of Simon over here, and we're just looking out for his best interests.
I think he's gonna complain about this not being a 2-day event. But with that said, we have Simon going out, Rojo continuing with the anti-Shurima lineup, and again, Fistiev takes another name, takes another Shurima deck out of the top card pool. Love to see it. Quicksand is too broken, and I love the decks that are good against it. But let's see if we have any of the other top 8 matches still going on that we can show you.
It looks like they've all completed.
What? Oh yeah, they actually all completed. Wow. Well, in that case, we unfortunately can't tell you the winner score yet because even though the players have completed the matches, they are not all reported yet. So we still have to wait on the reporting, which means I think we will go just into a very short 5-minute break. And once we are out of the break, we are going to tell you who made it into the top 4. And we're going to show you hopefully 1 or 2 top 4 matches. So stay tuned and we will be right back. All right, welcome back, and we are now here with the top 4 of the 6th GGtoor X MasteringRuneterra Cup, and into the top 4 made it Rojo, and he is now facing Thomas Zamo. Kasai also made it. They are facing Grandpa Roji. We are gonna spectate that Grandpa Roji versus Kasai matchup because we haven't seen anything from that side of the bracket. We also haven't seen Grandpa Roji in it. While we haven't seen Kasai at all, so let's take a quick look at the lineup before we jump into the game. So, for starters, we have Ziggs now. We've seen this quite a bit today, but we've seen multiple different versions. For example, we've seen Oi's version, which did not run any teeny ductils at all, but instead run Mayas. This looks very much like What Am I's version, right?
Yeah, with the teeny dactyls and conchologists.
I think the one difference here is that Legion Grenadier was in Oi's list, but wasn't in What Am I's list. I think What Am I was actually still running Sentry in here. So this is like, I think, the one difference. Next up, we're gonna have Fizz Lulu, and this is, yes, Yordles and Arms. We all know it. One of Treasure Trash. This is very well known. The 2 of Minions are pretty interesting, and we have Scouts. Now, Scouts, we also don't really have to talk that much about because the game is starting, but y'all know Scouts. You know how this works. All right, let's go into game.
And speaking of Scouts,
ooh, we actually see them.
and the MF already on the side of Kasai.
Ooh. Oh my god, we have the perfect curve. 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop. That is just how the Master is supposed to be played. I mean, it's a bit different nowadays. But, you know, back in beta, where we didn't even have MF, we were just playing Bannerman with mid-range Demacia. The danger of Demacia was actually just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep. But this activated chip, though...
It's a 3-3 for 1.
Yeah.
He's a good little boy. Unfortunately, it's gonna be threatened to be taken down here. Luckily, we top deck the right of the arcade to take the MF out.
Even through the Durand Sculptor buff.
I was quick. Like, Roji snap picked that. Interestingly enough, Roji snap picked destroying his mana. Wants to keep a board, which against Scouts makes a lot of sense. But now you're 1 mana behind the whole game.
Yes. But with this, turn 3 able to develop the Endless Devout if he chooses.
And Roji said, straight up disrespectful, dropping MF on 3 against me. And it was a bit disrespectful. MF is the engine of the deck. And since the only way to interact with MF in this deck is either like giving a vulnerable, which there was no landmark on the board, or destroying her with Rider of the Arcane. I don't know if I agree with Kasai just dropping the MF on 3. Because there is actually not that much of a difference between MF having 3 and 4 health against Rider of the Arcane. If you don't keep mana up. Like, now it makes a difference. Now we can keep mana up in the future. But now the MF is vulnerable.
Yeah,
So,
perhaps a slight unfortunate sequencing, playing that Broadwing before the misfortune.
yeah, also, not only that, but also like playing the previous misfortune. Like, this is the second misfortune we're sacrificing, basically. This is another misfortune that is probably gonna die before she's gonna flip. Now, with the Fort Demacia and with the Sergeants, this deck has gotten a bit more resilient and has gotten a few outs besides misfortune.
And a pass from Grandpa Roji.
No, I get it. We We are not top decking like a god. We are. We're top decking cards that yes might hinder a rally, but don't really help us here. Like at this point, we would have liked to see a Taliyah, right? Taliyah would have been insane here, or even a Desert Naturalist.
Yeah. And Kasai, happy to take that pass and
Swing in for 9.
swing in for quite a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see this. I see this. I think we need to sell a couple units here.
Love ya.
It's also surprising how few scouts the scout deck plays nowadays. There were metas where we even played the 2-mana Quinn spell just to get another Valor.
Yeah, in metas where there are a lot of 1 health units, the Valor spell can give you a lot of value, because it can freely challenge those X1s and let MF do the hard work in combat. But with things being a bit more mid-range, the switch to these Petrosite Broadwings, it's less explosive than having the turn 3 MF plus Valor, like, turbo level.
That's true. And nowadays we only see Blinding Assault really as a card that we generate from a second Quinn, which in that case you usually do like to play it. Although I have seen versions running around currently that only play 1 copy of Quinn and do run 2 copies of Garen.
Yeah, the Garen buff being basically 1-turn Bannerman.
Alright, I actually like Kasai, by the way, rallying last turn because Roji was out of mana.
Yeah, and now this Malphite, a very big boy.
Yeah, that's unfortunately all he is right now.
Yeah, clearing the MF, but
I'll be damned.
Discipline and steel.
The MF gets immediately replaced, and next turn we have the mana for double for Demacia. So Roji can deny 1, but can't deny the second one. Is this lethal through a quicksand?
It is lethal through one quicksand.
It is lethal through 1 quicksand. So Kasai actually doing the math real fast, getting there, getting a W. It was quite a Scouts game.
A pretty quick one. A little bit of an unfortunate hand from Roji. He, had a few early things, but he didn't find the follow-up units he needed for the mid game off the top of his deck. And Scouts just kept playing units.
Yeah, just kept playing. Also, just kept playing MFs. Kasai got a bit lucky there, drawing the second MF, because the first one was basically thrown away. It did cost Grandpa Roji a mana gem, though. Unfortunately, I think that mana gem wouldn't have mattered anyways. Because, again, you mentioned Grandpa Roji's top decks, not really what you wanted to see in that matchup. And now we have Mono Shurima going up against the Bandle Menace.
Yordles in arms. We have a Lulu. We have a Flame Chompers.
Yeah, now we'll finally see what's the greater region. Who would win? Shurima or Yordles in arms?
We have a few units of varying regions to help activate our Yordle in arms, should we find one this game.
They should have made it so Yordles in arms still keeps the same stats, but only buffs Yordles. Because this is called Yordles. Why is it called Yordles in arms?
That's a good question. Now this Rock Hopper.
They've never seen a contraption
And he does what he promises. He creates a rock. He hops.
He creates rocks. Also dissuading the Lulu development.
Yeah, I think Kasai is not too sad about this because you can always like play Lulu in an attack token turn and then just discard the jumpers alongside of it. And next turn we do have enough mana available for Lulu and for the Yordle portal.
Yeah. Making a pretty reasonable board.
And again, we unfortunately have to sacrifice another mana gem to get rid of 3-drop. But it is very necessary in this case.
Yeah, with no other units able to threaten Lulu on the block if the Flame Chompers were to have come out.
Ooh, I would have liked to see a Yordle portal there, but it makes sense if you can develop the Yordle captain. They're just on the next turn to not play the Yordle portal already. It's just wasting a lot of stats.
Leave it to me.
A pass? And Yordle Captain coming down.
My Treasure Seeker. I think Roji was like, hey, what if I threaten another Rider of the Arcane? Roji would have been... Do you think Roji would have been down to sacrifice another manager?
I don't know. One is already a rough spot.
I wanted you to say, okay, goodbye, Sanders. It's not working out between us. Gotta give you up. Ooh, there's another Lulu. Oh, this is gonna be a rough turn for Roji. Alright.
Yeah.
How do you play this out? You have so many options here on Kasai's side, which makes this turn really interesting. Okay, play it this way around. Really, that is... Okay, so you don't go for Lulu first, you go for this first, so everything is vulnerable except the Lulu. There was also a chance where you don't play the Yordle portal, but you would rather play the Poro Cannon. There's so many options here. Ooh, Yordle Smith is actually great.
Well, just do your best, okay? Party, attack!
And deciding to just take this attack. Not even concerned about getting the Lulu down.
Cleans up the board, pushes a bit of damage, prepares for your big Yordles and Arms turn. It just looks like you are gonna get that big Yordles and Arms turn. Unfortunately, for Kasai, on Roji's side, we do have a Rite of Negation.
Yeah,
So-
and this leveled Xerath with the Roiling Sands is going to prevent too much further development.
Yeah, we also have
Those-
like a couple cheeky plays with blockers, right?
Yeah. There's, I believe it's a one of Doomkeeper in Grandpa Roji's list that, you know, 2 extra bodies to get in the way of Yordle and Arms for 1 mana is pretty premium.
Okay. Gonna have to tell me if I think this play is 5-head, but you have to tell me if it's already like 6-head and dumb again.
Welcome to the team.
So how about we play the Dunekeeper and we hourglass the Dunekeeper,
Just do your best, okay?
so that even if Kasai wants to open attack next turn, we already have 2 extra blockers. And we ping something off of Ancient Hourglass. Is this positive or negative IQ?
This might be positive IQ.
Now on the other side, we also see the Treasure Trash, another win condition. And we just see the power of Xerath right now.
Yeah. The Lulu safely coming down.
Yo, I swear that's the play, Roji. Go for it.
And
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with no way to hurry up the endless devout landmark, choosing instead to just keep some blockers developed.
Alright, why? How is the Lulu at the end there?
That's
Alright, yeah, we are reordering this on Kasai's side. Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems quite a bit better. Let's go. This also gives quick attack to the Yordle captain here. And no
yeah.
quicksand on the other side is really rough, because this will mean that everything here will have quick attack.
Yeah, which means, these blocks aren't exactly favorable. Zerath, being a 4/5, could, attempt to stop the Lulu. But the get excited pretty much means he's not going to be able to kill anything, even if he is safe in the hourglass.
Alright, Kasai did the math and decided to go for more damage and more damage spread rather than quick attack on every unit, which I also agree with. Like, units are just cannon fodder in this deck, okay? They are entirely expendable. You can just redevelop them.
Units are just burn with extra steps, right?
Yeah. This is not only Poro Cannon, this is the Yordle Cannon, this whole deck. Okay, another Yordle portal, but there is the movie! Are you ready? We're going to movies, everyone.
Do not see what is, see what will be.
Two friends who became enemies and then became friends again are trying to stop the Yordle invasion.
Come, my destiny awaits.
Yeah, and this level 3 Zerath gonna start chipping away at this board.
Get out of here. Get.
Oh, the Rite of Arcane is awesome. Alright, there's one thing standing in the way of Motorima right now. That is a bunch of trash. I would almost just go for Get Excited this turn. Just to bait out the Rite of Negation. And turn after you can go for Treasure Trash.
To glory. Ultimate power. The order is given.
Yeah, and Roji threatening quite a bit of damage.
Only is gonna get far through here. Okay, so
Kasai
double
says
hourglass is
that's
lethal.
okay.
If there are no blockers committed from Kasai, double hourglass is lethal. It's not gonna happen though. But again, our option here is to go for Treasure Trash now. Okay, it's also fine. So this is gonna catch a Rite of Negation 100%, I think. Now it's gonna get through. I mean, we can Rite of Negate the burn that comes out of this, so it's fine, I guess. And what do we get on the other side? Oh, that is nothing.
That's
All right, good decision, Roji. Yeah,
not really the cards you want to see.
Yeah, Roji says, why would I Rite of Negation Treasure Trash? It's literally trash. And it is trash this time around.
You need only to worship me
Yeah.
or perish.
I mean, there's a few units that could be developed, but
Let me show you what I can do.
Hey, Cruising Disciple, shout out Scargrons.
now the Dune Keeper, where it might be the Dune Keeper Hourglass plan.
Oh, we're finally getting there. Let's go. We're waiting for this. I'm not saying this is the worst treasure church in the world, but it's not giving us what we want.
It's certainly not the cards you'd prefer to see.
Yeah, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and this one man's treasure is definitely Kasai's trash.
And there it is, Hourglass on Dune Keeper.
I've been waiting for this. Let's go, Roji. Good play.
Yeah, that's gonna be all 3 units dealt with at round start from Xerath.
Balanced. I actually know what's balanced. We have Yol. Okay, we have Poro Cannon. We have Yolos in arms. Wait, what's this doing? Draw 1, run. Alright. We actually have to Rite of Negation this Yolos in arms. And then, if there's top deck burn by Kasai, we still get there, actually.
Yeah.
No, wait, we already get there. Never mind what I was talking about. Okay, forgive me this one after 8 hours of casting, but this game is actually over.
Yeah, there's no second Rite of Negation, and no
This game is
quicksand.
over. Yeah, Kasai just swing in. Boom, boom. Get excited. There we go. Yeah.
And he lets it rip. And that'll be all she wrote.
What an incredibly close game. What a way to finish this one. And there we go. Even with the restored Sandis, the might of Shurima is nothing.
It's nothing when compared to the strength of the daring Poro.
Yes. It's nothing.
Truly nature's apex predator.
Yes. Absolutely getting destroyed by a couple of Poros here. Well, that is the Shurima dynasty. Gone, done, and dusted. But that also means that unfortunately Grandpa Roji, after a great Swiss phase and making his way through Void into the semifinals, is not making it to the grand finals, but rather it is Kasai. But who is Kasai facing? There's the question. Let's see if Rojo and Thomas Zamu are still playing, and we can hop into that game. They are still playing. Okay, you have Rojo?
I have Rojo.
Alright. In that case, so in there as fast as possible, catch the end of this one.
And we see the previously banned Aurelia Azir.
Actually, we don't know the score, but I imagine this would be...
It was turn 1, so I imagine this is not game 1.
You never know when they start, you know?
Yep. And this Shock Blast. But the Hourglass, an unusual card in Aurelia Azir. You don't see it in very many lists. But here, coming in very clutch, keeping that all-important champion from the dangers of electricity.
And Jace with Challenger goes on the board, but is probably going to quickly leave it again. And this is a card that was released after Asia really was already dominating meta. It was really funny. Obviously, they did plan this card way ahead of knowing that Asia Aurelia would be destroying everyone and everything. But I remember when this card was released, everyone was like, are you serious? Asia Aurelia is already the best deck in the game.
It's already the best deck.
Ooh, fantastic top deck here.
Yeah, and now some interesting options from both players. You know, getting the Diaz down, it's a kind of down tempo turn. might be worth taking the risk and spending all your mana to go Dias, Sparring Student, Blade Dance.
I think that very worth the risk.
Does leave you a bit vulnerable to the kinds of interaction that P and Z SI has, such as this Vile Feast found off the Archivist.
Ooh.
And Rojo, I think, very heads up play, trying to play the Blade Dance before the Dias to not give Thomas Zemmow a slow action, but the Vile Feast is fast.
What this does prevent is a 2 damage thermal beam, which I don't think Thomas would have played anyways because you're afraid of any protection on the Aurelia. This does mean that we are missing out on a Sand Soldier. Might be fine actually.
Battle stances.
I have not missed this deck.
What's the motive?
It is awful for Control to play against. And the awful part about it is you have to play around what you don't know. So you're always afraid that Rojo has protection for this Aurelia, and you just can't justify, for example, spending like 6 mana on a Vengeance to get rid of this Aurelia. And what this will mean is that, yes, we play another Jace. That one is going to get sent back to our hand, which again is going to give another Blade Dance to Rojo. And then if we try to remove a Thermal Beam, we just top deck this Nulpify.
It doesn't add up.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Rojo, these Defiant Dances, they're keeping the Aurelia safe, but only recently having found the Dias, not getting the full payoff that the deck hopes to get out of those Blade Dances. As we can see, going into turn 7, Thomas is still at a very healthy 16.
Ooh. Might change this turn. We are popping off this turn. We have the Field Musicians. We can definitely trigger Field Musicians. This is another threat that, okay, our Aurelia might get removed this turn. But with the Field Musicians, we're going to draw cards, we're going to refill spell mana.
Yeah, Field Musicians in a lot of these removal-heavy matchups really becomes an engine for the deck to just keep applying that pressure. Because things like Emperor's Dias are, as a landmark, it's far less removable than the units. As long as you keep doing things with the Dias in play, you're sort of chipping away and chipping away.
So, a war march.
There we go. What do we draw? It's kind of crazy we don't have an AZ. Okay. Right now. Should stop calling this.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
I'm like, hey, what about we top deck Decimate here? Top deck Decimate. Yo, we're missing AZ, by the way. Guess the AZ. Ooh,
And
this is an
a
interesting attack.
very brazen attack with this Field Musicians.
Gets through with it. I mean, we don't want to like sacrifice our 3-1 necessarily here, but this means that there is still a very healthy Field Musician on the other side. Now, Jace, try number 3.
Cannon, tested, and primed.
Try to get this challenger Jace.
Jace
Hit any
part
unit on the other
3.
board. Yeah.
Jace through time.
Like 3 times now, and this time we will actually be able to swing in and kill something with Jace. Unfortunately, Roji just top picked another Field Musician, so even though we get this from Jace finally, we should just redevelop Field Musicians and we're gonna be fine on Roger's side. Oh, plays Ace here. Okay. Roger right now is on the read that I bet you don't have any burn card in hand right now that could help your Jace to take down this Asia. And you know what? Rojo would be correct.
He would be correct. Or, perhaps just a bit gambling that
Okay.
Whoa.
That keeps the field positions. Yo, Rojo is really like calling out Thomas. Like you dude, you have nothing. You don't have a mystic shot. You don't have anything. Mouth Beast? Nah.
The land obey. Your emperor commands.
Wait, even though Mouth Beast was there from the Station Archivist,
Let me get you that file.
Thomas actually did not have a natural Mouth Beast in hand. Now finally finds it, but the damage is already done. The field musician has already drawn a card and killed the Jace.
Yeah. And a bit of an odd use for Absolver in this deck, especially with the leveled Azir, where a strong attack from Azir could represent quite a lot of damage with that Absolver.
Yeah, I don't know if you would have even been okay just like losing that field musicians, because you could just develop another one. And then do the whole Dunekeeper thing next turn. Well, in the end, it just takes on Aurelia top deck or any bait and top deck really to make this really threatening next turn. And ooh, we are recalling Station Archivist. I mean, it is a lot of mana that Thomas has to spend next turn to make more use out of it.
Sacrifice.
And we are denying a bit of healing. We're denying another blocker. There's a Valkyrie drawn though. Alright. Is it
Dark times come and go. We play on.
Field Musician into Blade Dance, or is it Field Musician time?
I think it's Field Musician into Blade Dance. That gets you the card drawn. Oh. But this Azir.
Very dead. And we can't
Going
even save it
down.
because we used the thing last turn.
But this Ribbon Dancer and the possible Sand Soldiers generated from it are not affected.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. We just get exactly what we need. Rite of Calling comes in. This is gonna draw us another champion. We have no way of killing either Azir or Aurelia, whatever comes out of this. Aurelia actually quite a bit more scary at this point.
Yeah, this Rite of Calling is
My name will echo through the ages. Remember this day.
Also swings in with Azir. No fear.
It is time.
definitely representing damage.
Again, Blight Dance next turn is really scary.
In Shurima's name.
We just die. Whatever we do, if we find Blight Dance on Rojo's side, if we're Thomas, we just die. And okay, immediately finds it. Okay, we do find healing.
We
That
do
keeps
find
us alive
healing.
this turn. But again, our opponent is gonna draw 2 cards here.
Gonna draw 2 cards and do some attacking. Adaptatron is here to help, though.
Oh, more Blade Dance. That is another 2 cards we draw next turn.
Yeah, and with the second Deus going even wider with these Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, I think you could use the 1/2 to block here and play another DS. Oh, okay. I mean, you can also override it. So it doesn't really matter, but wouldn't have taken the damage here.
Oh, an Ancient Preparation drawn. Does Rojo want to predict before drawing his Field Musician cards?
Steady your heart.
No.
Find your beat.
He doesn't care what he draws. He's very happy to just have a good board and be Blade Dancing.
Okay. That is more Blade Dance. As a combat trick as well. let's say not developing another DS. I don't think the 1-2 is doing you any favors here. Like, you would get more damage out of getting more Sense Soldiers out of the Blade Dances.
Absolutely.
Now, I've been proven wrong by the players this tournament a bunch of times where they found better lines than me, but I don't know. I'm sure that
We have something on that case.
I would have replaced that 1-2.
What's the motive?
Because despite all the blade dancing, it looks like Thomas is going to survive this turn.
It does. Perhaps he's fine taking this attack, trading a few units. He can develop DS and then use the Ribbon Dancer to draw on Thomas's turn.
Oh yeah, I definitely see drawing on Thomas's turn.
It's an awesome day for progress.
There we go, the DS is committed. Do we see the Mystic Shot here? Potentially, we could Mystic Shot, yeah, the Field Musicians. Take it out alongside the rest of the board.
Yeah, this True Shot Barrage.
Showtime.
Alright, but we go in now. Potentially denies us a draw next turn. Also, this is still fine, Thomas. We just take the blocks here. We live.
Yeah, I don't know about not wanting to draw some more cards on this turn.
Drawing is honestly overrated. Alright, I was saying this before I saw the top deck. This would have been way better if they actually top decked something like an Asia or Aurelia.
Progress waits for no one.
Oh. Mr. Thomas is going in. No care in the world.
Yeah, this Heimer giving him a nice full board and some elusive damage.
Okay, so we push quite a bunch of damage here.
You missed a step.
This is lethal though. 7, 12,
Keep your distance.
10.
Turn aside.
So it's not quite lethal, but as long as Rojo doesn't find a denier, doesn't win with the ultimate attack next turn, it is lethal. Because we have this True Shot Barrage to find the lethal. So Thomas actually being rewarded for playing very aggressively here. Alright, this is awkward because we kind of have to find a deny here. But we don't know it, and we can't play around needing a deny here. Because even if we top deck a deny, we still die next turn. Wait, that's not it. That is not it.
Not it.
Wow. And look at that, the control deck taking the W over Asia Aurelia. How far this deck has fallen.
Truly remarkable.
Yeah, Azir not quite making it. The removal got there for the important units, the Azirs, the Aurelia, keeping them off the board, you know. Blades that aren't getting buffed by an Azir are far less threatening than ones that are. And Thomas able to just hold on with Archivist into Vile Feast for quite some time.
Oh yeah. The Archivist into Vile Feast was really, really cool. Because it almost looked like Thomas had no way out there. And kind of found a way to get back into the game. And has found himself these like little advantages over and over again. Did not get discouraged by getting his chase recalled 2 times. Turn after turn. And that actually found a nice line with the Jace where I don't know if it was correct, but the Jace almost killed the unit and got actually a full Absolver out of his opponent. And I think that Absolver could have been really important in the future.
Yeah, with how low Thomas got, that Absolver could have pretty easily represented lethal on a later turn.
Damn
Perhaps
right.
a slight mismanagement of resources.
But this means that we have the final ready to go almost. We have Kasai versus Thomas Zamo. That sounds like a really exciting final from a lineup perspective. Heimerdinger Jace in the final. I'm excited for it. But we're going to hop into a very short 3-minute break. And after we are back, we're going to bring you the grand final. So stay tuned. Get yourself a couple snacks. Get yourself something to drink. Because next up, it is going in for $200. Whoever wins it takes it all. And I think who loses still gets 100, so it's already pretty nice getting here. See you after the
Yeah.
break. Hello and welcome back. We are here now with the grand finale. It's still SparklingIceT and Jansports, and we are here presenting you the matchup between Thomas Zamo, who is, bringing a spicy lineup today, but he's facing Kasai, who's also bringing a lineup that I wouldn't have expected of today. So we, on the one side, have a lineup that is quite aggressive on Kasai's side. We have the Zigzgna.
We have Scouts, which we saw earlier.
We have Fizzlulu. Now, on the other side, we have
this Jace Heimerdinger SI deck. We've seen it on ladder. Haven't seen it so much today, but it's made it this far.
Now we have Zoe Aphelios Victor, which is just making use of the newly buffed Aphelios and the strong PNZ package.
And we have good old Draven Scion.
Alright, and with that said, let's hop into game and see what's going on here. Okay, we have Scouts versus Draven Scion as the first matchup. It's an interesting matchup. I would actually give the edge to Draven Scion here, but if you get MF on curve and you actually manage to get her to survive, I do think this can go in the direction of Scouts. Now, what we've seen before is the Kasai is a bit reckless with their MFs. So
plays a little bit fast and loose with the champions.
Yeah, I'm a bit fearful for that MF. I feel she might not survive turn 3. I hope this time Kasai is actually gonna be a bit more careful. Not gonna commit it on turn 3 because I think this guy excited would like to have a word with that MF. Actually, never mind. Not keeping it up for the MF, which is perfect for Kasai, because Kasai is now able to just not even play the MF. Alright. Well, we could keep the 2 mana up as well. Bank the 2 spell mana.
Yeah, it looks like this Lonely Poro generating an extra 1-drop has allowed this double 1-drop curve. So now we're playing MF with the sharp sight backup.
Fortune favors the bold.
And a really white board alongside of her. And there we go.
No hesitation on the get excited or the sharp sight, yeah. And that's 9 damage. Oh, but the ephemeral blocker.
Again! Yes, this time we did keep the sharp side up, but Kasai proves to be really reckless with the MFs. Really reckless with the MFs. And that's another MF gone. And while we dealt quite a bit of damage to the Nexus, I feel like Thomas can actually redevelop on the board here. And
yeah, with this Sump Dredger and Risen Rider, it's looking like the board is pretty firmly in Thomas's control at the moment.
Oh, that's just... I mean, we see here that this MF would have died to the Mystic Shot. But still, she would have survived another round. And attacking there was, again, really reckless, especially against a triple Reborn Grenadier deck.
Yeah, and that Mystic Shot on the Sculptor, perhaps a very heads-up play, now with the Lost Soul and second Sump Dredger in hand from Thomas, recognizing that right now his units are a little bit meatier, and so preventing the extra health coming through will just help him maintain his better board.
Now, to be fair, we do have to mention that I'm looking at the clock. We've been casting for 9 hours, which means the players have been playing for 9 hours.
Yes.
I don't expect them to play perfect at this point. And they are playing very, very well. So I'm interested to see how this turn is going to play out for Kasai. If there's a Quinn, if there is a Sifria.
Yeah, I think we're likely to see a Quinn, um, because that means we're threatening Quinn level on the attack with Cythria, and Valor gets a nice potential trade here into the Flame Chompers.
That is a sign that's coming down next turn.
That is, and we've seen a Lost Soul, a couple of Some Treasures played. He's got to be leveled, right?
Oh yeah, he is leveled alright. Ooh, attacks with the Quinn as well. Potentially bluffing a Sharp Side or Ranger's Resolve here. Oh, this could be a great Ranger's Resolve bluff, because basically if you commit an X on the Chompers and an X on the bot here, Ranger's Resolve would blow you out of the waters. But unfortunately we do not have Ranger's Resolve on Kasai's side, so Quinn goes in and Quinn goes out. I don't want to call game already, but...
Yeah, Thomas just deciding to commit the one axe to remove the Quinn. In case there was that Ranger's Resolve, second axe could come through.
Yeah, plays very well around that Ranger's Resolve. And now the board is almost empty. 2 1-1s left on Kasai's board. That is not what you want to see.
It's a pair of Poros against the big man himself, Scion.
Alright, a pair of Poros has taken down the restored Sundisk today, okay? Who's to say they are not taking down the Mido Noxus? Alright, yeah, I don't think they're taking down the Might of Noxus.
Soldiers, to me!
Who is left to kill?
Your best bet is to actually not block this. Take the 9. Next turn you attack. Sion. No, wait. Sion just blocks. This is looking all kinds of over.
You know, deny. It's Decimate. It's not a real card, and it can't hurt us.
All right. We can for the Mars, yeah. Unfortunately, we are going to be able to develop almost a full board. No, we are actually going to be able to match Kasai in units if we want to.
Yeah, this Roar of the Slayer also developing a blocker.
Unfortunately, one of the Poros has to go before the attack even starts. And then we unfortunately have to decide what to block here with Sion. If we want to take 0 damage, we will have to leave Cythria as a 9-9, which I don't think we want to do, because we want to kill our opponent this turn of Sion. So we're just going to take a bit of damage here.
It looks like... Yeah, it looks like the proper play is block Cythria and then commit Axe on Scion returned using Flame Chompers to pull the healthiest unit aside, and that will be game, as Kasai has no mana left to do anything.
Oh yeah, we're only taking 7, so we are actually super safe here. That's a good thing about Demacia, okay? Tells you upright what they have. Now, if Thomas was hand tracking, Thomas knows that there's no Ranger's Resolve in the hand. But funnily enough, if Thomas hasn't been hand tracking, Thomas could think there's a Ranger's Resolve in the opponent's hand. Because we do have on the board a unit that gives you 1 spare mana once it hits.
Yeah.
Would the Ranger's Resolve matter in any way? I actually would.
Oh, and holding back the Cythria.
That makes sense, a lot of sense. The only problem is there's a flame choppers in the hand that Kasai sees.
There is a revealed flame choppers. One player has a fully revealed hand, the other has but 1 mana thanks to the Forge Chief.
Yeah, but I think this was over anyways. No matter how Kasai would have played this was very over. Alright, but that means 1-0 for Thomas Zammer right now in the matchup versus Kasai. But I'm, very interested to see what is going to be left. It's going to be Zoe Aphelios Victor or Jace Heimerdinger going up against Scouts. And I think Scouts should have a couple of good matchups there.
I believe Scouts is favored into this Zoe Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kasai, be a bit more careful with the MFs, but I think we should get there.
Yeah. Kasai with the Sculptor, a Broadwing, MF, and Island Navigator for Scout units.
Hand. All we need is a Rangers Resolve top deck.
But this double get excited in Thermo Beam from Thomas is looking very capable of threatening all sorts of the board.
Yeah, the one problem here is the Sculptor. The Sculptor, we probably have to remove MF once she hits the board, the Thermo Beam. The Sculptor is going to get a ton of value here. So she's going to give 1 health to the MF now. She's going to give 2 health next turn, spread over the 2 units from Island Navigator. That is a real issue.
That is a real issue.
Ooh, this is a fantastic 1-drop.
It is, though with only mana for Ranger's Resolve for protection, the 5 damage Thermogenic Beam is guaranteed on that MF.
I love how Thomas is just playing around this. Ranger's Resolve can't hurt him, because he's always playing around it.
My hammer.
Ooh, the full swing. Desire, there was enough value created by the Sculptor here. Can be laid to rest now.
Yeah, decides to cash it in for 3 additional damage. And now, with just a very injured Ballistic Bot, and now Boom Baboon.
So we have options to go wide on both sides, but I like, developing the Quinn now, because your opponent has no way of killing her this time.
Only a fool would enter battle unprepared.
Yep. And just getting those Duskbringers out to get in the way. Giving Ballistic Bot that 1 power, I think, probably important to prevent Valor from getting free attacks.
Okay, so we have a really tough turn from Kasai here on either to develop on the board and the rally. There's so many options here. But decides to develop and then probably go for the rally. You could also go for the rally next turn to flip Quinn next turn.
Yeah, Scouts is a deck that historically really prefers rallying on the opponent's turn.
Yeah. You do want to rally. But, oh, this looks like a rally this turn though, if you just go for the open attack.
You cannot hold us down.
That means that the double get excited can come in here and can try and help and clear this board up. It's going to be able to kill the Quinn as well.
Yeah.
And we are able to preserve a couple of blockers. So the rally attack is not even going to be that scary. For those who don't know, I think everyone here will know, but if you haven't used your scout attack this turn and you rally and you go in for a scout attack, you do get another attack token because it's your first scout attack for this turn. And then we see the rally almost committed. Maybe a bit more careful with this.
Yeah. Likely revealing that hand information to Thomas.
And there we go. We don't rally on the Quinn. We do expect another Get Excited. I like this because now the bot can't trade with our scout unit here. Hey, it's still a very scary turn here. Very scary rally.
I'll do better this time.
Yeah. Approximately
Okay, ready.
4 damage coming through. And now these submersibles.
I'm not gonna get there. We can go 6 wide easily on Kasai's board. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. It's actually very unfortunate.
Good old Dragon Chow.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
That was an instant rip on the messenger. Ooh, finds another unit. I still think we're not gonna get there next turn.
Sketcher.
But yeah, we are making our best effort on Thomas' side to get there. It's not gonna happen, but damn if we don't try.
From 1 unit to 4 with the power of invoking.
Okay, we have Get Excited and Submersible. We have... Yeah, no.
Hold still.
I don't see it.
Come on, chase me.
Playing around sharp side here. Again, Thomas is playing this very well.
The safety block.
Yeah, it's just that, unfortunately, Kasai is also playing this matchup really well and has a favorable matchup.
Fortunately for Kasai, that is the last of the Get Exciteds. So there is no need to be worried about it any longer.
Who puts in the Rangers Resolve, preserving an additional unit here.
Yeah, and I think very, very smart, recognizing that perhaps you're going to need that Island Navigator to get the last damage you need.
Yeah, funnily enough,
Dangerous waters.
if this would have also summoned a dud, this might have been survivable. But with that, we are now at 1-1 in the finals. There's no bracket reset. This is single elimination, which means the next game is deciding it all. Whew. I love it when we go to 1-1 in the finals, and it's actually match point for both players.
Yeah, this is the deciding moment.
With Yolos in arms versus this Aphelios Zoe deck. So we also have Victor in here, but I think the important card here is Aphelios again. We saw it the last time we saw this matchup. How important Aphelios was there.
Yeah, but with one of the Zoes and the one of Victor in hand, Thomas is looking to develop a pretty decent board. But the Boom Baboon, the Lulu, the Get Excited These are all tools Kasai is very happy to see.
Who offers the end here? Gladly taken by Thomas, I think. So the one thing we have to look out for on Kasai's side is that there is a potential Victor going out of control.
Yeah,
we
just
have,
a couple of the right keywords, and
Yeah.
Victor can run away with the game.
Good thing is, we do have Pokesick plus Get Excited. We have Lulu plus Jumpers. We have a couple of ways of removing him. But if Thomas can protect the Victor is left unattended by Kasai, he is going to be the problem maker for this game.
Are they still here?
Ranger in these situations. But no, going with the Tenor of Terror.
Portal me something cool.
Even without the Yordles and Arms in hand, Kasai deciding they just want to go nice and wide.
Yeah, this usually helps against PNZ and Targon, but in this deck, we actually have the option to go wide as well. So we can kind of go just as wide alongside Kasai. Kasai is able to do, but I think this is going to be a Get Excited on the Lulu on site. Yeah, can't let her live. It's just too dangerous alongside Chompers.
Yeah, not taking any risk, you know, the possibility of there being a Poro Cannon Flame Chompers in hand. There was no passing of priority. And this Doggo. Happy to come down, play fetch with a monkey, keep Thomas comfortably healthy.
Alright, is this the Victor turn? I like this open attack. Only good traits available for us here. Might force something out of Kasai, which then could give us a bit more confidence to slam down this Victor. See, there's a Get Excited on the bot.
Yeah.
Alright, I think this is the Victor signal. Although, would you see that another Lulu was top deck there by Kasai? Gets on the board, and the Victor signal is going away again.
Yeah, this Lulu, along with the Flame Chompers.
Do you ever
Very much a threat to your champions.
Do you ever Mystic a Flame Chompers?
I think it's entirely reasonable. You can still develop Goat.
It just feels so bad. Oh, we're killing Lulu. Oh, it's a kill Lulu on side type of game. I dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thomas has an issue with Lulu and with Lulu specifically.
Lulu is a fantastic enabler. You know, a Daring Poro or a Flame Chompers by itself isn't too menacing.
Oh, there we go. My boy Tenor of Terror. I remember this card being the unnerved version of this card was so goddamn broken.
Way too much stats for 4 mana.
Way too
or
much
more
stats.
often, way too much stats for 3 mana.
Yeah. Also, I remember when me and Broken Ball were building Pink City. And we just noticed, like, this card didn't see any play by that point. And then we just noticed, hey, it is actually incredibly easy to get the condition rolling. Like, killing a unit or playing a created card, are you kidding me? It's nothing.
Yeah. It's if you have Mayor, it's actually 3 mana for like 6 mana worth of stats and impact, so
Oh, this guy was so broken. Just like, also how broken was pretty much any Yoda card, but we had like insane draw.
And here's where I'd paint my
We had
constellation.
we've been casting for like 9 hours. I actually forgot the name of the card. Who was creating the Timo, the mushroom thingies again?
who created the team?
The 4-drop.
Oh, Yordle Lecturer.
Your
The
lecturer.
3/5 monstrosity.
Oh my god. Your lecturer was so broken. Please unnerf him though. I want him back.
Please don't unnerf him. I'm glad he's gone.
Alright, we have
And
Filios
now
on the board. We have the Get Excited that can deal with Filios, but it's another Get Excited that's not going to hit Victor. And we already got some value out of Filios.
Yeah, and with a bit of burn and some poros, it looks like Kasai might be in a position where they just have to play to a Yordle in Arms top deck and try to get through enough elusive damage that this Get Excited and Mystic Shot in hand can finish the game.
I like how Thomas is just consistently playing out around the Yordles in Arms, getting rid of elusives. Thomas Samo has been absolutely playing fantastic so far. This entire tournament. Whenever we were able to catch a game, I'm seriously impressed.
Yeah. And this invoked serpent that was held back, waiting for the next Poro.
Another serpent? Oh, Crescent Strike. Oh, Trixier's also fantastic. So many good cards there.
Yeah. But the Crescent Strike taken, now, even with a Yordle in Arms, you're not attacking all that well as Kasai.
Yeah, and, well, the Yordle Arms nerf was not that big. It kind of affects how well you can close out the game. So missing just 2 or 3 points of damage, which we always arms, because you're never getting all units through, you're just getting a couple units through, is huge, because all of a sudden you might not be able to finish the game with a Get Excited or Mystic Shot anymore.
Yeah. Back when each Poro represented 5 elusive damage, Kasai would have only needed 2 Poros to connect in order to make that Mystic Get Excited lethal. But now that each Poro is only representing 4 elusive damage, it's gonna take an entire extra unit connecting with the Yordle in Arms in order to find lethal.
That said, we do have Yordle in Arms in the finals, so it is not dead.
It did get here.
Hello, cruel world.
We're dealing quite a bunch of damage here with the flipped Fizz. It appears that whenever we saw this deck win, Yordle's in Arms wasn't even there.
Yeah, it's a good card, but Fizz, Lulu, Flame Chompers, these are good cards too.
Yep. So, we begin the keyword roulette, and I think at this point, Thomas is just hoping for this Victor to roll lifesteal. Which again, could blow this whole game out of the water.
Lifesteal would be a godsend.
Or we got at least 2 tries.
Ingenious, we must improve. We must evolve.
Oh, also, Even though we don't have level Aphelios, we get 1 mana Aphelios weapons. As a spell shield, not quite in.
Not bad.
Okay, we roll again. Alright, we can also start with something else. There's a Yordle's Arms. We will be able again to deal with these elusives. At least 2 of them. We won't really be able to deal with the Fizz, which is the big problem.
That is true. It is a risk trying to target the Fizz, but having the Crescent Strike for the elusives and possibly the Get Excited for the Overwhelm unit.
Lifesteal elusive. Elusive would also be great on this Victor here, just to be a good blocker. Fearsome. Also not quite it. Oh, wait. Is this lethal this turn? If we wanted it to be lethal? We stun? Whoa, 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 whoa. So, yes, this is lethal.
Yeah,
if you
Infernum, Gem, Get Excited. Victor is very lethal.
Yes, we definitely go for the Infernum here. We can't... okay, so... We can't stop the stun on the Fizz.
Grows in flame.
But is it even necessary? We don't... Like, we still get the attack on Victor. So Victor is still gonna be... Oh, we go for the Yordles Arms now. A defensive Yordles Arms because this Victor is just too scary. I still think this is gonna be lethal.
Yeah, with these invoked cards and the gem.
Yeah, because we're also gonna get 1 extra unit through, even if it's just 1 attack from the Spacey Sketcher. That alongside the Get Excited. So, we block 5 damage from the Victor. Victor is gonna have 13 attacks. So Victor... Yeah, that is still lethal. Oh, we can even play the Lunari Dustbringer, and the Dust Petal Dust is gonna cost 0.
Only a fool would interpret.
And that's another point of attack for Victor.
Yeah, and another unit that we are wider than our opponent, who has 2 stunned units.
Oh! This is how it ends! Victor comes in and screws his whole game up. We're telling you, Zoe might be the aspect of whatever, but Chaos is the real troublemaker. Victor, oh my god, I'm... This game has exploded my brain. Positively exploded my brain.
Yeah, just from the invokes between Zoe and the Spacey Sketcher and the Aphelios weapons, that Victor came down 1 card away from level. And then just ran with it. Once again, using Infernum, previously one of the lesser used guns, but current meta, one of the most used guns for finding lethals.
Yeah, and what a lethal it was, and with that, we have an incredible finish to the final here. Thomas taking the W over Kasai. Very, very well played from both sides, but I'm super impressed by what Thomas has been able to do. Now, we two have been casting for 9.5 hours. It is almost 3:30 a.m., but there's one thing left to do, and that is we go to a short break, and we will find out whether we get an interview with Thomas or not. So, stay tuned, and we are going to be back in about 3 minutes, maybe with an interview with the winner's the winner of the final. Jesus. it's not working. My brain is not working
You
anymore.
got there. You got there.
I got there at the end. This is the important part. So, see you after 3 minutes. Okay, and we are back, and we are only here to say goodbye. It's still me, SparklingIceT, and still Jan, and unfortunately, we don't have an interview. We didn't get back from Thomas, but no issue. I think there will probably be an interview or some in-depth lineup guide on the Mastering Runeterra website in the next coming of days. Talking about Mastering Runeterra, we are here to say, obviously, thank you to GGtoor and Mastering Runeterra for setting this one up. Do check them out, MasteringRuneterra.com and GGtoor.com. I personally want to say thank you to all of you viewers and players out there tolerating me for over 9.5 hours almost. Directing and casting at the same time for this extended time can be a bit hard, but it was made easier by a great co-caster. It was really fun to cast this one with you, Jan. And do you have any shoutouts?
Yeah, real quick, I'd like to shout out Greg for doing a lot of behind the scenes running of these Mastering Runeterra tournaments. Stand-up guy, great job he's doing.
Yeah, Greg is the GOAT. Really, really cool to work alongside of Greg. I think at this point, Greg is always there saying, "Hey, but if anything goes wrong, message me," and we
Yeah,
just don't notice.
if you have any problem, just send it to Greg and he'll solve it for you.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, very, very nice behind the scenes work there from Greg and the Mastering Runeterra team. And again, this was super, super fun to cast. And I hope we see each other in another Mastering Runeterra event. But from me, that's it.
Yeah, it's about time for you to get some sleep, and it's about time for me to consider Heimer Jace for my seasonals lineup.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, it's 3:30. I should go to sleep. You have some practice to do. See you all. Take care. Have fun.